for being on time. Thank you for taking time out of your day to come and check in on everything the Uber Crew program has been up to and our plans for the next year. We're just waiting to reach capacity and have everyone show up, but I'm already seeing a whole bunch of Zoom reactions. So that's amazing. That's awesome. It's nice to see all the hearts, the thumbs ups, the celebrations. Keep them coming. Absolutely wonderful. We're just going to give it another minute before we officially go ahead and get started. We have a lot to share with you today. A full hour of jam-packed content and things to look forward to for the rest of 2025. And throughout, there'll be plenty of moments where we're going to be taking like Zoom polls and ways to interact. So we're really excited to get to know a lot of who's in the audience today a little bit better. But throughout, definitely keep using your Zoom reactions. We love to see them. We'll just give it maybe a few more seconds here. Looks like we're starting to top out in terms of attendance. Amazing. Let's see if everyone can find those Zoom reactions. Can I see the little party favor with the confetti? Can you find that reaction and throw it in? Look at that. It's amazing. Okay. With that, let's go ahead and get things started. So, hi, everyone. My name is Connor. I'm the project manager for the Uber Crew program. I work alongside Uber's team and our crew members, drivers and couriers who bring real-world experience to the table. Welcome to the road ahead. As we begin today's presentation, I just want to cover a few important points. First, please note that all attendees are muted and are going to remain so throughout the session. This ensures that we can deliver all the critical information that we need to efficiently. While we cannot see you, you can see all the panelists presenting today. You can use your Zoom reactions at any point in the presentation. I know you've already found out how, so we'd love to see them. Additionally, the chat and questions have been disabled. Like I mentioned before, there are going to be opportunities to participate live in today's event through several polling features that we'll be launching. After today, we'll go ahead and share with everyone where you can provide your feedback about today's experience. We encourage you to take some time to provide your comments and thoughts in a survey that we'll send out afterwards. We'll use your feedback to help improve the road ahead experience in future sessions. I appreciate you understanding and thank you so much for your participation. Today's session covers a lot of ground. We're going to start with just an overview of the crew program. Then we'll dive into a few examples from last year showcasing our accomplishments. And finally, we'll talk through what to expect in the year ahead, as well as how to get involved. First, the people that make up Uber Crew include Uber staff members, crew members, and employees of Street Level Strategy, an independent administrator of the program. That's who I work for. But at Uber, we actually get to meet with product managers, app engineers, as well as operations specialists. These staff work closely and regularly with what we call crew members. And crew members are drivers and couriers just like yourself from nearly every state who've been selected to collaborate with Uber. While there are about 75 total crew members in the US, a few representatives of the program are actually here today to share the insights and experiences with the program. Now, to get us started, what exactly is Uber Crew? Well, Uber Crew is a program designed to build a feedback loop between drivers, couriers, and Uber in order to improve the overall experience on the app by leveraging your on-the-road insights. It provides selected drivers and couriers a structured way to communicate their experiences, collaborate on feature updates to the app with Uber, and solicit feedback from the general public on needed changes. The opportunity is not just another survey or feedback form. Crew members work closely with many teams at Uber to drive changes in the app as much as they do with drivers and couriers to determine which changes that need to be prioritized. The crew program is designed to keep drivers and couriers engaged in meaningful conversations about their experience with the platform. Here's how we make it happen. First up, product sessions. These are meetings with product and operations teams to discuss feature app updates Uber is or will be working on. Here, Uber staff meet directly with crew members in order to gain insight on the real-world implications of changes they're making to the app. Next up, we have office hours. These are facilitated discussions between crew members and you, the drivers and couriers out there, in a group setting over Zoom. We hold office hours actually twice a year, with the next one happening in March, but more on that later. What you can expect from this 5-week event is the opportunity to sign up to provide feedback on one of the program's feature topics of discussions directly to a crew member. Your insights then become part of a larger conversation between crew members and Uber staff members in follow-ups held throughout the year. Live events like The Road Ahead, the one we're in now, bring these efforts full circle, allowing us to share the progress this program has made in transforming insights into impact. Today is about looking ahead, highlighting what's coming next and how you can get involved. But before the year is over, we'll actually come together again and reflect on some of the changes that we were able to implement. All that being said, here's a preview of the 2025 calendar and the various program events that you can get involved in. We aim to provide you with opportunities to engage with the program. Anytime the Uber Crew program meets a milestone, like hosting one of these webinars or even office hours, Uber's going to go ahead and send you notifications reminding you to get involved. Now, I know what you're thinking. What if you have feedback to offer and can't wait for one of these scheduled programming to get started? The Uber Crew program always welcomes your insights. We encourage you to visit our website at www.ubercrewportal.com/feedback to submit your thoughts directly. If at any time you wish to provide feedback, you can leave it here and we'll share it with Uber. Now, the Uber Crew program continues to evolve over the years, but one thing will stay the same. Your experience driving and delivering on the app is at the center of our mission statement. In order to understand what you go through day in and day out, we need crew members who represent you. So let's shed some light on exactly how we come to decide who gets to be a crew member. When Uber Crew started, it was a small pilot program throughout the Midwest, but it's grown into a structured initiative with 90 crew members spanning the US and Canada. Drivers and couriers are invited to apply annually. In September of last year, we opened the doors for any driver and courier with at least 1 year and 150 trips under their belt to apply. We saw nearly 3,000 apply from every state in the US. They submitted a video letting us know why they'd make a great crew member. After narrowing applicants down to a set of finalists, we brought the question of who should be selected as a crew member back to you by asking you to rank your preferences in a public selection process that took place in early December. Over 15,000 visited our website to rank the candidates and watch the very same videos we previewed just a few months earlier. From there, in the US, 75 crew members were identified. Our current cohort of crew members represents a diverse range of driving experiences, from driving occasionally to full-time, driving passengers, or delivering food. The program reflects drivers from major cities in the US to the rural areas and everywhere in between. There are crew members whose pro tiers range from diamond status down to blue and green. Our crew members' experience on the app ranges from 1 to over 10 years. The app experience and what's available varies depending on where you are driving, how often you drive, when you drive, what kind of car you use, and plenty of other factors. Our responsibility is to ensure that your experience on the app is represented in one of our crew members. So what do? Well, the role of the crew members is to, I think, number one, ensure the voices of drivers and couriers are included in the product planning and development cycles at Uber. Number two, foster regular and meaningful discussion between drivers, couriers, and Uber staff. Number three, test new products before rolling out to the broader public. And finally, to promote the program by delivering impactful changes to the app experience, both small and large. Crew members help bridge the gap between you and Uber, making sure that your voice is not only heard, but acted on. Next, we want to walk you through how your feedback gets used in this program, as well as highlight a few examples of the kinds of feature improvements from last year that are the result of participating with Uber Crew. To do so, we actually have a representative from Uber to provide insight on feedback in action.
Hi, everyone. My name is Bree, and I work on the driver experience team here at Uber. Thank you all for joining us today. With Uber Crew, we like to say we're putting your feedback in action. But Crew isn't just about gathering feedback. It's about making sure your feedback leads to real change. But meaningful updates take time, and they go through a structured process before we roll them out to drivers globally. Before we hand it off to the crew members to highlight some features this program has been able to impact, I'll walk you through our product development process and how we use your feedback at the heart of every decision we make on the products we build. At Uber, our goal is to ensure Uber remains the best platform for work for drivers and couriers globally. That starts with listening. The feedback we receive from drivers and couriers helps us decide what products we should build or improve. First, we start with an idea. We use feedback from various sources like Uber Crew. Then, our product team maps out how that idea could work, building a blueprint for the feature. Already at this point, our teams will begin to meet with crew members to make sure that our goals in the design is heading in the right direction. Next, we'll move into design and development, focusing on making these updates user-friendly and intuitive. Crew members help provide valuable insight to help ensure everything is working correctly here. Once the feature is built, we'll start testing it out with small groups or in certain cities. When we're able to validate that everything is working smoothly, we're ready to launch. But our work doesn't stop after a new feature is launched. We continue to listen to your feedback to improve the products we're building every day. Today, we're going to walk you through some of the biggest updates that have come from your feedback. The feedback you share with us through the Crew program helps us improve your experience driving with Uber. Safety, fairness, and ease shape how we prioritize these updates and ensure that the platform continues to evolve to better support drivers and couriers. Safety remains a top priority. We want you to feel secure every time you are on the road. Our commitment to safety includes verifying riders who get in your car, providing tools to report misconduct, and integrating hands-free features like Android Auto and CarPlay. Ease is about simplifying the experience so you can focus on earning. We're improving maps to make it easier to identify pickup and drop-off locations, report road incidents, and ensure you never accidentally miss a trip request. Uber is committed to making the platform more fair for riders and drivers. This means giving you the ability to block riders, allowing you to cancel rides for safety-related cancellations without penalty, and ensuring your side of the story is heard if problems arise. We recognize that driving and delivering in today's world comes with challenges, and we want you to know that through your participation in programs like Crew, we are listening and acting. Every step of your journey should be safe, fair, and easy, and we will work to keep achieving those goals. Now, let's take a look at some of the updates that have come to life because of your input.
Actually, before we do, we have our first Zoom poll. I told you there was going to be some points of interaction. Help us learn more about your priorities by participating. Which of these themes are most important to you? Is it safety? Is it ease of use? Or is it fairness? This poll is going to stay open for maybe a minute as everyone submits their responses. and I'm going to monitor closely to make sure that everyone has a chance to submit. It looks like there's a toss-up right now between two answers. About 70% have submitted their responses, so I'm going to keep it a little bit longer. People are still finding how to use the Zoom poll. All right, it's climbing up to now 76%, and the tie is really close actually, still between two of the answers. Okay. There'll still be plenty of Zoom polls later, but I think for now, I'm gonna go ahead and close the poll in 4, 3, 2, 1, and close. It looks like most of us actually answered safety, although it was really close. 46% said safety was the most important to them, and 40% said fairness. So thank you all for participating. I'll go ahead and hand it off for our regularly scheduled programming.
Hi, my name is Stu Goldberg. I've been driving with Uber for about 7 years now. I'm also a crew member, which means I work closely with Uber's teams to bring driver and courier feedback directly to the people who are making decisions about our platform. If there's one thing that always comes up in conversations with drivers and couriers, whether it's in office hours, crew meetings, or just chewing the fat with other drivers, it's safety. Safety always comes up. Feeling secure on the road isn't just a preference, it's a necessity. You can bet we've told Uber as much as well. And they've listened. That's why Uber has introduced a series of updates designed to help us feel more in control, making every trip safer before, during, and after the ride. It starts with rider ID. One of the biggest concerns I've heard from drivers is knowing who we're picking up before they get into our car. Now, Uber verifies riders by reviewing their account details, cross-checking third-party databases, and in some cases, requiring a government-issued ID. When a rider has been verified, we'll see a blue badge next to their name and rating before accepting a trip. This helps ensure that the account belongs to a real person and gives us much more confidence in deciding which rides we should take. But verifying an account is only part of the equation, because even if the account is real, how do you know that the right person is getting into your car? That's where the rider PIN comes in. This feature acts as a final check before the trip starts. When enabled, the rider must provide a unique 4-digit code, which we enter in the app before driving off. This helps eliminate any confusion, especially in crowded areas at night or when multiple people are waiting for the Uber ride. It's an added measure that makes sure the person in our car is actually the one who requested the trip. Even with these safeguards, though, unexpected situations do happen, and that's why Uber introduced the Record My Ride feature, which allows drivers to record video and audio directly through the Uber app, or you can use a registered dash cam. Having the ability to document what happens inside our car provides peace of mind. And if something does go wrong, recordings can be submitted to Uber support team to help review and resolve any incidents that occur. Just tap the blue shield icon to open your safety toolkit and navigate your way to the Record My Ride feature before you start your trip. Together, these features create a stronger, more reliable safety system for all of us. Rider ID verifies the person behind the account. Rider PIN confirms that you've got the right person in your car. And Record My Ride ensures that if anything happens on the trip, we have a way to document and report it. These updates are a direct result of our feedback and our communication with Uber, and they reflect Uber's ongoing investment in making every trip safer, more transparent, and gives us more control.
Hi, everyone. My name is Carolyn, and I've been driving with Uber for over 9 years. As a crew member, I've had the opportunity to work closely with Uber's teams to test and provide feedback on new features before they roll out. Now, one of the biggest areas that we focused on improving is how we interact with the app, making it easier to navigate, reducing unnecessary steps, and ensuring that the information that we need is front and center when and where we need it. Now, a huge part of that effort has been redesigning the home screen. This was one of the most significant changes that we as crew members were able to test directly with Uber before launch. Now, as crew members, we were given early access to the new app that Uber's been working on. And throughout that testing process, we provided continuous feedback and let them know what actually matters to us in real time. Now, there are three things that I like and that I typically look at when I go to the new home screen: opportunities, progress, and am I ready to go? Now, with opportunities, I can see quickly at a glance if there's any reservations that I have. And that saves me so much time. And I can quickly see where my next ride is and what promotions there are. And with the progress section, I can check on my status towards my Uber Pro, mind you, I'm diamond, or any quest that comes up. And that inclusion of that red, yellow, or green progress status really helps me to check at a glance how close I am to reaching those goals and continuing them. Now, with Am I Ready to Go? I can see quickly if it's surging, like surging now, if it's a good time for me to hit that go online button. This redesign means that there's no more digging through menus to check for promotions, looking for upcoming reservations, or trying to figure out where your progress is toward your goals. Now, the most relevant details are right in front of us, allowing us to plan better, to earn smarter, because I always say we want to work smarter, not harder, and make the most out of our time on the app. But ease doesn't stop at the home screen. One of the most common frustrations that we've brought up is issues with navigation. While drivers rely on navigation to complete trips efficiently, now some of these issues and errors actually start with the rider. When their pickup pin is placed in the incorrect location or attempting to find us in a very crowded area. That's why Uber has improved map orientation for riders, making it easier for them to be able to see the lane details, crosswalks, stoplights, and stop signs when approaching pickup locations. The goal here is to reduce confusion at pickup spots, ensuring that the riders can find us more quickly and prevent unnecessary cancellations due to those misconnections. Beyond that, Uber has really made some updates to help us as drivers and couriers navigate more efficiently without needing to rely on third party apps. For years, many of us have really preferred third party navigation apps since Uber's maps didn't include real time information or maybe road incidents. We meet monthly with Uber's mapping team to improve Uber's in app navigation to make it the best option for us as drivers and couriers. Constantly switching between apps, it isn't just inconvenient, it's actually distracting, frustrating, and it slows us down. This series of updates is aimed to make Uber's in app navigation as useful as possible. So, one, there's user generated content. Uber is adding the ability for us to report real time road incidents like speed enforcement, excessive traffic, and even accidents. And once you submit that, other drivers that are approaching that area just hit yes or no and confirm if that information is still there. And this helps to reduce surprises on the road. These alerts can be communicated with your rider and help provide for them a better experience about any delays. Second, there's map eligibility. This update lets us see some of the areas where we're eligible to drive or deliver without guesswork. These earnable areas are going to appear green in areas where you're good to go, while those red zones are going to show that there's a restriction in that region. You can always click into your About section in your account and review what needs to be resolved in any instance that you think that you should be eligible in an area that's come up red. The goal of these updates is clear: to make planning, navigating, and earning as seamless as possible. The redesigned home screen puts critical details at our fingertips, Rider-facing map updates reduce pickup confusion, and real-time mapping improvements help us stay informed about road conditions without ever having to leave the Uber app. These changes are a direct result of feedback from drivers like us, and they show Uber's continued focus on making our experience more efficient, more intuitive, and easier every step of the way.
Hello, everyone. My name is Amina, and I've been driving with Uber for about 4 years in Vegas. As a crew member, I've had a chance to work closely with Uber's team to test and provide feedback on updates aimed to make deliveries more seamless, efficient, and less frustrating. One of the biggest challenges we all talk about in the crew meetings with the mapping team is that small inefficiencies add up. Whether it's trying to figure out where to park, double check your orders, managing messages from customers, every little delay in our workflow takes away from the time that we could be spending completing more deliveries and earning more. That's why the updates I want to share with you today are all about removing those frictions from the delivery process so that we can move through each step of the trip smoothly with fewer interruptions. It starts with knowing exactly where to go, because if we can't get to the drop-off quickly and efficiently, then everything else gets thrown off. One of the biggest resources of frustration for couriers is not having clear instructions on where a customer wants their food delivered. Now, Uber has made updates to maps that shows us precise drop-off locations, including which entrance to use, and in some cases, even photos of buildings that help us identify the right spot. These updates help us to avoid unnecessary delays and back and forth messaging, getting orders to our customers' hands faster. But knowing where to go is only half of the equation. The other half is making sure that we've got the right order when we get there. If you ever had a customer report, "This isn't my order," you know how frustrating that could be and time consuming that could be. That's why Uber introduced the QR scanning code in select locations, giving us faster, reliable ways to confirm we're picking up the correct order from before we even leave the restaurant. The new QR codes are a game changer for avoiding mix-ups. Instead of double checking order details manually, I can just scan and go, which saves time and gives me peace of mind. It also reassures the restaurant that the customer has everything correct from the start. I've noticed fewer issues since using it, and I'm glad to have a simple way to keep deliveries smooth and accurate. Now, once we have the right order and we're on our way, the next challenge is managing communication with the customer. Before, customers send us messages anytime, all the time, making us feel pressured to check while riding or driving. Now, messages from customers are held until we get closer to the destination, reducing distractions and helping us stay focused on the road. These simple changes make big differences and also keeps us safe while delivering and ensuring that any messages we receive are actually relevant to the drop-off rather than mid-route interruptions. Put together, these updates mean fewer delays, fewer distractions, fewer unnecessary steps, clear drop-off instructions, meaning we don't waste time figuring out where to go. QR scanning means we don't have to worry about wrong orders. And smarter messaging timing means we can stay focused while on the road. But this isn't the end of the line for our courier updates. If there's one thing I want to emphasize, is that our voice as couriers matter. We've already seen meaningful changes based on the feedback from couriers like us. And as a crew member, I want you to know that I'm committed to making sure that our needs stay front and center in every conversation with Uber. There's always room for improvement, but I'll continue to work to ensure that couriers are heard and that every update seen in the app reflects the reality of the work that we do every day. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elia, and I've been driving with Uber for over 8 years. As a crew member, I've had the opportunity to work directly with Uber to provide feedback on some of the small but meaningful updates that make earning on the app easier and more transparent. These apps help make a real difference in how we plan our trips, track our earnings, as well as managing the logistics of driving. One of the biggest requests from drivers has been more transparency about fare breakdowns. Understanding exactly where rider payments are going, what percentage of the fare is actually reaching us versus Uber. And that's why Uber worked with Uber crew members like me on the weekly customer fare breakdown. It provides clearer visibility into how fares are structured. Now we can see exactly what we are taking home, what Uber keeps along with all the additional costs that come with operating in different markets. Things like commercial auto insurance, airport fees, sales tax, and so much more. Prior to this, these costs were not clear, leaving us guessing where the money goes. With the update, we have more clarity about where earnings are going, and that's clearly a step in the right direction. Beyond earning transparency, another common frustration that has been raised was missing trip requests and having it affect our acceptance rate. Now, none of us sit around waiting for, staring at the Uber app for 24/7. We could be checking our texts or emails, listening to music, or just taking a break. It doesn't mean we want to miss any of the trip requests. And that's why Uber has introduced tip request notification outside the app. And it's where iOS drivers everywhere will soon be able to experience. It's currently being piloted in select markets. This feature mirrors what's already available in Android, and where trip offers can appear as an overlay when the Uber app is running in the background. It's a small but impactful improvement that helps us connect to ride opportunities without forcing us to stay locked into the app all the time. Now, today, many of us are also driving electric vehicles. Driving an electric vehicle means constantly having to plan ahead for charging, and that can certainly add stress to my already very hectic day. Now that I can see the nearest fast charger right on the offer card or trip request, deciding whether to take a trip or stop and charge is a lot easier. I no longer have to guess it, or go around switching apps. It's all right there. This feature has made managing my battery much less stressful, and I know other EV users will appreciate it as well. Now, EV drivers have been asking for more in-app tools to help manage range anxiety, and Uber is making progress in addressing these concerns. This update is just one of a part of much broader efforts to improve the experience for EV drivers. Last year, we held EV-specific office hours where we collected feedback that helped shape the changes we're seeing today. We also have more than 24 crew members that actually drive electric vehicles, including myself. So if you're an electric vehicle driver, know that your voice is representative in Uber Crew. So please, if there's something that could make driving an EV easier, we want to hear about it. Every feature we've discussed in this section, from the simplified home screen and mapping improvements to order accuracy updates and EV-specific tools, it's just part of a broader effort to make the app smarter, more intuitive, and better at anticipating all our needs. The goal isn't just to fix individual pain points, it's to create a smoother, more efficient driving and delivery experience. And the best part, these changes all were shaped by drivers and couriers just like you and I. Through office hours, crew feedback sessions, and direct collaboration with Uber's team, we've made sure these updates actually reflect the realities of the work we do every day. And that's why participating in Uber Crew matters. When we speak up, improvements happen. And while there's still so much room and work to do, these updates show that our voices are making a real impact on the platform and on our time on the road. Stay safe out there, everyone.
Hi again, I'm Stu. One of the things I appreciate most about being part of the Uber crew is the ability to speak up about fairness. How we as drivers experience platform and how we can ensure the system works for us just as much as it does for riders. Fairness is about having control over our experience, being protected from unfair deactivations, and ensuring we're not penalized for making reasonable decisions on the road. That's why Uber has introduced a set of updates aimed at giving us more choice, more transparency, and more protection. The first update is canceling for safety concerns. We all know that sometimes a trip just doesn't feel right. Maybe it's something seems off about the pickup location, it's a little dark or seedy, or the rider's behavior makes us uncomfortable before we arrive. They're acting erratically. Now, if we ever feel uncomfortable or unsafe at all on the way to a pickup, we can ensure that we will be by canceling that trip, and it will not be affecting our cancellation rate. That means that our safety comes first, always. No second guessing, no penalties, just the ability to make the right decision in the moment. But what happens when a ride isn't unsafe, but we just don't want to drive that passenger again? That's where the block rider feature comes in. That's one that's personally important to me. In the past, rating a rider a 1, we know would automatically block that rider from my car. However, I'm a pretty high rater. You must really be a washout to earn a 1 rating with me. Generally, any rider who enters my car is all going to receive a 5. Over the years, though, I have had riders who I rated a 2 or 3, but even though I rated them with 2 or 3, I would rather not have them in my car again. For example, riders who smell, well, they bring really pungent, smelly odors into my car from food, or it could be an animal that they bring in. But during the ride, they're conversational and polite. Riders who ask for a Bluetooth are another example of that can be a little bit of a pain. I don't want them, but I wouldn't rate them a 1. They don't realize how long it takes you to hook up with the Bluetooth. These riders aren't total 1s, but I'd rather not have them again. This feature helps ensure I will not be picking them up again. This update gives us more flexibility in shaping our experience on the platform. If a rider isn't a great fit for our car, but doesn't necessarily deserve a total washout 1 rating, we can now block them by giving them a 2 or a 3-star rating. It's about having control over who we drive and making sure every trip feels comfortable and enjoyable. Another fairness concern drivers have raised in crew meetings is not having the opportunity to explain their side of the story when a report is filed against them without them knowing it. In the past, an unfair or inaccurate rider complaint could put our account at risk without us even knowing it was coming. Now, account alerts gives us a heads up if our account is at risk of deactivation due to any kind of safety concern or any kind of related report. Now we get a clear update in the app after explaining what happened and providing an opportunity to respond. Even better, if we were to have recorded that trip using the Record My Ride feature, we could also submit audio or video evidence to help provide additional context and protect ourselves from false reports. Having the ability to share our perspective before any action is taken is a major step toward making this platform more balanced, more transparent, and more fair. Fairness is about making sure that drivers and couriers have the tools we need to shape our experience, protect ourselves, and work on our own terms. These updates are the result of us speaking up through office hours and direct conversations with the Uber team. And while these changes mark real progress, there's always more work that needs to be done to ensure that fairness remains a priority on that platform. And that's exactly why we keep showing up.
Thank you, crew members, for shedding some light on just a few of the key updates to the app. Now that we heard about a lot of these fairness updates in particular, I'd like to hear your feedback. We've got a couple Zoom polls that we're going to launch here. 2 questions inside of one. The first question asks, do you feel that Uber is doing enough to hold riders accountable for their behavior? It's a very straightforward yes or no. And then just below that, there's a second question. Are you aware that ratings with feedback beyond a driver's control are removed from the rating calculation? So examples of this would be like price, too much traffic, things like that. Again, just as with the first question, it's a very straightforward yes or no. We'll leave it open for a little while here as everyone provides their feedback. Only about 50% have reported in, and I'm very surprised with the results so far. Without exaggerating at all, it is a 50-50 tie in both questions. 50% are saying yes, 50% are saying no on either. Now, when we send out the survey after today's event, there'll be more opportunities to sort of explain yourself, provide some feedback, write in some responses and clarification to some of the answers that you're providing during the Zoom poll currently. We'll be sifting through that, so definitely be on the lookout for any messaging coming from us about that. As it relates to the Zoom poll, though, I'm going to go ahead and close it in just a few seconds here. I'll give y'all 10 more. And it really hasn't, the dial hasn't moved too much. It's pretty much 50-50 now, with just maybe 2% different either which way. Okay, we'll go ahead and close the poll in 3, 2. If you haven't submitted a response yet, you got 1 more second. 1. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone, for participating. Good work. Now that we have an understanding of what we were able to accomplish last year, let's actually take a look at what's coming up. To walk us through this year's priorities, I'll hand things over to our friends at Uber.
All right, thanks, Connor. Hi, I'm Cami. I lead driver experience operations for the US and Canada. And I'll go through a preview of the areas that Uber's most focused on in 2025 in order to build new features that drivers have been asking for. And while we've made good progress on these topics in 2024, Uber is committed to improving the app and making earning on Uber more flexible, more safe, and more fair in 2025. On flexibility, we're continuing to make improvements and changes on the trip request card and trip radar experience, and crew members have been involved working with product teams on these features. We've also heard your feedback on destination mode, and we'll be launching an improved version, giving you more control over your driving experience. And crew members will be hosting an upcoming office hour to collect your feedback, so please consider signing up to share your thoughts. For those of you not familiar with Uber Pro, it's a rewards program for drivers and couriers that offers perks based on performance and activity, and it has a few different status levels: blue or green, gold, platinum, and diamond, with increasing perks as you move up the tiers. This year, we plan to identify ways to improve the value of this program, and we're excited to get your ideas on this as well. On fairness, and on a similar note with quality, we understand and value the immense effort and dedication that many of you invest to ensure riders have the best possible experience. And your commitment to delivering exceptional service does not go unnoticed. And so this year, we're actively exploring innovative ways to recognize and reward high-quality drivers. We believe that those who go consistently above and beyond deserve to be acknowledged and differentiated. This may include implementing new programs to provide tangible benefits and enhance your overall experience as a driver. Uber is also dedicated to creating a more fair and transparent platform for everyone. And while we've made progress in this area, we understand from your feedback that we can do even better. We're particularly interested in strengthening rider accountability and aligning it with the standards that we uphold for drivers. Crew members will be hosting an upcoming office hour dedicated to this topic, and your insights are invaluable and will shape the features we develop to enhance rider accountability. So please consider signing up for those office hours. And safety remains one of our top priorities. We continue to develop innovative ways to enhance the safety of the Uber platform for all users, riders, drivers, and couriers alike. On ease, we're very excited about the driver app redesign. This new version is designed to offer a streamlined, intuitive interface, making it easier for drivers to navigate the app and access key features. And we've incorporated feedback from drivers across the globe to ensure that the redesign truly meets the needs you have and enhances the overall experience. With the redesign, we're working on improving the planning tools that help you to determine the best areas to drive. And we're also building personalized summaries and reports to provide you driving insights. Our goal here is to ensure you have the information you need to track your performance and overall success. And on other products across the board, we're collaborating with crew members to enhance some existing offerings, including UberX Share, Uber Teens, and Uber Reserve, to name a few. And that's it for me. I'll pass it back to you, Connor.
Thank you, Cami. And of course, we want to hear from you all participating today. What piques your interest? Which of these priorities are you most interested in being involved with? There's a few to choose from, so take your time as you read through all of them. But I'll begin to rattle them off just so you know. There's the offer experience. Do you want to see trip radar improvements? Would you like to see and be part of conversations around Uber Pro? Are you interested in what conversations we're having when it comes to driver quality? What about fairness and transparency? I'll tell you right now that that's a topic that seems to be pretty popular right now in the Zoom poll. Obviously, we have continued conversations on safety. Do you want to get involved with that? The app redesign was a huge focus last year as well. Do you want to see that continued? What about these planning tools that Cami spoke to, or the personalized insights? And then, of course, there's all the other products that you can get involved with. Reserve, UberX Share, Teens, all of that. Okay, go quick. I'm going to close this poll super soon. You've got about 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you all for providing your feedback. Now, here to talk about some of the immediate ways to participate and get involved, I'm actually going to go ahead and pass it back to one of our crew members, Junior.
Hello, everyone. My name is Junior. I've been driving Uber for 2.5 years. As a crew member, one of the things I value the most is the opportunity to connect with drivers and carriers to talk about what's working, what's not, and how we can push the changes we need. Office hours are one of the most important tools we have to make that happen. These group sessions give us space to discuss the real challenges that we face on the road, whether they're small frustrations or bigger issues that impact our ability to earn. And because the conversations don't just stay between drivers, they go directly to Uber teams. It helps shape the platform's priorities and upcoming updates. Excuse me. I found office hours to be such a great experience and learning opportunity. Facilitating these group sessions helped me look at the concerns like festivals, concerts, airport pickups and drop-offs on not just a local level, but a national one. With this platform, we have the opportunity to voice our pain points and obstacles that may be common across the nation or specific to our local needs. Best advice when attending office hours is to be prepared with details of your concerns with the possible solutions for those concerns. For the next round of office hours happening from March 6th to April 4th, we're structuring conversations around 3 major priorities of the year: fairness, ease, and flexibility. These are the same themes that have driven so many of the updates that we've talked about today, and they continue to be the foundation for the improvements we push for. The first one, rider accountability. What are the most common challenges drivers face when dealing with poor rider behavior? We've heard over and over that drivers need better protection and clearer consequences for problem riders. And this discussion will help shape future updates aimed at improving rider accountability and fairness for drivers. Second, suburban ride and deliveries. What are challenges come from driving or delivering in suburban areas? Whether it's long distance trips, trip density, or restaurant availability. We want to hear how the experience compares to city driving. Our goal is to make every trip as seamless as possible, no matter where you're driving. And third, driver destination and advantage mode. Two of the most valuable tools we have for managing trips on our own terms are destination mode and advantage mode. We want to know how well these tools are working for you. Are they helping you maximize your time on the road? Are there ways they could work better? These conversations are essential in making sure drivers have the flexibility to plan their work the way they want to. For those tuning into the road ahead, you'll receive an exclusive invite to sign up for the upcoming sessions tomorrow, ensuring that your voice continues to be heard in these discussions. The biggest takeaway I want you to leave you with is this. Your feedback makes a difference. Every major update we've talked about today, whether it's improvements to mapping, trip requests, safety features, or earning transparency, started as conversations between drivers, couriers, and Uber teams. Office hours where those conversations happen. If there's something you want to see change, improve, or fix, this is your opportunity to make sure it's heard. I hope to see you there.
Thank you, Junior. I couldn't have said it better myself. Now, before we wrap up completely, we've got a few announcements. First, I just want to say that your feedback is absolutely vital in helping us enhance the experience of events just like this for all other drivers and couriers. We'll be sending a brief and optional survey right after the event. Please take just a couple minutes to share your thoughts with us. Second, as Junior mentioned, we're going to start hosting office hours March 6th. As a thank you for joining us today, you'll go ahead and receive exclusive early access to sign up 24 hours before the general public. Look out for that invitation tomorrow. And lastly, starting March 15th, Uber's going to go ahead and invite you to revisit our website and watch a recording of today's event. And of course, we do have one last Zoom poll. Please, let us know, what did you enjoy most about today's event? Did you favor getting to know about the Uber Crew program? Is this the first time that you've heard of it? Did you like hearing about the app updates directly from us? Do you like getting some insight on Uber's priorities and what their plans are for the future? Or did you most look forward to knowing how to participate in some of the ongoing discussions that we're going to be having with crew members throughout the year? This one I'll leave open for a little bit longer just to give you some time to think about it. It does look like, though, of the people who've responded so far, most of you are actually looking forward to discussing with crew members, which is really great because that's the first thing that's going to happen right after this road ahead is when we open up office hours. We look forward to seeing you sign up for them, and I know that the rest of them are going to look forward to speaking with you. It looks like next up, though, just getting some insight on Uber's priorities and plans for the future. We couldn't agree more. We're really thankful that they're able to join us in events like this and provide that insight to you all. So thank you for attending and thank you for listening to them. I'll go ahead and give everyone, let's see, 5 more seconds to submit your response. And we'll go ahead and close it in 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right. So we've covered a lot in today's session. We started by diving into Uber Crew's role in shaping the driver experience. We highlighted how crew members provide feedback and collaborate with the Uber teams. We even explored key platform updates, including safety improvements like verified riders and record my ride, as well as new features such as exact parking for couriers and even out-of-app trip offers. We also discussed fairness enhancements, including the ability to block riders and even view detailed fare breakdowns. I want to say thank you to everyone who joined us today. There's a special thank you, however, to all of the Uber staff and crew members who were here to share your insights and experiences. Your input, each of you, helped shape the future of the platform, and we appreciate your time and engagement. So, I'll see you next time. Goodbye, everybody. to meet with us, welcome to the Uber Crew Townhall. I'm seeing so many people join, just crossing 3,000 of you in attendance. I know you can see us, but we can't see you. However, what we can see are all of these reactions happening. I love to see it. All the thumbs up, the hearts. We're so happy to have you here. We're going to get started in just a few minutes. So sit tight, make yourself comfortable. We'll be here for probably the next hour or so. And I'm going to let everyone who wants to show up today get into the Zoom meeting before we begin. We've already passed the 4,000 mark here, so this might just be our largest town hall yet. I'm really excited to have you all here, and I'm really excited to share with you the presentation that we have prepared. So welcome, one and all. Get comfortable. We'll go ahead and start things off shortly. Keep those reactions coming, though. I love to see particularly the celebration one with the confetti. So if you know how to find that one, go ahead and click that one. Love it. There are so many of you in here. All right. Well, with everyone present, I think we're just about safe to get started. First of all, hello. My name is Connor. I'm the project manager for the Uber Crew program. I actually work alongside the staff from Uber and the drivers who make up our cohort of crew members. We're really excited to welcome you all to our Uber Crew Town Hall. As we begin today's presentation, I want to cover a few important points. First, please note that all attendees are muted and will remain so throughout the session. This ensures that we can deliver all the critical information efficiently. While we cannot see you, you can see all the panelists presenting today. You can use your Zoom reactions at any point in the presentation, and of course, we'd love to see them as I love seeing them now. Additionally, the chat and questions have been disabled. After today, though, we're going to share a survey with everyone where you can provide your feedback about the town hall experience. We encourage you to take some time to provide your comments and thoughts in this survey. We'll use your feedback to help improve the town hall experience in future sessions. Thank you for your understanding and for your participation. All right, we have a packed agenda today. We're going to kick things off with an introduction to the Uber Crew program, where we'll cover its goals, how crew members spend their time, as well as key new features they've been involved in with Uber. After crew members highlight feature launches, Uber's actually going to host a Q&A where they will answer most frequently asked questions from drivers and couriers. Before closing, we'll share a few announcements about upcoming opportunities to participate in the Uber Crew program. We're really excited to share this with you. You might be wondering, though, who we're going to be hearing from in the next hour. I'll let everyone introduce themselves soon, but there are a few key teams behind the Uber Crew program worth noting. None of this would be possible without the Uber staff, of course, product managers, app engineers, and operations specialists, who all work closely with crew members to shape app improvements. These crew members are drivers and couriers from nearly every state who've been selected to collaborate with Uber. While there are about 75 total crew members in the US, a few representatives are here today to share their insights and experiences with the program. Lastly, my colleagues and I work for Street Level Strategy, which is an independent consulting firm managing the program. With that, I'll go ahead and pass it to our feature host from Uber to introduce themselves and help explain the Uber Crew program.
Hi, everyone. I am Bree, Senior Associate on the Earner Experience team here at Uber. Thank you, everyone, for attending today's Uber Crew Town Hall. Uber Crew is a program that lets people who drive and deliver select other drivers and couriers to share their voices with Uber. Crew members are drivers and couriers who spotlight your concerns and feedback while working closely with business and product teams at Uber to collaborate on new features and improvements. By participating in Uber Crew, you can help give drivers and couriers a better way to make their voices heard. Crew members directly provide feedback to Uber in two main ways, including hosting office hours and participating in product sessions. Office hours allow drivers and couriers to virtually meet with crew members to share concerns and feedbacks to Uber's decision makers. This is a major part of Uber Crew. We gather a large number of insights on specific topics 2 times a year, which are then incorporated into our planning process to build and improve features in the driver app. Product sessions are an opportunity for Uber's product team to meet with crew members and collaborate directly on new app features based on their feedback. The intent of these sessions is for crew members to help brainstorm solutions and incorporate the driver voice into the process, which is invaluable for our teams. As one product manager put it, the session couldn't have been better. The active participation of crew members was crucial for the success of our product. On the next slide, Ronnie will share some examples of these different topics.
Hey everyone, my name is Ronnie Soldano. I drive in the state of Idaho as a crew member. I've had the opportunity to attend product sessions and provide feedback on some of the featured items that matter most to drivers. Today, I'd like to take a moment and share with you a few of the recent topics we've been discussing. One of the key areas we focused on is navigation maps, and where we spoke about features like real-time incident alerts, aiming to create safer and more efficient driving experience. Myself and my fellow crew members meet regularly with Uber staff to discuss updates relating to mapping and navigation, and its critical feature for the app. On another session was the offer card, where we discussed how to improve clarity and its usefulness for drivers, ensuring that we get the information we need quickly and easily. And in our discussions about account deactivations, we talked about ways to make the deactivation process clearer and more transparent for drivers, aiming to create a fairer experience when the issues arise. Additionally, we've spent time discussing riders actioning, specifically on how Ubers can improve the tools available for drivers to report problematic rider behavior. It's all about ensuring drivers feel supported when things go wrong. In the driver app redesign, we've provided input on newer beta version of the app home screen. Awesome, by the way. Lastly, we've been identifying and addressing general pain points within the app, looking for ways to improve its functionality and the ease of use so that it better meets drivers' needs on the road. And I got to tell you, it's been a privilege to be part of these discussions, and an even greater honor to share them with you right now. I really want to thank you for your time, and back to you, Connor.
Thank you, Ronnie, for shedding light on just a few of the product sessions and discussions we've hosted over the years. These sessions can begin at any point of the feature development process at Uber. Whether it's the initial ideation phase and crew members are brought in to brainstorm, or later when we're comparing different versions of a screen. The important part to remember is through the crew program, hearing your voice is part of Uber's plan. To talk a little bit about the plan in more detail, I'll pass it back to Bree.
Our goal is to ensure Uber remains the best platform for work for drivers and couriers globally. I'll walk you through our product development process and how we use your feedback at the heart of every decision we make on the products we are building. We start at idea generation. These are not ideas that come from us, but also ideas that come from you. We actively collect insights from various channels like Uber Crew, support tickets, social media, and surveys. The second is building the blueprint for the idea. Following the ideation, we start documenting the goal for the new feature. Already at this point, our teams will begin to meet with Uber Crew to make sure goals are heading in the right direction. Next comes design and building. Once we have the plans built out, we start putting the concept into the product in terms of how it will look and feel. It's not only about making it look great, but also making sure that it's intuitive and seamless before it's ready to be in your hands. Then we start testing. Before we roll the feature out globally to many drivers, we do testings with small groups or in certain cities. Your feedback is crucial here to ensure everything is operating smoothly. As employees at Uber, even our CEO will test out new features to make sure that they are working correctly. This is part of our commitment to make sure we deliver the highest quality on the products we are building. When we know for sure that everything will work perfectly, we are ready to launch. This is when we start launching the feature to all of our drivers globally. But our work doesn't stop after launching a new feature. We continue to actively monitor for your feedback and use this to continue improving products that we are building every single day.
Thank you, Bree. That's exactly right. With Uber Crew, we like to say we're putting your feedback into action. On the next slide, you're going to see some examples of features that all went through this product development process. And in the remaining sections, we'll walk you through some great examples showcasing what we've achieved by actioning on your feedback with the help of our crew members.
The feedback you share with us through the Crew program helps us improve your experience with Uber. Your feedback is invaluable, and we cannot succeed unless you succeed. That's why our goal is to help make your day-to-day experience safer, fairer, and easier. Here's a glimpse at the features our crew members will be highlighting for you all today. We're excited to hear what you think of these new features as they roll out, and we'll be sending a survey after the town hall to get your feedback. As we continue to improve the Uber Driver app, our North Star is providing you with peace of mind that allows you to focus on what matters the most, delivering a great experience for your customers and riders. We recognize that driving and delivering in today's world comes with challenges, and we want you to know that we're here to support you. Every journey should be safe, fair, and easy, and we will continue working to achieve those goals. Okay, that's enough from me. I'm going to pass it over to the crew members. Over to you, Sheila.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sheila Russell. I am from the Great Lakes state of Michigan. I have been an Uber driver for 9 years and a crew member for like the last few years. So today I have the distinct privilege to update you on a few new safety features that Uber has rolled out. However, before I get into it, I think it's important for you to remember that these features we're discussing today are some of the ideas and initiatives that came from drivers and couriers just like you. So to start, this is a feature that I am particularly fond of. It's called Verified Riders. Now we can feel more confident picking up riders by knowing they are exactly who they say they are. What Uber does is they verify the riders by reviewing their account details, cross-checking them from third-party databases, and if needed, asking them to submit a government ID. You'll know if a rider is verified because what you'll see is a verified blue badge next to their name and rating. So during one of our sessions with Uber's product teams, crew members let Uber know that this verified rider feature is a secure way for Uber to say that you have verified the rider, and if something happens, they can pull up the necessary information about that particular rider. So the information that we see as a result of this update, it includes the rider's first name, star rating, the verified badge, and trip details. Now, the badge is shown to us when a verified rider requests a ride, and we will see it as soon as we're offered the trip, allowing us to make an informed decision about whether or not we'd like to accept this trip or not. So, but I know what you're thinking. I thought so too. Some of the account holders isn't the person that's getting into our car. So what then? I think that's where this feature comes in. This is called the rider pin. Now, a step toward helping us verify that the right person is getting into our vehicle. This feature can be enabled by default, requiring every trip and every rider to provide the appropriate PIN before starting the trip, or you can turn it on the next trip. It's our choice. And there's a lot of comfort in knowing I have the power to turn it on or off when it's appropriate. How it works is once this PIN has been enabled, the rider will have to tell you a unique 4-digit PIN code. You will have 5 attempts to enter the code correct. Only after the correct PIN is entered will you, as the driver, be able to start the ride. So now, in case that's not enough, I've got one last feature to round out my safety updates for you today. I'm happy to say that Uber listened to our feedback and has provided us with a tool to cancel rides without affecting our cancellation rate. Uber has always given us the option to cancel the trip for safety reasons once we arrive to the pickup point without affecting our cancellation rate in the app. Now, drivers across the US will be able to cancel the trip if you ever feel uncomfortable or unsafe on your way to pick up the rider without any impact to their cancel rate. So canceling at any point for safety concerns give me peace of mind that I will always have the choice if I ever feel unsafe. I'm comforted by the fact that I can now cancel the trip at any time. You know what? I think Uber heard us loud and clear on this one. Because in my 9 years as a driver, safety has always been a major concern and a priority for me. I know these safety features may not solve all of our concerns at the moment, but it is definitely a step in the right direction, and it gives me great comfort knowing that my rider has been verified. Coupled with the rider PIN feature as an added security measure, it makes me feel a little bit more at ease. For example, once the PIN's verified, I can relax and start my trip, knowing that my safety was a priority. Now, out of all the 3 features that I mentioned, I love all of them, from verified rider to rider PIN to no fault cancellations. Therefore, if I have a safety concern based on the rider's behavior, such as constantly calling or messaging weird messages, and we know that happens because that's one of the reasons I've canceled rides en route. So I don't have to worry about my cancellation rate being impacted. So for that, I say thank you, Uber. Thank you for listening to the drivers. And so from here on out, this is where I end. And to take you through a few of the other updates that Uber made on safety, I'd like to introduce you all to our Uber crew person named Paul. Take it away, Paul.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy day to be here. That's some really good stuff. Well, I've got one more for you. Well, my name is Paul Benyon. I've been a driver in the Charleston, South Carolina market for over 8 years and been involved with the Uber Crew program as a crew member for the last few years.
Sorry to interrupt here, Paul, but I just wanted to let you know that you're muted, I think accidentally.
Oh, okay. That's not good. Sorry about that. Let me start over. Thank you again, everybody, for coming and taking time out of your busy day to join us. We thank you so much for that. Some really good safety updates that we just heard from Sheila. Thank you. I've got another one here for you. My name is Paul Benyon. I have been a driver in the Charleston, South Carolina market for over 8 years. I've also been involved in the Uber Crew program as a crew member for the past few years. So I've got another big update for you regarding safety. It's called Record My Ride. Uber made it even easier for us to feel safe with the option to record video and audio directly from our phones without needing to purchase a separate device. Now, if you already took the initiative to buy a dash cam for your car, don't worry. You can register that dash cam with Uber directly on your driver app to record your trips. Now, Record My Ride is intended to help encourage safe and comfortable interactions while on a trip. To determine what happened and identify the best response after a safety-related incident. Now, to start the recording, all you have to do is open your safety toolkit via that little blue shield on the bottom left corner of the screen once the trip begins. From there, you can set up the Record My Ride feature. Riders will see a message in their app informing them that they may be recorded before they enter your vehicle. Now, unless you submit an incident report with that recording attached, Uber does not have access to the recording. In fact, you don't either. Please note you can only share a recording with Uber after the trip is over. Now, to maintain the privacy of all parties in the vehicle, those recordings are encrypted on your phone, automatically deleted after 7 days. So please make sure to report any issue to Uber in a timely manner so the recordings can be sent before they're deleted. All right, here's another good update for you. This one couldn't have come any sooner. Last year, the Uber Crew program got to spotlight what was then the new CarPlay integration and Android Auto integration of the app. Well, this year, I get to let you know you can now navigate from your Tesla display. It's been a priority of mine and many drivers I've spoken to have that app integrated right into the Tesla display. Later this year, you'll be able to send route information from your driver app directly to that Tesla display. No longer need to manually type in the address. Now, having the ability to record your ride within the app is instrumental in maintaining both rider privacy and the comfort level of you, the driver. And if you report an issue relying strictly on a dash cam for your own protection, that can be challenging since Uber can't and won't tell you which ride it was where the issue was encountered. You could be left with no way to tell your side of the story. And since Uber already knows which ride they're looking for, the record my ride feature will allow them to access that recording quickly. If your account ends up being put on hold because of an investigation, you certainly want to do anything you can to expedite that review so you can get back on the road as soon as you can. The rider notification that the ride may be recorded will also help ensure better rider behavior during the trip. Now, while I don't own a Tesla myself, I use an 11-inch tablet when I'm doing Uber. It gives me a big enough display to see the navigation much more easily than I would with a cell phone. Plus, that tablet, I keep it off to the side and it keeps the light pollution down when I'm driving at night. I see so many drivers that have phones right here in their face, and that can be a real compromise to nighttime visibility. Also, with that Tesla display, less light pollution means less distractions and increased safety for you and your riders. And an added bonus is that your riders can see the navigation the app is taking you, and they can suggest a better route if they know one, because folks know the best route for them to get home, right? Better than we do and the app does. So this helps them keep informed also of how much longer they have left before they arrive at their destination. Now I'm going to hand this over to Jennifer.
Thank you to Sheila and Paul for shedding light on those much needed safety updates. And hello, everyone watching. My name is Jennifer Previer. I'm from Oregon and I've been driving for 2 years. This is my first year as a crew member, and it's been a wonderful experience being able to work so closely with other drivers and various teams at Uber on the things that we're presenting today. A big focus in the last town hall we held at the beginning of the year was on fairness. We shared updates on new policies to protect drivers from unfair ratings and false allegations from riders, such as being under the influence. To me, fairness as a driver is about being treated fairly by Uber. It's about feeling heard and feeling like I have control over my own experience and that Uber holds riders accountable as much as it does me. Excuse me. I hope in the following updates you see that this will help, that with the help of your voice and your feedback by attending things like office hours and the Uber Crew Townhall, you see as much as I do, we're making a difference to achieve a fairer experience on the app. That begins with this welcome change to the app, having the ability to block a rider so we're never matched with them again. This new feature is currently being piloted in select markets and may not yet be available everywhere. But how many of you know that drivers are automatically unmatched to riders if we rate them a 1 star? In the new pilot, we can also choose to unmatch with the rider if we rate them 2 or 3 stars. During one of the sessions we had working on this update, a fellow crew member said, an improved unmatching process would be a benefit if someone is in an unsafe or uncomfortable situation with a rider. With an improved unmatching process, they'll know that they'll never match with that passenger ever again, which will improve driver safety a lot. This is just another example of how we as crew members take that what we hear from you, the drivers who participate in this program, and raise it to the right teams at Uber who can make a difference. Okay, this is another sneak peek at a feature that is coming soon. Have you ever felt like you weren't given the opportunity to share your side of the story after a rider report? With this update, Uber will send a clear in-app alert if your account is going to be at risk of being deactivated for certain safety-related reports. With the new experience, you can share a description of what happened, and with the Record My Ride feature my fellow crew member Paul outlined for us all, we'll even be able to include recordings or photos of that may better explain your side of the story before it affects your account status. We had an opportunity to talk through this new feature with Uber staff recently, actually. Here's what some of my fellow crew members said. Just the fact that I'm able to defend myself with this feature, it makes me happy that I'm able to type out my side of the story. And I agree, this is a huge step toward a fairer way to earn on the app, and one crew members, drivers alike have all been asking for. I've enjoyed being part of office hours while being a part of the Uber crew. It's really nice to see in-time, real-time changes. For example, the feature of being able to not match with the same rider again was brought up in an office hours session and rolled out shortly after. There's also fix-it sessions within the office hours where you can talk about maybe a street name being wrong or a road is closed, and to see these issues get fixed in a timely manner is very reassuring. It's also nice to have our voices be heard and knowing that Uber is constantly working on bettering the app for drivers and riders. We're really excited for these features to roll out. In the meantime, let's continue with more updates I think you'll enjoy. Over to you, Cliff.
All right. Thank you, Jennifer. And hello, everyone. I'm Cliff Georges from Miami, Florida, and I've been driving for about 6 years. Super excited to build off everything that's been mentioned so far and talk to all of you watching about the ways your feedback, our discussions with Uber staff, and all the participation in this program is not only contributing to a safer, fairer platform, but one that's easier to use. One of the new features I have the privilege of introducing to everyone goes out to everyone with CarPlay and Android Auto set up in their vehicle. We're happy to share that based on your feedback, soon, Uber will allow us to browse through TripRadar offers using CarPlay or Android Auto. This means you'll be able to see and interact with both exclusive and TripRadar requests, all from your car screen, so you can drive more comfortably and safely. Here's a sneak peek at what the new driver and courier app is going to look like. Uber is working on a major app redesign. Part of that includes a simplified version of the home screen to make it easier to find information, track progress, plan your day, and get going. Key sections of the app, like earnings and inbox, are now just one tap away. Now imagine this. You're driving down the highway and your exit's coming up on the right. You're making good time, you're in the right lane, and traffic's running pretty smoothly. But you know that once you take that exit, things might get a little tricky. Maybe there's a quick left turn followed by a right turn or a confusing roundabout. If you're like me, you want to be ready for what's coming next. You want to know exactly which lane to be in, what turns are ahead, and if there are any unexpected surprises. But here's the thing. Relying on a tiny phone screen for navigation isn't ideal. You might find yourself squinting at the screen, trying to zoom in and out, or scrolling through the map while driving, all of which can be very distracting and not exactly safe. Messing with your phone takes your eyes off the road and your hands off the wheel, even if it's just for a few seconds. Now, imagine you could hook your phone to CarPlay or Android Auto. Boom, all of a sudden, all that crucial navigation info is displayed on a big clear screen right on your dashboard. You've got turn-by-turn directions, lane guidance, real-time traffic updates, all easy to see at a glance. The bigger display means you can see more of the map ahead, giving you a better idea of upcoming turns and exits. It's like having a co-pilot who's always one step ahead of you, helping you make smart decisions without the hassle. These kinds of innovations are game changers. They keep our passengers and us safe by reducing distractions and boosting our awareness of what's around us. Plus, there's a bonus. By cutting down the risk of accidents, we protect everyone on the road. It's a win-win. And it shows why integrating our app with platforms like CarPlay and Android Auto is so important. They let us provide a better service while keeping safety front and center. And that's something we can all get behind. This redesign was an especially important project we collaborated with Uber on as part of the Crew program. Crew members spent weeks testing a beta version of the new design. In order to provide our feedback, we identified different bugs and were able to offer our suggestions. We're so excited that we're given the opportunity to work closely with Uber to build the new driver app that includes several new features to help make every day easier. These are a few of the new features that are included in the first phase of what will be a year-long effort to redesign the app. You can expect to see even more exciting updates throughout the next year. Now, I'll hand it over to Nora.
Thank you, Cliff, for walking through those updates. I would like to take the next couple of minutes to speak to you regarding Uber Eats Courier here today. Hi, my name is Nora Lightning. I've been delivering in the app for 9 years in Chicago. Let's start with something really special. Uber's in-app navigation, which now includes a satellite mode designed to make it easier to locate pickups or drop-off delivery locations without having to switch between navigation apps. Even in satellite mode, there are convenient and easy to read address overlays on buildings and houses, making it easier to compare what you see on the road with what you see in the app. There's more, guys. Uber has also taken steps to ensure we are being provided all the necessary details about a customer's drop-off for a seamless delivery. For example, Uber now asks customers to identify their buildings like an apartment. They made it a requirement to indicate the apartment number or unit or floor number. And we are even prompting customers to include photos of the entrance of their unit. Additionally, customers can now customize the specific entrances, desired drop-off points, and available parking with plaquable pins right on the map. I strongly believe all these updates are beneficial not only for the customers who are ordering on the app, but when used appropriately for our peace of mind as those delivering the food to them. Later this year, we'll also be seeing some updates from Uber providing us clear walking instructions as well as in-app bike navigation for those of us on 2 wheels versus 4. So, this is another Uber Eats exclusive. I've heard from time and time again from Uber Eats deliverers that we need to feel more supported in the app. We need more insight on the kinds of orders we're receiving. For example, is it a big order? Or what do I need to make this order pickup successful? Well, with improved offer card labels available, now all orders requests, we get a better understanding of the order and what is required of us. Now, right on the other offer card, you should see a label indicating whether the order is large, like in the catering order being requested on the left-hand side of the screen, or if it requires a pizza bag, like the Domino's request on the right-hand side of the screen, of the right-hand side. With more details about the order, we can make more informed decisions about whether the order request is right for us. There's more agencies on our part, packaged in a pretty useful, friendly layout, served to use immediately upon notification of the order coming through. To all my fellow delivery drivers, we ask for updates and changes within the delivery app to make a smooth delivery experience. Uber listened and delivered based on our recommendations. With the changes and implementations that Uber has made within the app, I think this will make a better delivery experience not only for the delivery person, but also the customer. Back to you, Connor.
Thank you, Nora. We're going to go ahead and transition now to the Q&A. Our crew members, Sheila, Cliff, Jennifer, Paul, Nora, and Ronnie will be hosting this section and asking questions that you voted on when you RSVP'd for today's town hall. Bree, back to you.
Thank you everyone who submitted votes for the questions you wanted Uber to address during today's Q&A. Today, I'm joined by leaders across several teams at Uber, such as the Rides and Uber Eats business, mapping, and customer support team, who are here to answer your top voted questions.
Thank you, Bree. So the drivers were asked and they voted. Do upfront fares take into account the amount of time that it takes to get to the rider to pick them up?
Thanks for the question, Sheila. I'll take this one. Upfront fares are calculated based on a number of real-time factors, and those include estimated time and distance to pickup, estimated time and distance from pickup to destination, current demand at the driver's location, as well as forecasted demand at the rider's destination. In addition, upfront fares account for whether a particular trip is generally more or less likely to be fulfilled by drivers based on aggregated patterns on similar trips. Individual driver behavior is not a factor, and certain fares may be higher and certain fares may be lower, with the overall goal of making fares as a whole more consistently attractive to all drivers. So in summary, to answer your question more directly, Uber does take into account the time it takes to get to a rider, among other factors. Thanks.
Thank you, Anna. For our next question, some of us want to know, why is Uber taking over 50% of our earnings and not showing us the amount the riders pay?
So I'll take this one. In 2022, in response to years of feedback, we began rolling out upfront fares, which shows drivers their earnings and destination before accepting trips. Drivers have loved this added transparency, but the percentage of each trip going to the driver and to Uber varies. And so this can create confusion about how much Uber keeps. We know some drivers believe that Uber keeps more than we actually do. And in recent surveys, we found that drivers' estimates of Uber's service fee were, on average, double the actual service fee for the last 4 weeks of trips. So we recently launched a new in-app tool that shows where every dollar of a rider spend is going. So drivers can now see a much clearer breakdown of customer fares right in the app. You'll see that drivers like you are keeping the biggest slice of the pie. And this new breakdown will give drivers transparency, not just about what they keep and what Uber keeps, but also about the additional costs of doing business that are imposed by local governments. And this is in the form of commercial auto insurance requirements, which can be very costly, and taxes and fees, such as airport fees, sales tax, and more. So as a reminder, all 50 states require that drivers like you are covered by commercial auto insurance. And this is in addition to personal auto insurance to make money on Uber. Uber covers this cost on your behalf. But the cost associated with Uber's insurance for rides has increased by roughly 50% per trip in the last 3 years. So you will see that a larger chunk of the rider fare is going towards that cost. Globally, Uber take rate or revenue margin, adjusting for accounting model changes, is about 23%. Thanks for the question, Cliff.
Thanks, Cami. Drivers also wanted to know, in markets with upfront driver fares, can there be a minimum fare based on the distance to make every trip worth the time and expense?
Thanks for the question, Jennifer. We understand it's important for every trip to be worth your time and expenses. Uber aims to balance competitive fares for riders while ensuring that drivers are fairly compensated, particularly for long trips or trips in high demand areas. While there isn't a specific minimum fare solely based on distance in markets with upfront fares, the Uber platform does calculate fares considering multiple factors like time, distance, and demand. Our goal is really to make every trip worthwhile, but drivers have the choice to accept or reject the trip and decide if it works for them. Thanks for the question.
Okay, they also wanted to know, why does Uber not reward drivers with high ratings?
The ratings are determined by the customers. We understand that ratings are very important to drivers as an indicator of service quality. Uber offers a number of programs and promotions that are designed to reward drivers who have high ratings, such as the Uber Pro program, which provides drivers with access to exclusive rewards and perks. In addition, after a driver completes more than at least 1,000 five-star trips, their exceptional service will be highlighted in the driver social profile, which is visible to the riders during the trip. These rewards and promotions help to encourage drivers to maintain high ratings and provide excellent service to riders. Additionally, we do also have some products such as Uber Comfort, Uber Black, and Uber Teens that require drivers to have ratings above a specific threshold, which help provide more earnings opportunities to drivers with high ratings. Thanks for the question.
This one was a big one. There are drivers who don't care about their ratings, acceptance rate, or cancellation rates. They wait for high dollar rides or surges. Why aren't diamond drivers getting the best rides?
While it's true that some drivers may not prioritize their ratings, acceptance rates, or cancellation rates, it's important to remember that as an independent contractor, each driver has their own unique circumstances and motivation. Uber sends a rider request to drivers based on a number of factors, including your location and proximity to the rider's pickup point. Uber Pro offers drivers various benefits based on their tier, with Diamond being the highest level. So as a Diamond driver, you get access to exclusive perks designed to reward top-tier drivers. And these benefits can include eligibility for faster pickups at selected airports, access to area preferences in selected cities, which is particularly popular among our female drivers, up to 10% cash back on fuel through partnerships and gas stations, as well as vehicle maintenance discounts, such as reduced prices on tire services, oil changes, and other repairs. Thanks for the question, Jennifer.
Thank you for those insights, Anna and Jennifer. Our next question is coming from the couriers out there. What is Uber doing about customers who tip bait?
Thanks, Paul. Uber understands that tip baiting, where customers promise a larger tip and then reduce or remove it after delivery, is a frustrating issue for drivers. While customers have the right to adjust their tip within 1 hour after delivery, Uber has taken steps to reduce the likelihood of unfair behavior and improve the overall experience for drivers. Here are a few things Uber has done. Monitoring tip adjustments. Uber monitors patterns of tip adjustments and can flag accounts that consistently reduce or remove tips without valid reasons. In some cases, this behavior could lead to a review of the customer's account. Driver feedback. Uber encourages drivers to report any suspected cases of unfair tip adjustments through the app. This feedback helps Uber investigate and take appropriate action if necessary. Education for customers. Uber also tries to educate customers about the importance of tipping fairly and the impact it has on earnings. In some markets, during rain and snow weather, we show customers weather conditions on the upfront tipping screen to highlight the effort that goes into making each delivery. If the customer adjusts the tip down, we show a pop-up window to reiterate how the tip is important to drivers. While Uber cannot guarantee that all tips will remain unchanged, we are committed to improving the system and addressing driver concerns around the issue. Thank you.
Thank you for that insight, Vivian. And next, why are wait times extended from 7 minutes versus 5 minutes?
So wait times, or grace periods, as they're sometimes known, are about balancing both the rider and driver experience. And in some markets, these were extended to 7 minutes to provide a bit more time to riders. We do have wait time fees, which are designed to fairly compensate drivers for significant periods of waiting time. And so that means that if there is surge pricing, it boosts your wait time fee as well. Additionally, we recently increased wait time fees at stops in an effort to continue to improve this experience. Of course, if you prefer not to wait, you can cancel at any time. Depending on how busy it is, you might have to wait longer for another trip request than you would have had to wait for the rider. But please keep providing feedback to my team about specific locations or circumstances where we may make adjustments so we can learn from your experiences.
Thank you, Cami.
Thank-
Also,
Thank you. Oh,
sorry, I'll go ahead and take this one. Is there a method of correcting maps where there is a new construction or new roads?
Thanks, Connor. I'll take this maps question. So road closures and changes happen in cities all the time, but we don't always know about it right away. That's why we have a feature that allows drivers to submit road closures directly to Uber so we can update our maps. Last year, we actually gave drivers and couriers the ability to post real-time closure and route information. These reports are updated on the map, making the navigation experience better for everyone. Recently, we added 2 new categories that you can report on the app. The first is traffic congestion, and the second is car accidents. You can report these, and these reports will be visible to other drivers who can also confirm them. So, based on these confirmations and our internal data, we will update the map and provide you with the most efficient routes. Over the next few months, we will be introducing more enhancements to this feature. Drivers will be able to report road closures anywhere on the map. They can report speed enforcements and can also see the total drivers they held with their reports. So this process should be quicker and easier than contacting support, and it should help us make the navigation in the app more accurate and efficient. Thank you.
And for our final question of the presentation, will there be any improvements with diamond level customer service?
So, Uber is committed to continually improving the quality of its customer service, especially for diamond level drivers and couriers. Uber is working on several initiatives to enhance the support experience, including improving support quality. We're implementing new measures to enhance the support experience with a focus on ensuring clear understanding of the driver or courier's issue and reaching an accurate resolution. We are also working on improving responsiveness, and we are exploring ways to provide faster and more efficient support, minimizing that back and forth communication and resolving issues the first time. Additionally, we are reevaluating our policies to take into account factors that impact diamond drivers and couriers on and off the road to try to make the most painful experiences right. If you encounter issues with customer service, we encourage you to provide feedback directly through the app, as this helps us target specific areas for improvement. Your insights are valuable in making sure that the premium support level truly reflects the service you deserve. Thank you.
And thank you, everyone, for taking the time to vote for which questions you'd like to be answered today. Thank you to the Uber staff for taking some time to share your responses. And before we wrap up completely, we've got a few announcements. Starting November 7th, you'll be invited by Uber to return to our website and preview a recording of today's town hall, along with a summary of the content we covered and a list of frequently asked questions. Included in those communications is going to be an invitation to participate in a quick optional survey. Your feedback is vital in helping us enhance the town hall experience for all drivers and couriers. Please take just 5 minutes to complete the survey when it's shared with you. If you enjoyed the content we covered and are interested in becoming a crew member yourself, please consider applying. Applications will open starting October 29th in every state. Just note that to be eligible to apply, you must have been driving for at least 1 year and have at least 150 trips under your belt. Uber will also be sending out the invitations to submit your application next week, so keep an eye out. All right, we've covered a lot of ground today. We began with an introduction to the Uber Crew program. We highlighted how crew members collaborate with Uber on app improvements. We explored key features and updates discussed in recent product sessions, including safety features like the verified riders and rider pin, as well as upcoming changes like Tesla display navigation and CarPlay and Android Auto integrations. We also touched on fairness updates, including the ability to block problematic riders and share your side of the story when disputes arise. Thank you to everyone for joining. Thank you, Uber staff and crew members, for sharing your insights. Goodbye for now. Uber Crew Townhall, and the numbers are climbing. Thank you to everyone for being on time. We're going to give it just a few minutes here as we let people join in, and we reach capacity. I'm seeing everyone's reactions. So you're probably wondering how this town hall is going to work. We have a lovely presentation shared for you today. But first, I just want to let you know that we are going to have the chat disabled. Once again, at this point, there are nearly 2,000 of you in the town hall at the moment. So please instead make use of the Q&A functionality. That way you can submit questions. Myself and my colleagues will be able to respond to your questions live. Of course, we're not going to be able to get to everyone, but we'll do our best to get to those that we can. And we look forward to seeing you submit some questions there. We're also going to have some interactive features throughout the presentation, some abilities to launch a Zoom poll and let us know your feedback. So be on the lookout for them. Make sure that you're in a comfortable place where you can read some of the material on the screen. And I'm seeing exactly 1.7 thousand participants coming into the Uber Crew Town Hall, now 1.8. So it's lovely to know that all of you are here, whether I can see you or not. Thank you for taking time out of your Tuesday to come and join us. I'll just give it maybe one more minute here for us to reach capacity. But I'm already seeing about 34 questions getting submitted. So thank you for taking an active involvement in today's content, and really excited to share with all of you what we have planned. We're just at 1.9 thousand participants, so I think we'll be able to cross that 2,000 mark within the next second here. And already nearly 100 questions getting submitted. So thank you everyone for participating there. We'll try to get to as many as we can. Obviously, we won't be able to get to all of them. And great. With that, let's go ahead and start today's presentation. We'll continue to watch those participant numbers climb, and then we'll get around to whatever questions we can in the meantime. So, Doug, would you mind sharing your screen and we can go ahead and get started? Awesome, wonderful, thank you. So welcome everybody to the Uber Crew Town Hall for March 2024. This is our first town hall event of the year. I just want to walk through a couple rules before we go ahead and get started. So we can go ahead and change to the next slide, please. For the webinar rules, it operates a little bit differently than a traditional Zoom meeting. All of your video and audio is automatically muted. At this point, there are over 2,000 of you here in the Zoom. You will be able to see and hear panelists, but we cannot see or hear you. At the very end, we're actually going to open to a panel discussion period where we're going to go ahead and ask crew members some prepared questions. We will not be taking questions from the audience this go around, but please feel free to use the Q&A function. This is where we can best respond to you live throughout the meeting. Thank you. For a quick overview of today's agenda, we're here in the welcoming portion, so welcome everybody once again. Of course, I'm sure not everyone in the audience knows exactly what Uber Crew is or what a crew member does, so we wanted to take a quick moment to explain ourselves to all of you, and we have members from Uber as well as fellow crew members to help us do that. And then afterwards, most of the presentation is going to walk through exactly how Uber plans for feature updates. We'll take a little peek under the hood there and use some examples from 2023 throughout the crew program that help exhibit some of our key wins, some features that were updated with the help of not only crew members, but also drivers and couriers just like yourself that signed up for meetings with crew members and provided us your feedback. As well, we want to look ahead at the rest of 2024, take account of some of the priorities that Uber is working on, and spotlight a special offer for all of you to attend office hours and actually meet with crew members about some of these priorities. And then at the very end, we have some reserved time for our panel discussion where we can hear crew members answer some prepared questions live. So a little bit about who we are. In today's presentation, we'll have the distinct privilege to hear directly from some Uber employees that are on a couple of different teams. We have the Uber Crew team that works directly with us to help manage the program, as well as product and operations team members that help work with the features in the app, making sure the app runs smoothly for you.
Hi, everyone.
As well, myself, my name is Connor Bryan. I work with Street Level Strategy, which is the third-party administrator of the Uber Crew program. And the rest of my colleagues here are there to help either respond to questions in the Zoom, as well as facilitate the rest of this town hall. But most importantly, we have our crew members. I'll give them each their own opportunity to introduce themselves, but just know that they are fellow drivers and couriers just like yourself that at one point applied to the program, as well as were selected by their peers to be a part of this program officially as crew members. That's enough from me. I'm going to go ahead and actually pass it to a member of the Uber Crew team to sort of dive deeper into what it is the crew program is all about and what crew members do.
Thanks, Connor. Hi, everyone. My name is Bree, and I help run the crew program here at Uber. So what is Uber Crew? Uber Crew is a program that lets people who drive and deliver select other drivers and couriers to share their voices with Uber. Crew members are drivers and couriers who spotlight your concerns and feedback while working closely with our business and product teams here at Uber to collaborate with you on new features and improvements. By participating in Uber Crew, you can help us give drivers and couriers everywhere a better way to make their voices heard. Crew members directly provide feedback to Uber in two main ways. One is through hosting office hours, and the other is by participating in product sessions. Office hours allow you to meet with crew members and share your concerns and feedback to decision makers here at Uber. Product sessions are an opportunity for Uber's product team to collaborate with crew members on new app features. You can see that there are some other ways that we engage with crew members as well, which includes follow-up meetings and reviewing all the feedback. So now we're going to dive a little deeper into these areas.
Awesome. Thanks, Bree. Hi, everyone. I'm Jackie with Uber, and I help with office hours and other parts of the crew program. So what are office hours? Office hours are virtual feedback sessions held between crew members and our wider earner base. This is a major part of crew where we gather a large scale of insights on specific topics twice a year. Insights collected are then shared and reviewed by Uber teams. After office hours, the crew members connect with Uber on our findings during office hour follow-up meetings, which Bree mentioned. The feedback we receive from office hours is used as input for building and improving features in the driver app. Outside of applying these insights to product planning, we also use them to fix things. So along with topic focused office hours, we host what we call fix-it sessions. A fix-it is any poor or broken experience discovered while driving or delivering, which is also known as a bug, which I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with. Fix-it reports help us to resolve user experience issues such as unreported construction zones, faulty routing, incorrect addresses and speed limits, and a number of other map-related issues. And now I will send it back over to Bree to touch more on crew product sessions.
Thanks, Jackie. So product sessions are an opportunity for Uber to collect feedback on new products and features we're working on in order to incorporate the driver voice into the process. On the next slide, you'll see some examples of what these look like.
And Joshua, our fellow crew member, I believe you're going to go ahead and present on the sliding and give us some examples on the previous product sessions.
Yes. Thank you, crew team. Hello, fellow drivers. I'm Joshua Scott. I'm the current crew member for the Southern cohort. I drive in the greater New Orleans area. I've been driving since 2018, and I'm here to give an overview of the product sessions. Product sessions are when product managers and app engineers meet with crew members to collaborate on improvements in the overall driving experience while on the Uber app. By collaborating, we're making sure that new features solve existing problems that drivers face and that there are updates to existing features so the platform is more user-friendly. In some of our previous product sessions, we talked about customer support issues where we address unsatisfactory experiences and improving the overall quality of customer support, navigation and maps, where Uber collected feedback on new features such as viewing road incidences and updates like event pickups and drop-off locations. Rider verification, where we had discussions about verification details for riders. Uber had hosted sessions to get feedback on changes to the offer card, or as some would say, the ride request pop-up, which is what we see when the request comes into our mobile device. We've also had sessions on CarPlay, which I've had the privilege of beta testing and have given feedback on design and made additional feature requests. Last but not least, destination filters, how it works today, the improvements that can be made. And now I'm going to hand it off to the Uber product team.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brian. I'm on the product team at Uber, and many of my colleagues here on the call from Uber. Our focus is on building the owner app that ensure Uber will remain the best platform for work for owner globally. And so today, I'll walk you through our product development process, especially how can we use your feedback at the heart of every decision that we make on the product that we build today. So start first with the idea generation. And so our journey starts there, but it's not just any idea that come to us, but it's from your. And so we actively collecting insight from various channels like the Uber Crew section, the support channel, the survey, and some of them I'm laid out there on the slide on the right side. And so they are the background for our innovation. So we have some example that I can walk you through later after this slide. And the second step is building the blueprint for this. So following the ideation, we start writing down what is the blueprint for the new feature, what does it do, and what goal that we want to achieve with the feature. So we consulting with the crew section like you all. For example, recently we have conversation around what is the offer experience, what the CarPlay is supposed to be from the product, and those insightful feedback really help guiding some of the direction that we are taking on the product side. Then the third one or the first one on the design and building phases, with the plan in hand, so our designer and engineering team is start getting to work. And so this phase where they putting the concept into the exact product, how it look and feel. But it's not only about making the feature look great, but also like making sure that it's intuitive and it's also seamlessly when we are shipping that feature out into your hand. And moving to the next one, which is testing. Before we want to rolling out this feature globally to many driver, we do the testing with a smaller group of audience. And so again, your feedback is crucial here. We do some of the product testing with a smaller subset of owner to get the early feedback to ensure that everything operating smoothly. But not only with testing with the driver side, us including everyone in the company and our CEO as well, we try our new feature. We actually go online with it, picking passenger pickup food with the new feature. This is our commitment to ensure that we deliver the highest possible quality on the product that we are building. And then launch. So when we know for sure that everything works perfectly, this is where we start launching the new feature to all our drivers globally. And lastly, which is the continuously improvement. Our work doesn't stop after launching a new feature. We continue actively seeking out for your feedback. A lot of it comes from the supporting channel, what you're telling our support team, and we are using it to continue improving the product that we are building every single day. Moving next to the next slide. And so what I'm going to do next is gonna spend some time on the basic example that we have done so far. The first one on the offer experience here. We received the feedback from you all that there are the significant issue with accidentally accepting the trip due to the unclear information on the offer card. And so we decided to make a strategic enhancement across the entire offer experience to make it become more intuitive and also especially reducing the accidental acceptance behavior. And so we had implemented a number of product changes that are available to you all today. Like for example, highlight the first one is on enhanced route line visibility. And so it makes it easier for you to see the intended route and on the offer card, and so make the decision a lot easier. And secondly, we also revamp our accept and decline button. And this redesign make it easier for you to decide what to take and minimize some of the mistakes that you are taking while driving on the road. And lastly, we also make some change on the transition between the primary offer and the offer that you see on the trip radar. We take into account whether your current situation, whether you are on the road moving or you are stationary, so that to ensure that the transition between the offer safely for you when you're on trip. And so moving to the next slide. So the feedback that I mentioned earlier in terms of the feature is very easy to accidentally accepting a trip. It brought us attention in September 2022 during the crew section. It's what highlighted at a major pain point, and the crew team brought up to the product team. And so we invest significant of our time into research. We want to making sure that we fully understand the problem. So we continue consulting with the driver forum, not only in the US, but also other markets like India, Latin America, and Europe, because we are making sure that we understand the problem right, and we have a very solid plan, because this is a very important feature on our user journey. And up until June 2023, which is the next slide, where we have a very confident in terms of the approach that we're going to take. And so the team started beginning the implementation. I would say we're proud to say that most of the development that I mentioned earlier now have been rolled out for every driver globally today. Moving next. So as you heard about fix it earlier, not everything would take such a long time to understand problem and start building. A lot of time when some of the smaller fix, like the fit card removal that we mentioned here on the slide, so we got the feedback that it's hard for you to control what the information on the fit, making sure that's relevant for you all. And so that very clear the problem space for us. And also we quickly put together the team to define the plan, testing and rolling out. And so within a month, we're able to run a new feature where you can removing the fit card that you find irrelevant for you. And that's where some of it is one other example where it's practical and could be a lot faster, like some of the simple feature like this. So this example is just some small example, like how we feedback to guide us some of the redefining and enhance user experience in the app. And really thank you for doing this and give us feedback on your engagement. Thank you.
And some of the key wins that we're about to go through will have to do with app improvements, safety, and fairness. These were huge priorities for 2023, and there's a long list to be presented here. In terms of app improvements, there is the Work Hub, electric vehicle charging, maps and navigation, as well as changes to the offer card. For safety, we've seen improvements in CarPlay, or the introduction of CarPlay, I should say, the way that names are displayed, the Follow My Ride feature, as well as audio and video recording straight from your device. In terms of fairness, we've seen deactivation review centers introduced, as well as protections from false allegations by riders. And then as well, complementary drug testing. To talk about some of those examples in greater detail and what it was like to work with the app engineers on them, I'm going to start by passing it over to another crew member, Tyler Klutz.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tyler Klutz. I'm out in Bakersfield, California, about 2.5 hours north of LA. So yeah, I'm going to go over some of the app improvements. I've been driving for about 3 years. Okay, so the first one, easier courier parking and drop-offs. One of courier's biggest challenges is finding parking, especially in cities that are large. So Uber added a tool in the app that shows them free parking nearby. Uber is also making it clear to couriers exactly where customers requested the food be dropped off, including map labels that specify the exact door and sometimes even photos of the building. So I've spoken to a few people that work in the larger cities, such as like Los Angeles or Denver, places like that. They have said that the free parking areas where it shows on the map has been super helpful to them. Next slide is trip radar. Now shows each trip request with a map. Swipe left to right to see each offer with extra details, or swipe up and review all trip requests as a list. Easily navigate back to the map view by clicking the left map button on the offer card. Additionally, when you are driving, you'll only see one trip radar offer at a time with the new focus mode experience. With my experience, it's been super helpful with all the new information that's been posted in the update, just with regards to kind of where you're going, the trip surge, and just in general, the key information that's given to us drivers. I'm going to be passing it now off to Connie.
Thank you, Tyler. Hello, everyone. I am Constance Short, but I go by Connie. I am with Uber Crew, and I drive in the Charleston, West Virginia area. And I would like to take a little bit of your time to speak to you about some new safety features. One new safety feature is Record My Ride. With Record My Ride, earners will soon be able to video record trips directly from their phone without a separate dash cam. Audio recording can also be started through the safety toolkit. You just tap on the blue shield to open your safety toolkit and access the record audio option. This activities as soon as the trip begins to ensure your safety while with riders. Although I have not used this Record My Ride feature, I do have a dash cam in my car, and I feel much safer knowing that the video and audio is being recorded while I have a rider in my car. I would also like to tell you about the new rider standards. Rider identification will be expanding to make sure riders are only using their own personal accounts. Over time, verified rider accounts will show a verified badge at the time of the trip request and during the pickup. As a reminder, you can always report incidents with a rider through the app. A rider may lose access to their account if they don't follow Uber's community guidelines. If you ever feel unsafe or experience harassment or discrimination of any kind while using Uber, please report it in the app. With your feedback, we can take appropriate actions to ensure every ride feels safe. Thank you for this opportunity to share with you information about new safety features that can help us all have a better experience and feel safe while providing ride shares and deliveries in our communities. Now to tell you about some more safety features, I'd like to introduce Matthew.
Thank you, Connie. I have a couple more safety features to talk about, but I'm Matthew Eisenstatter. I'm from New Hampshire. Been driving for about 5 years, crew member for 3, and I'm here to talk about chat updates for the couriers. For eater chat restrictions while delivering, eaters are notified that notification will be held until the courier approaches the destination. This is to encourage couriers not to text and drive, which is obvious that it's a danger that we have to respond to the eaters. So the screen that the drivers see is a little bit different than the screen that the eaters see. They get a not safe to type and ride pop-up where you can go back or you can actually view the chat but can't respond. The eater gets a blue notification pop-up that says notifications are on hold while the driver is driving. So they know not to respond to that. Next slide, please. So Apple, you are on notice because Android Auto for Uber is coming from now on. Uber Crew was pretty big in getting this gone with Apple CarPlay. And now we're going to see Android Auto with this exact same style on the larger screen. So the comfort and safety of a big screen is important. Following our recent CarPlay integration and the great feedback we received from Uber Crew, Uber is now working to integrate Android Auto with the Uber Driver app. Drivers using Android can now use see demand heat maps, accept trips, and use on-screen navigation directly from their car dashboard for enhanced safety and convenience. I would love to see my Android actually get into my computer car screen. So awesome, very passionate and excited about this. And I'm going to pass it on to Jason Alexander.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jason Alexander. I've been a Uber crew member. This is my 2nd year. I've been driving with Uber since 2019 in the New York City suburbs. And we're going to go over protecting drivers from false allegations. We've put new systems in place to better protect drivers from this type of false allegations and to help ensure these reports won't count towards ratings or a deactivation decision. If a driver accused of driving under influence of drugs wants to take a drug test to disprove the accusation, we now have a program to assist. Going forward, drivers whose accounts are at risk of permanent deactivation for drug-impaired driving will be provided the opportunity to take a drug test through a nationwide partnership with LabCorp. Uber will cover the cost of the testing whenever the outcome. I actually just had that with somebody that I know, and they called and everything was resolved perfectly. Now we're going to review account decisions. In-app Review Center. Our expanding in-app Review Center tells drivers and couriers why their account was deactivated, allows them to request an additional review of the decision, and gives them the opportunity to share any additional information like audio or video recordings. I personally suggest that you have some air freshener. If you have somebody who comes in, they've been smoking a little bit of marijuana, which is legal now, spray that in the car and then apologize if need be to the next rider that you just dropped someone off, so that way they know that. Now we're going to pass this off to the Uber Ops team.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that introduction. My name is Liza, and I'm on the driver operations team for the US, and I'm excited to talk a little bit more about our priorities for 2024. If you wouldn't mind going to the next slide. So as you just heard, we've made a ton of progress on some of the key areas related to driving experience over the past year. And as you look at the priorities for 2024, you'll notice that many of them are a continuation of our work from 2023, and that's by design. Evolving and improving the driver experience is a multi-year journey, and our work is obviously far from over. As I see in the comments, there's a lot more feedback that we need to address on both the basic driving experience and also how we can improve and evolve the platform for the years to come. we take our work and responsibility super seriously to ensure that your experience is the best it possibly can be. And we're challenging ourselves to be better. And in order to do that, we're using your feedback to improve. And I just want to say another huge thank you for the crew members who are here representing their constituents across the US, and then bringing the feedback directly to our operations and products team so that we can make the platform better. So with that, I have a couple of quick areas of innovation I'd just like to highlight if you go to the previous slide. And then we'll go into the Zoom polling where you can kind of share what are the most important aspects to you. But one of the things that I wanted to highlight is the improvements on Uber navigation. So we hear a ton that drivers continue to cite inefficient routes as one of their biggest pain points. We want to make sure it is absolutely effortless for you to get around and earn. Drivers now have access to automatic information on roadwork crashes and lane closures. We'll also be offering alternate routes to avoid them so you can find your way around an incident. And we'll also allow drivers to have the ability to post real-time traffic and route information that will be visible to other drivers so that we can make the experience better for everyone. You also heard a lot about driving safety, and we know that we can always do more here and also improve items that we've actually launched before. So we briefly mentioned rider identification and verification going over 2023 evolution. We've just constantly heard from drivers, you spend so much time verifying me. What about the rider? What about the guy who's getting into my car? Who is he? We have some validation today through credit card companies, but in 2024, we're expanding rider ID on Uber to show you in the app that the customer has been verified at request, whether it's through their ID or through another third party. And so you know who's getting into your car. Your safety is absolutely critical to us, and it's something that I take really seriously, the team takes really seriously, and we want to do a lot more here. So I'm very excited about these developments. We're going to commit to more fairness on the platform. So you heard about the in-app review center expansion and protecting you from false allegations, as well as the drug testing that Uber will cover for you. And also protecting you from false allegations and unfair ratings that shouldn't count towards your overall rating, and then making sure that those are removed when they shouldn't count to your rating overall. And finally, we're investing in more demand, which means more earnings opportunities for you. This is why we're continuing to build to meet new rider use cases. Think about teen, X-Share, Reserve, and investing to make this platform the most lucrative option for you. So we're committed to improving the app and making earnings safer, fairer, and more seamless in 2024, and being truly the best platform in the world for flexible work. And we'll achieve this by listening to your feedback and continuing to incorporate it every step of the way so we can improve the app for you. Moving on to the polling.
So the first poll that we have available for everyone is going to ask you, which top 3 features are you most excited about? And we want you to select 3. I know it's going to give you the option to select more. Try to narrow it down to your favorite 3. And I'll go ahead and read out some of the results that we're being able to see. But once everyone gets a chance to submit, I'll go ahead and launch the results so everyone can see. Right now, it looks like the trip radar is one of the most exciting features people are waiting for. There's a 50% participation on trip radar, followed by, in second place, looks like we are seeing earnings guidance features. That's coming in at 33% of people are choosing that as one of their most favorite features they can't wait for. Now that's also increasing. Trip radar definitely seems to be in the lead. Most people are saying that's the case, with 56% coming in for that. And then in third place, I'm just seeing earnings trust. So it looks like earnings guidance features and earnings trust are the next 3 coming in at the second and third spot. I'll just give you a few more moments here to log your opinions in our Zoom poll. Thank you so much for participating, by the way. I'm loving all the thumbs up and hearts that I'm seeing in the reactions. Okay, it looks like most people were able to submit. Let's go ahead and end the poll and share the results. So you can see 57% of you are most excited for Trip Radar. 41% of you are most excited for earnings guidance features. 34% of you are most excited for earnings trust. 23% for offer card. 23% also tied with CarPlay and Android Auto. And then 16% for improving account deactivations. Thank you all for participating. I believe we have our second Zoom poll launching just now. So there's another one. We also want to know which 3 features do you believe will have the biggest impact on your day-to-day experience? This is another one where we'd like you to narrow it down to the 3 you believe will have the biggest impact. As you can see, they're the same options here. The difference in this one being maybe you're not the most excited for it, but in terms of quality of life improvements, using the app, definitely the biggest impact. Just from the submissions alone, I'm seeing a trend here that Trip Radar is leading the pack. We have 62% of people saying that this update is going to have the biggest impact. This feature has the biggest impact on their day-to-day experience. A close second also being earnings guidance features. Really love to see that so many of you are interested in just how to optimize your ability to earn an income on the app. And then also in third place, I'm seeing earnings trust with about 2,000 of you having participated in the poll so far. Love to see the increased rate of participation in these things. Keep sending in your answers. We'll hold it open for, let's say, 5 more seconds. 4, 3, 2, get your results in, and 1. Let's go ahead and share the results. And we can see that out of the 2,031 of you that were able to submit, 63% said Trip Radar would make the biggest impact on your day-to-day experience. 44% of you said earnings guidance features. 38% of you said earnings trust would make the biggest impact. 23% of you said offer card, 20% said CarPlay and Android Auto, and then 8% said improving account deactivations. Thank you so much for participating. We have one more poll for you. So our third and final poll is, I'm sorry, I misspoke. There are a few more. So this is the third poll. Which feature are you least excited about? You can see the same options here. We have our offer card, our Trip Radar, our CarPlay and Android Auto, improving account deactivations, earnings guidance features, and earnings trust. Which are you least excited about? It's a much closer spread this go around. As I'm sure you can imagine, Trip Radar is not leading the pack so far, at just 9% of you saying that you're least excited about this. Checks out. Leading the pack, however, and it's a very close call, but CarPlay and Android Auto, 34% of you are saying you are least excited about this. 29% of you are saying you are least excited about the offer card. And 26% of you are saying you are least excited about improving account deactivations. So I'll give it a few more seconds here before we end the poll and share the complete results. In 4, 3, 2, get those last submissions in. 1. Let's go ahead and share the completed results. For poll number 3, which feature are you least excited about? The highest percentage of you are saying you are least excited about CarPlay and Android Auto, coming in at 36%. The number 2 spot, Offer Card. The number 3 spot, improving account deactivations. The number 4 spot, Trip Radar. And then tailing in a close tie are earnings guidance features and earnings trust. Thank you. I believe we actually have a couple more polls. Let's go ahead and launch the next one. Zoom poll number 4. Which of these topics do you have the most questions about? So which do you want to learn more about? Which confuses you the most? And then if you can, go ahead and take the time now to also submit some of these questions in the Q&A. What questions do you have about Offer Card? What questions do you have about Trip Radar? I know a lot of you said that you were most excited about Trip Radar in particular. I'm sure you have a ton of questions as well. You did also indicate that it was going to make the biggest impact on your day-to-day. So we want to know what your questions are. Go ahead and take some time to submit them in the Q&A. After the town hall, we will read through every single one of your questions, I promise. We just won't be able to respond to every single one in today's session. There are just about 1,600 of you now that have submitted some of your poll results, and it's looking like this is the closest outcome yet. Leading the pack, it looks like earnings trust. A lot of you have a lot of questions about earnings trust. Let us know what they are. Submit your questions in the Q&A. That's at 47%. Coming in the number 2 spot, earnings guidance and features. So definitely the 2 earnings guidance features and trust being the ones that you have most questions about. And in last place, the least amount of questions are going to be for CarPlay and Android Auto. I'll give you 5 more seconds to submit. 4, 3, 2, get those last submissions in, and 1. Let's go ahead and share the results for the complete and final breakdown for poll number 4. Which of these topics do you have the most questions about? The number 1 spot leading the pack would be earnings trust, coming in at 49%. Number 2, earnings guidance features. Number 3, Trip Radar. Number 4, Offer Card. Number 5, improving account deactivations. And then in last place, CarPlay and Android Auto. Okay, I believe we have one more. Nope, that's it for the polls. And that was it. Thank you so much for participating in the Zoom poll. That was our last one. I'll go ahead and direct us then back to our crew member. Peaches, would you like to let us know about office hours and what topics are coming up?
Yes, great day, everyone. Thanks so much for the excitement in the chat and the responses. So I'm here. I'm El Peaches Coates out of the Jacksonville, Florida area. I've been driving with Uber for about 6.5 years, so I've been here for a minute. And today I'm going to talk about our office hours topics. I love office hours. And with that being said, our next office hours are March 11th through April the 12th. So make sure that you write down and keep in contact for attending. You'll receive an exclusive invite to your sign up to sign up for later on today. So keep an eye out for that. In those office hours, we're going to talk about a couple of things. Number one, well, a number of things. Number one is account deactivations and holds. Why was your account deactivated or placed on hold? Number 2, reserved rides. What's your experience with reserved rides? Number 3, long distance trips. How often do you get trips to drop someone off in a rural place? Number 4, music festival venues. How can we improve pickups and drop-offs at major music festivals? We've had number 5, which would be rides and eats. Rides Plus Eats and Fix It, address and speed limit updates, restaurant issues, access to bathroom facilities, and more. And in the Uber Eats app platform, number 6 is bag, photo verification, and scheduling. Provide feedback on bag programs, taking photos for verification, and Uber Eats scheduling features. Now, I love our office hours. It's just been very exciting for me in the midst of the process because of the fact that we get to come on and voice what our opinion is or what we are thinking about what Uber is doing. And so sometimes as drivers, it's hard for us to believe that Uber is interested, but Uber is so excited and interested in knowing what makes this a little bit better for us. And so the office hours give that opportunity where we get feedback, and I've been able to see them actually overlook it. And then it's more exciting to see when the changes start occurring. So thank you so much for listening to me today. And then I'll turn it back over to Connor. Go ahead, Connor. Thanks for your discussion panel.
Thank you, Peaches. That just about concludes it for all the material and the presentation that we had prepared to share with you all. I wanted to spend some time as well just having a discussion with our crew members, providing you all an opportunity to hear from them, hear a little bit more about their experience, and to provide some more insights onto the upcoming office hours. As Peaches mentioned, we are going to be sending around an exclusive invite to everyone who attended here to sign up for office hours a day before the general public does. So stick around for the discussion panel where you can learn a little bit more about those topics, which crew member is going to be hosting which, and some of the feedback that we're looking for on all of them. I think we can go ahead and stop screen sharing, and we'll allow everyone to see all of our lovely faces. I have a few prepared questions for everyone. I'm going to start with the 2024 priorities. We saw all of the drivers and couriers in today's town hall participate in letting us know what their favorites were, what they were most looking forward to, what got them most excited, what they believed would make the biggest impact out of their day. I know Trip Radar was definitely number one among them. But Peaches, you just spoke last. What 2024 priority are you most excited about and why?
So I run a little bit different than most people. I'm more excited about the car Android Play because I was on the beta testing team. And it was super exciting once the option was available for me to actually go in and place it on a bigger screen. So that worked amazing for me in the midst of the process. And of course, the reserve rides, because it helps me map out what I'm doing in the day. I know you asked for one, but those two are super amazing to me. So they run neck and neck.
Definitely. And thank you for sharing, as well as providing some of that insight. Very cool. You got to work on some of the beta testing there. And then Joshua, what about you? What 2024 priority are you most excited about and why?
Well, Connor, unlike the rest of everybody, because I seen the margins were kind of low on it, was very excited about personal insight. And that means I'm figuring people don't really know what it is, but Uber's going to take your driving record, what you do on the road, the trips that you take, and they're going to use that data to send you more trips that you would prefer. And that's going to increase your acceptance rate and decrease your the rate that your client offers or you cancel rides. And it's going to go to earnings and more money for you because you're going to be taking those rides more often than the ones that they just send to you. So I'm really excited about that feature.
That's awesome. Thank you for sharing. I don't think you're alone. I've never seen more hearts and thumbs up and wow reactions coming from the crowd. So thank you for giving us that immediate feedback there to the rest of the audience. I also had a few questions about some of the app features that we covered. The rest of you saw us go into greater detail about a number of key wins, the Uber Crew program, all the crew members, as well as the members of different Uber teams all collaborated on achieving. But Connie, which one were you most excited about?
I'm most excited about the rider verification because when you are on a trip and you're getting ready to go pick up a rider, a lot of times if they have their location services on and you're picking up the person on the account, you can see when you're getting close to the location, you can see that that person is physically there. And it makes me very nervous when I'm getting close to it and I can see that probably the person is not there. So with the rider verification, it'll let us know up front and when we pick up the person that they've been verified and that is the person on the account that we are indeed picking up. And I like that because it's going to make me feel a lot safer in picking up the rider.
Definitely. And I know for a fact you're not alone. So I appreciate you sharing that feedback. And Tyler, what about you? What a feature that we were successful in last year are you most excited about?
I'm really excited for the with regards to when we're navigating in the map. Like I only do Uber Eats, I don't do rides. But having the address on the building that you're navigating to as you can look at it on the map, because sometimes there's houses, you know, that are like a back house. So it's super helpful to be able to look on the map and see the address and kind of where we're going to be able to go. So yeah, I think that's been for me has been super, super helpful.
Awesome. Thank you for that. I can see right now we are getting the crew members and myself in plain view. So appreciate the assistance there. Now, in addition to the 2024 priorities that Uber shared with us, in addition to the app features that we were able to accomplish last year, everything coalesces around what we call office hours. And all of you are going to get an exclusive invite for those office hours today. The rest of the country of drivers and couriers are going to get invited tomorrow. And we're going to be hosting them for about a month from March 11th to April 12th. There are a number of different topics that Peaches described for all of you. I wanted to take a little moment with some of the crew members to talk in greater detail to help educate all of you on the sort of feedback that we're looking for each of these topics, as well as hear from them why they signed up for these office hours, why they're excited to host them with all of you. Let's start with actually Matthew Eisenstatter. Matthew, do you want to let us know which office hours you're running and what people should know about it?
Yeah, thanks, Connor. So I'm running the long trips for UberX. So what I tell everyone in my office hours is keep it to your top 2 suggestions and try to keep it really focused because people can have a tendency to ramble or go off topic. So really just try to focus in, do a little bit of thinking beforehand, top 2 suggestions. Specifically for long trips, I'm looking for ways to synergize with the destination mode, because if you're like me and you're stuck in a rural area, sometimes you don't even get service. So it would be nice to have some kind of way to tie that into destination mode to get you back in a good area. Also, the offer card, if you have suggestions on how we can better tell the driver if it's worth their time to pick up the long distance trip. Because right now, I think a lot of them just say 45 minutes plus, and you don't know if it could be 2 hours, it could be 3 hours, who knows? So offer cards, and then the destination mode. That's kind of where I want to direct people.
That's awesome. I can definitely see a lot of sympathy in the audience. There were a ton of hearts and claps on that one. So thank you, Matthew, for your response. If you are interested in signing up for those long distance trip related office hours, when we share the link with you that takes you to our website, it will be one of the options listed there. Just make sure that when you click the sign up button, you are signing up for the long distance trip office hours. Now, here to talk about another exclusive office hour topic, I'm going to invite Peaches to come back up. Peaches, which office hour topic are you going to be hosting on, and what should the people know?
So I'll be hosting reserve rides. For me, that's an extreme budgeter. I like to know where my finances are going to go, especially on, in each night, the way that they're set up. So coming into this is super good for those that are like me that kind of, even at nighttime, you want to know what you're going to be doing and what your money is going to look like that night. I have a goal each and every day. So for that being said, when you get your reserve rides, you have an idea of what's happening. Even if it's a long distance reserve ride, you know how much money you made in that 2 hour time frame or that 1 hour time frame. So if you come there knowing already about it, or if you have not heard or don't have enough information, come in and hear about what the reserve ride is, because I've talked to many drivers and they don't know it's there, but then they'll still complain about the amount of rides that they get. So it's really good when you can go in and grab those reserve rides and you know what's happening during that time of the day.
Awesome. Thank you, Peaches. And so if any of you are interested in discussing with Peaches and the rest of the crew members that are going to be hosting reserved ride office hours, just make sure when you get that link and look on our website that you are clicking the sign up button for sign up for reserve. Okay, let's see. Jason Alexander, what office hours are you hosting and what should people know about it?
Hello, everyone. I'm Jason Alexander. I drive in the New York City suburbs. The office hours that I'm going to be hosting is going to be talking about account deactivations. The reason I wanted to do this one is because as a military person, we have to be real accountable for the things that we do. So hopefully you're going to be coming in and your account isn't deactivated, and I can hopefully help you do things to make sure that you protect yourself against being deactivated. My suggestion is you want to make sure you have spray, Lysol, so you can spray the vehicle. If you can, get yourself a camera. And if you can't, there already is in the app where you can record your audio and your video, so that way you can keep track of everything. And just real quick, so people know that after a ride, if you have an issue with someone, you can send that audio right into Uber so they can have it. That's why I wanted to do the accounts deactivation.
Thank you, Jason. And I know that there are some of you out there who are most excited about account deactivations as well. You exist. I saw you in the Zoom poll results. So we're also interested in collecting your story. We want to know, why did you get deactivated? Why was your account put on hold? What notifications did you get from Uber? And what could have been done better? Did you know ahead of time that you were about to be put on hold or deactivated? So please, if you're interested or you have a story to tell, sign up for those office hours. Let us know so that we can have an engaging conversation on it. And for that, just make sure when you are sign up for account deactivations and holds. Okay, here to speak on our last office hours topic, I'm going to call up Joshua back to the panel. Joshua, what office hours are you hosting and what should people know about it?
All right. I am going to be hosting those quick fix office hours, which is the problems on the platform that can be solved really, really with a simple adjustment, as like toll price increases, dead end streets that the platform wants you to drive through to get to your destination, but you can't because it's a dead end street, speed limit adjustments, and just the little things that the programmers can just go into the app, change it up real quick. And I really want y'all to have everything prepared for when you come in there. We could discuss it. You can let Uber record it and we could just get it adjusted. And I love it because it shows the result of what we're doing here immediately on the platform so that you know you're being heard.
That's exactly right, Joshua. And thank you for giving it such a good explanation. I know I definitely saw some questions there in the chat. I'll particularly call out the example that Jonathan Gutierrez provided in the Q&A. So something like a map update, right? Address changes, the GPS and speed limit being off on the app. And I'm sure some of you have experienced that time when you get a little warning from the app and it tells you you're going over the speed limit, but you know you're not. You're driving on the highway and the speed limit is definitely 65 miles an hour, but for whatever reason, the app says it's 45. These are exactly the kind of issues that need some quick fixing. And so if you're interested in providing us more details on those types of issues, sign up for an office hours with Joshua on our site for any fix-it office hours. Thank you, and I look forward to all of your feedback. So those are our office hours. You'll all get an invite later today while all of this content is fresh in your head. I wanted to take our last question to actually go through some of the experiences of the crew members themselves. So you can actually see what it's like and what you can expect if you're interested in applying. I saw some of those questions also in the Q&A. How do I become a crew member? So I answered it in the Q&A, but I'll say it again here. Anyone who has at least 1 year of experience under their belt and at least 150 trips is eligible to apply to become a crew member. We'll be opening up applications later this year, probably sometime in the fall. We encourage you to apply. We'll go ahead and review your applications. We'll host an interview with you, learn more about what got you interested and how do you see yourself as a crew member. So definitely take note from the rest of these. You're about to get a lot of really great advice. So in no particular order, I'm going to ask each of the crew members who hosted the town hall today the same question. And the question is, would you mind speaking to your experience at all participating in the crew program thus far? What were some of the highlights? What were some of your biggest takeaways? And I think to start us off, I'm going to go ahead and call on Connie. What were some of your biggest takeaways from being a crew member?
Originally, I joined Uber Crew to, try to help improve the driver experience. And I was very pleasantly surprised at how when we go through office hours and we gather all the information, and then we meet again to go over that information. And it's very rewarding to know that your opinion and the opinions that you get from other drivers are actually looked at by Uber. And then they take that information to their team and the team works on it and they come up with a solution. And it is a very rewarding experience. So I have really enjoyed it for the past year, and I look forward to making new changes and hearing from other Uber drivers, getting their experience and their input to the remainder of the year.
Thank you, Connie. And we do as well. So definitely everyone out there, make your best effort to find any way to participate in the crew program, visit our site, sign up for the office hours, and I look forward to your applications in the fall. Next up, let's go ahead and hear from Tyler. What has your experience been like as a crew member?
Hi again, everybody. So my experience being a part of the Uber crew, I've been able to meet a lot of amazing people on here, and just hearing their experiences and things, especially the ones that live in the bigger cities. Some of their experiences I just don't, I'm never faced with coming from a smaller town. So it's kind of made me want to go to like a bigger town to like experience that experience. So, and then just the learning about all the new improvements that Uber's going to do to the app and things like that has been really cool, and kind of getting that firsthand knowledge of it's pretty amazing.
That's awesome. Thank you, Tyler. And it really is such a good quality in a crew member to, I think, be interested in what other experiences on the app are like. As we know, different features are available depending on what market you drive in, and having that knack to just be able to talk to people and learn from them about what their experience is like, and how you can learn from them or in what ways they differ, I think is of huge importance, especially for a moment like office hours, but as well for a crew member.
Agree. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Tyler. All right, running down the list again in no particular order, I'll go ahead and bring Matthew up to the panel. Do you want to talk to us about your experience as a crew member?
Yeah, I really love doing the office hours and speaking for people all over the country. I thought it was actually just going to be my region, but I think it got expanded to the entire country so far, and I think Canada is also being heard from now. And I love doing the product sessions as well. It does give us a sense of agency. Sorry, my cat. Oops, Daisy. All right. Yeah, so we get a sense of agency of being able to actually speak to Uber, have them respond to our advice and our ideas. And I wish basically that we could do more of these office hours and product sessions because Uber drivers are bursting with advice and ideas for this platform. And I just think we need to leverage that a little bit more.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you, Matthew. All right. Next up, let's bring Jason Alexander to the panel. Would you mind being able to speak to your experience participating in the Uber Crew program?
First, I want to say I really enjoyed doing this. I was shocked when I got that email for me to apply, and I was like, "Oh wow!" Actually, I thought I was being spammed or something. I'm like, Uber doesn't have no crew thing, but thankfully I opened it up. I sent all my information in, and it's been a great experience meeting everyone, learning from everyone. All of y'all that are here in town hall, that's telling me you are checking your inbox for all of your messages. Also in that inbox, there should be a message for you to look at your Uber Crew for the region that you're in. And you can send us a personal message that we can reach out to you so we can help you more personally with everything. But also remember, we're in the same boat you're in, okay, with issues with money and everything and traveling around and app stuff. And yes, I have seen great improvements in Uber with joining this. And I mean, I wish we could go longer as Uber crew members, but we want to give everybody else a chance to come in so they can see and learn everything. Connor, Pete, great, met some great people, and I'm just enjoying the experience.
And we're enjoying having you. Thank you, Jason. For those of you that picked up on it, that can see Jason's jacket, it does say that he's an Uber crew member. That's true. There is swag involved in becoming a crew member. So if you're interested in that, definitely apply as well. All right, next up, I'm going to go ahead and invite Joshua Scott to the stage. What's your experience been like?
All right. So, as a crew member, I'll just start off like this. Besides working with great people like Connor and Peter, I love to help people. I love to make things work. And Uber is a way for people to get around because we are a transportation-based society, point blank. And anything to make that go smoother is a great idea. So I applied. I got in, didn't know what it really was at first. But when I found out, it was a deep dive onto how this platform wants to operate, how can they make things better for us drivers, I fell in love with the program. I've been doing it for I think I'm in my third year now. I was invited back. But just to be able to see or talk about things that I think should be implemented into the platform, then see Uber tries to implement those things in there lets me know that we have a voice that's being heard. And I think that is awesome. So kudos to the Uber Crew program. I think it's one of the best things Uber could have ever did because people want to be heard. They want to feel like their opinions are known. And that's what this program does.
Thank you for that, Joshua. And in addition to allowing the crew members themselves to get their opinions known, it really means nothing if we don't have drivers and couriers like you participating in events like this and events like office hours. So we appreciate you being here and we look forward to seeing you there. Keep participating throughout the year. Last, but simply not least, I'm going to go ahead and give the final response to our crew member, Laurice Peaches. Peaches, you have the final word. What's your experience been like?
So just like all the others, I've been super excited. It's easy as a driver for you to just assume that Uber may not be as interested. We come from a society prior to being in an app where we could talk to people directly. So now we get to the point where we are bringing into the app. There was a time when we didn't have really a way to do so. Now we do. We're able to put tickets in to be able to say, hey, this is a problem. And being a part of this team gives me the opportunity to talk to people just like you in these office hours, hear what it is that you have to say, and then turn it over to Uber where they're recording and then watch it. Like there's no more excitement than to see it implemented. And especially when it comes across my dash, I had an experience of someone being in the car and I saw the, when it came across the dash and I was like, just that fast. It had only been like a week after a couple of people had talked about it in the office hours experience. So I love the fact of being on this team. We can see exactly what's happening, talking to peers and other drivers like you as well that are saying things that happen, bring them back into speaking to Uber about it. The biggest thing for me is finding out that Uber was really a lot more interested and excited about what we're doing, interested in how they can make it a lot better than we could even imagine before I was able to connect with this side of things. So it makes it a whole lot easier when you find out what they're doing and then you start seeing those things start being implemented, and it's a full strategy behind it. So remember that the strategy, when you're seeing these things implemented, it's not by chance or something that was happening. It's because they're listening to us every single day and the strategies are being implemented. And so that makes me feel really excited about driving even the more and helping other people. Turn it back over to you, Connor. Thanks.
Thank you as always, Peaches. Incredible words. So at this point, we've essentially concluded our programming. Before I let you all go and return to those trips that I'm sure you put on pause for now, I want to give you a quick heads up on what to expect next. So on March 15th, we are going to actually post a recording of today's town hall. We will follow that up with a written summary of some of the content that we shared with you. And that's going to be an exclusive offer to everyone who RSVP'd for the event. And we'll leave that up for 2 weeks. So you'll have a moment to sign back into our website and actually see the content again. You can see all of our presentations as well as the responses from the crew members, both written out, or you can watch it in the recording as well. Please keep an eye on your email inbox later today. In just a few hours, we are going to invite you for an exclusive offer to sign up for office hours one day before everyone else can. But if you miss our email today, don't worry. Tomorrow, Uber will be sending out invitations directly to all 1.4 million of you that are out there in the country driving and delivering on the app. So I look forward to seeing all of you RSVP for office hours. Thank you so much for attending and submitting some questions in for today. Until next time, have a wonderful rest of your Tuesday. Thanks again.
And I don't know who Mona is. Got your message, Paul. No problem. Mona. Gunda, while you reach out to any crew members, I'll message Mona in the waiting room. All right, I'm gonna admit Hajir if you want to mark him here, Glenda. And then it looks like Uber is starting to join. Abhinav is here. We have an Uber room. Hi, Hajir, how are you? You're muted. I see your mouth moving, but I got you here.
Oh, good. How are you?
Good, good. Thank you. Hi, Abhinav.
Hey, good to see you all again.
Good to see you as well. I see we have Xiaoju here, Anthony. Glenda, I'm admitting Peaches. And then we'll let the other Uber room in. Are we missing anybody, Glenda? Nope, we're all here. Cool. All right. All right, let's see. All right, Anthony. Anthony, I'm gonna rename your Zoom room so we can make sure and keep your face and your Zoom room together.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Of course. Rename. Hi, Lindsay. Looks like the gang's all here. All right. Thank you all for joining for the second session here for earnings heat map. It looks like we have everyone here. We had a few crew members who were unable to make this session, but for those that confirmed, thank you so much for accommodating the quick turnaround. And for some of you, this is just your second product session with Uber as new crew members. And we also have some veterans here that have helped guide the chat as well. So with that, just a reminder that we are recording this session. We will also record the breakout rooms. And feel free to use the hand raise function. And you can also physically raise your hand if you want to share some feedback or just, offer your feedback if there's space to do so. You can also throw it in the chat if you want to +1 something that someone is saying or you have other thoughts. We know that people like Paul enjoy the chat as well. So use that. We'll send that to our Uber team here so they have that. And if they want to look back on it, they have access to it. And with that, I think just going to hand it over to Abhinav. We're doing the breakouts immediately, correct?
Yeah,
Again?
that's right. Yeah.
Okay, if you'd like, we can launch those now and go into our breakout rooms. Thank you.
By the way, that's just going to get streamed to the rest of the team.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Wait, I can kick it off. Good to meet you all again. Really excited for follow-up conversations from last time. I know when we had left the room, there were some concerns and we got some valuable feedback to change our messaging and our comms. So we have updated those and we definitely want to see whether those concerns get addressed today or not. It's me again, Abhinav. Lindsay was there last time with us as well. I don't think so we need to do icebreakers. It's the same folks, I believe. So
It's the same folks, but I think crew members, when it's your time to speak, if it's your first time speaking, go ahead and just introduce yourself, let Uber know your names, and then also where you drive, if you could. That helps contextualize your feedback.
Let me know if you all can see my screen. Quick refresher, you all had seen this screen before. Just want to give you all a couple of minutes to stare at it again, just to be sure that it's a refresher of the screens that we saw before together. I'll probably pause on this for 30 seconds and then I'll go to the next one. I'll move to the next screen if that's okay. It's nothing new, it's the same screen, just a refresher. Does anyone need more time on these screens or should we move on with the discussion? Does not seem like, okay. So last time when we had left the room, there was still some confusion around, is this a completely new map? Is this a replacement for search and earnings heat map? What's really going on? And we hadn't answered those questions because we just wanted to come back with a better set of comms, because we get to talk to you all, but we won't get to talk to all of our driver partners. Just want to ensure that the comms are able to make that message clear. Having said that, we'll take a pause at this screen. I'll let you all take a look at this message and you all should jot down your thoughts as well. And then probably in a minute and a half, we'll start discussing what concerns still stay and specifically whether the first concern gets addressed or not.
Are you looking for a volunteer?
No, we're just taking time to look at the screens and jot down your concerns, and we'll probably in 30 seconds from now start discussing. We have updated these comms from last time. There's about 10 seconds left. Let me know if anyone needs more time. Okay, let's get into it. I'm looking for a volunteer now. Anyone who wants to talk about any concerns that they have from these comms.
I think it's it's self-explanatory in terms of like the color. I think we're looking for more of a key because we kind of know, the higher I guess the darker the color, the more rides are requested in that area, I guess. And we were talking about surge versus a demand area, I guess, last time.
So I think it's pretty clear here that this is combining both the surge and the earnings heat map. So which that implies to me those are areas that have the surge pricing where you get the extra dollar amount for a ride. And then also the areas that have more, I guess, riders than they have drivers in that area.
Anyone else wants to add to that? Any other comments on this?
It seems pretty clear to me. The one thing that was mentioned last time was whether or not when it turns from just a heat map to a surge, whether or not the dollar amount for the surge will be displayed. Did you guys come to a conclusion as far as what's happening with that?
Based on these comms, Clifford, what do you believe we are planning to do?
So far, it doesn't look like it. It looks like we're just going to keep it as just text-based without, I don't know. Sorry, so far it looks like it's going to be just the giving you, higher versus, not as high. It's just going to be this is going to be the word text, but not dollar amounts. Because I think if it was dollar amounts, it would have been specified on this. So it looks like the plan is to keep it as just high, very high, etc., without giving a specific dollar amount for the surge. But as a driver, I think it probably is pretty important to give a dollar amount.
Can you speak more to that, Clifford?
I can add to Clifford. We, as a driver, we want to see how much money, if I'm going to take the time to drive to a certain area, I want to know, is it going to be worth it to drive over there? So we need to see a dollar amount versus when you see very high, put a dollar amount there. What's the earning potential in that area? And then also, I would like to see a timer on that. Oftentimes we get to these heated areas and they disappear. So it'd be good to have a timer say, hey, in 10 minutes, this is going to change, for example.
What about, it says that you no longer have to chase surge and can instead focus on high earnings areas for consistent and reliable guidance. So you no longer have to chase surge and can instead focus on high earnings areas for consistent and reliable guidance. I'm a little the wording's a little lost on me. I mean, what's chasing a surge anyway? What does that mean? So I can get clear on that. Anybody who chases a surge here? What does that mean? You
chasing a
to that area?
Oh.
So what I'm thinking is happening, again, I don't know this for sure. So this is just my guess based on observation. I think what's happening is, for instance, when an area surges, you do have quite a few drivers rushing to get to the surge area. And I could see how that could potentially create a safety issue. And I understand that Uber would like to mitigate those when that happens. At the same time, I think Uber wants drivers who are newer to the platform to basically, to be able to grow within the platform, which is great. But the concern that I have with not having a surge amount is for the drivers who have more. So there's two things happening. You want a lot of new drivers, but you also want to keep the seasoned drivers. And the only way you're going to keep the seasoned drivers is if they're able to consistently manage what they earn. I think because what happens is if you're losing control of being able to manage what you earn, there's a chance that you're going to limit that you're going to look for other opportunities. So that's what I'm concerned about. That's the reason why I think it's important to display the surge, because at least it'll give you a more sense of control over what you're trying to accomplish.
I got a question for you. Do you understand what we're saying by putting the dollar amount? Do you understand what we're talking about?
It's basically your concern is that it's very high. It does not, like, what does that stand for? Can I get it? Like, currently the surge has a plus X dollars.
Is it like $2 extra? Is it $5? You know, like a dollar amount. We want to see that, especially seasoned drivers. Yeah.
Yeah. The only thing that I'll say with on the dollar amount specifically is there, so currently we do show plus $5, but would you still just want to see that? Is there something else that you would want to see?
A timer with it so that
Sorry,
I know how.
specifically on the dollar amount.
No, it fluctuates. I know that. But anyway, I'm sorry. Depending on demand, it fluctuates. I know that. But the dollar amount, it gives me the opportunity to choose if I want to take the time to go over there.
Yeah, basically, I've been I think what we're looking for is, yes, at the moment, based on the last request, what was the surge amount? Like, what was the amount that the passenger was charged as a result of the surge? Because what happens is you can see the number go up, and you can also see the number going down. So you can decide on what's happening with the surge amount, whether or not it's worth it to move in that direction or stay where you are. So yes, I think that is what I think a lot of drivers are looking for. Like, again, for me, I personally, I don't generally rush to surges. I don't, because usually when there's surges, there's also a lot of traffic. So for me personally, that's not something that I do, but I understand why a lot of drivers find it important to be able to get that information.
Makes sense. Ben, we haven't heard anything from you. Anything you want to add on to this?
I'm with SLS.
Oh, sorry. I did not realize that. Okay, cool.
Can I ask a question? This is Vivia here. I'm with the team, and just want to have a follow-up question, Michael and Clifford. So when you mentioned the dollar value, what kind of data is gonna be more helpful to you, like forecasted data, which might not be that accurate, but somehow indicate what's going on now or in the future, or some historical data that's more that we have from the past?
For me personally, actually, yeah, the forecast data is far more valuable for me, because I'd rather go off that, because the surge comes and it goes. If it's a concert, it may be, or it might be like an event that just ended and that's gonna last maybe 15 minutes. By the time you get there, it's not even worth the drive. You could have been better off just driving around the surge but not going to the surge. But again, like, if that's my style of driving, so for me, the forecast is far more valuable than the surge dollar amount. But again, when I drive a Tesla, and I talk to a lot of the drivers at the charge stations, and so we talk about strategy, this, that, and the other. And yeah, there are quite a few drivers that actually they want to go to the surge areas, and I could see why not knowing what the amount is might actually create a situation where they're not even sure whether or not it's worth it. And for me personally, when I see the dollar amount, I might actually choose not to go there, because I understand the traffic patterns, at least in my city. So when I see the dollar amount surge really high, a lot of times I'm not even gonna go there. So it depends on what the amount is.
Got you. So you are using this, you're thinking about using the forecast data as a references on whether to go or not.
Yeah.
Got you. Yeah, that's helpful. And then in terms of because it's forecast, if it's not always like 100% accurate, it's what do you feel about that?
So I live in Miami, Florida. So for us, things happen seasonally. So the forecast data works pretty well in my city. But if you're in a place where, like, for instance, events are not happening on a consistent annual basis, that kind of stuff, I could see why that data is not as useful for you. But where I am, the forecast data is actually, it's pretty good. It works pretty well for my city in the areas that I drive.
And me too. I'm in Dallas. Same thing here.
Got you. How about other folks? If the data is not that accurate, like, would that be still usable for you as a reference?
When you say
Yeah,
historical, if it's a recent historical data, that might be better actually, because forecasting, I don't know what the algorithm might be for calculating that. But if you say if it's a short-term historical where you can look back, that might be helpful.
for in my case, and I live in Virginia, and I don't actually stick to one area. I just go wherever the rides take me. But the thing that's important to me is knowing that I'll have consistent rides back to back more than the dollar amount that I see. That's just for me. It's a bonus if there is a dollar amount there that says I'm gonna get plus this or that, but also there are already boosts that I don't know in what other markets if those are there, but I already sign up for it. It says there's gonna be +1 or +2 here if you drive from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. or something like that. So for me, the dollar amount is secondary to knowing that I will be consistently driving. Because what happens with me is that I always get new requests wait long before most of the time I ever get to my drop off. So I'm always getting rides just in a big chain over and over and again. And I like that because then that just gives me the option to just keep on driving as much as I want and go offline when I feel like I need a break. So the dollar amount, once again, not that big of a deal, although it is a plus to see that there will be more, but that's my input for that.
I'd like to second that strategy. That's the exact strategy I use. I just drive and I get back to backs. Like before I'm done dropping off, like near the end of the ride, I get another request.
Got you.
Can I speak a little bit more to that? Because this is something actually I've been wanting to get more information on, is whether or not your so if you've been driving for Uber for a while and you have a certain rating, let's say for instance you're Diamond and your star rating is whatever it may be, like a 485 or a 5.0, whatever it may be, does that affect the like how quickly Uber helps you get another ride? Because my thought on this is, like, for me, if I were running Uber, I would find it more valuable to keep a higher rated driver with a longer history busy than a newer driver or driver with a lower rating or shorter history, or yeah, with a shorter history and a lower rating. You want to make sure that everybody gets an opportunity to grow, but I think the reasons why we have the ratings, well, having the ratings can actually help Uber in identifying the, I guess, better drivers and also retain them, because the retention part is something I think I don't know whether or not Uber considers this, but the retention part might be pretty important.
That's good feedback. We'll definitely pass it on to the right team.
Abhinav, quick question. And I know we're talking about the heated maps. Are they looking into changing the rating system eventually?
I don't have an idea about that because I don't work with that team.
Well, I mean, can you throw that question out there for us? I know we're not talking about that, but that's a help, because I'm with Clifford on that rating system. I think it needs to be revamped. I got some ideas for it, but I know that's later on. So, but if we can throw that
I can
question
ask the right team to probably do another crew session and talk about it. That's not the focus for us.
Okay, all right, got you.
But we can definitely pass on that feedback so that team can take it forward.
Okay.
Any last thoughts, concerns? So it seems like the first concern that you'll have was addressed in terms of whether this is surge earnings. What is this? There's still a concern. There's an outstanding concern agreed around numbers not being there. Lindsay, anything else that you want to ask, or should we move to the next screen?
No, I think we should move to the next screen. Thank you.
Okay. We also have some FAQs prepped. We'd love for you all to take a look at this as well, and then we can talk about what other concerns remain. So let's give it a minute and then we can start discussing.
The only question I have is the last sentence in first question.
The new map rewards you for your efforts on all trips.
Yes.
Okay, we can
What that means, that's a little vague to me.
Okay. But before we get into it, has everyone read it? Does anyone need more time? And we can jump into discussing this. Cool. It doesn't seem like anyone needs more time. Let's talk about it. Harjeet, what do you think this could, or we are trying to communicate through this? Through the last line specifically?
Well, that what it means is that it doesn't matter if you're in a high volume area or not. That the map rewards you on all trips.
Yeah. I'll definitely answer that towards the end, what we intend to say, but just wanted to ensure I get all thoughts captured before. But we can definitely talk about towards the end. Any other thoughts, concerns on this? Haji, let's continue with you. Anything else that pops out to you? Any concerns that are still remaining? The numbers concern still remains, of course, so that's definitely there. But apart from that, from an explainability standpoint and why we are doing what we are doing. Anything else, Haji, for you? Or if someone else wants to talk about what they're thinking.
Because the reliability is implying that to me. Because for it to be reliable, for the app to be reliable to the riders and the drivers, I guess, but more for the riders, it's that there's people available everywhere, including in low volume areas.
That's fair.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I don't think we've that the team from Uber has expressly addressed yet is the reason why the surge amount is being removed. It seems to me, again, this is just what I believe. It seems to me like the reason why it's being removed is because you even mentioned it in the wording, is due to safety concerns for drivers rushing towards the surge zones. If that's the case, I understand if that's the case. But if it's something else, I would like to know what it is. Because like for me, again, like I use the surge data very differently than other drivers would use it. A lot of times I use it as the opposite way. Like because I know it's surging. If an arena area is surging, I'm not going near that arena. Because I understand what that's going to mean for me. So that's I would like to understand like why Uber is making this change. Like I like a lot of parts about it, but for the dollar amount, I'm trying to understand why that part is not being shown up front.
Yes, something interesting about that too is you say that you use the surges to kind of stay away from areas that are kind of busy. I understand that too. There was an event here in Virginia called Something in the Water with Pharrell, and I stayed away from that completely, even though it was surging in that area. But also, whenever I get rides to the airport, and I don't actively avoid the airport, but whenever I drop somebody off there or pick them up, usually when I drop them off, it tells me after I drop them off to go into the rideshare waiting area. And I only did that maybe once or twice just because I needed to take a break and I just sat there for a moment. But what's really interesting about that is that is when I don't get any rides. Is if I'm in that area. So where they're suggesting that you go to, which because it should be busy, right? Like it says high earnings in this area. It's so busy, and the map is red because it's at the airport. But as soon as I drive out of there or go somewhere else, or like I usually do, I drop them off and I leave as soon as I possibly can because I don't like to be in the airport. That's when I stay consistent. So staying away from certain surge areas actually has worked out better for me. And I also had a question. From what he said, that it looks like Uber is trying to keep the surging down, maybe from having people stop rushing from there? Has there been, I'm just curious, has there been some data? Have people been having trouble with that, like getting into accidents or more speeding tickets or something? I don't know.
We have generally heard feedback on Reddit forums and through multiple UXRs when people talk about chasing the surge, and it's not always useful. I think so it's been raised in this group as well. By the time you get there, it might get removed, or it might go away given the time durations. So we have just been thinking through how to improve all of that experience, and this is one of our steps towards it. I hear the concerns that we are still not answering the question very explicitly on why the surge amounts being removed. So that's something that we definitely want to work on. And we can definitely later on in this conversation talk more about our motivations and maybe partner with or work with you all to see what might be best to call out. But before we do that, anything else? Anything else folks want to add on?
Just two things that other people already mentioned. One is I've been on highways where the other way there's an accident or something, so it's backed up. So then the surge wants you to go the other way through the backup on the highway, which will take an hour to get through. So I avoid those kind of scenarios, on purpose. And then the other thing is I feel like if I'm in an area and I'm leaving that area, if I don't leave that area, I don't get requests. But when I start leaving somewhere else, then I get a request in that area that I left. I don't know if anyone else experiences that.
Yeah.
Apart from the question around the numbers, is there any other, like, what kind of questions would you have after reading this?
I honestly think generally the way you guys have crafted the new heat map slash surge map, I actually really like it. I think it's great. You know, like color coding everything gives you a much, it's more fluid as far as like what's happening. Like the entire process makes sense. Again, we've already mentioned the surge amount a bunch of times, but outside of that one little thing, the rest of it is beautiful. I like it actually, personally.
Anything else that we could do about this FAQ apart from the outstanding question on why surge amounts are being removed that could help explain the product better?
Well, something I was thinking about that might be helpful, if this is also targeted, I mean, obviously it's targeted also for, it's for everybody, but if one of the motivations is to get new drivers to stay on for longer, you may want to, I don't know, maybe give them some estimates of potential earning estimates ahead of time. You know, like, I don't know if whether or not you would even have that data, or whether or not, you know, how you would be able to compile that data. For, like, you know, if you drive in this kind of a zone in your city, this is the potential earning you can get. And then after the fact, showing them what the actual earning amount is. Because I think giving them a potential might actually attract them to use the surge map the way I think it's intended to be used. So I don't know if that's helpful.
I thought that information was already available. I could be wrong, but I often see messages that say that you could earn $25 to $33 an hour in this area. Is that not a like an estimated prediction or something like that? Because I see those messages often say, "Oh, your potential is $25 to $33 today, or you could earn up to this much." Is that not
Can you remind me which city you are in?
Virginia? Well, I mean, I don't stay in one city, but I mean, last week I was in Richmond for a week. Today I'm in Newport News and, well, Hampton right now. I drive all over Virginia. I don't stay in one place, but my home city, with technically where my house is in Virginia Beach. But
Are you seeing this message in app or out of app? Like, are you seeing this in emails, etc.?
Let me see.
Yeah, emails
I
and through
forget.
app.
Let's see, inbox here.
Hakeem,
Yes.
sorry, real quick, just to kind of clarify. So what I mean by that is, so you know how for the new version, they're gonna have where it says very high, etc. It's gonna be clickable. So as when somebody clicks on it to get more information, so as opposed to like having to read an email or having to go through the notifications, etc. Since they're going to click on it, let's say somebody's going to click on it to get more information about the heat map data, then you could kind of plug that in there to kind of give them an idea of what that may mean for them. So I understand, yeah, they do send you information about potential earnings, but if you're going to have a heat map that's already clickable, where they're going to be able to access additional data, that might be one of the ones that might influence their decision making.
Clifford, what data would be most useful if we show something on once you tap on the map marker?
So one of if I remember correctly, something that was mentioned last time is when you click on the very high, it would give basically it would give you information about what the word very high means or what the word high means, et cetera, et cetera. So and I think that part is self-explanatory. But again, like I said, since you're going to be clicking, since it's already going to be clickable, if you could add an earnings estimate in there for what you believe the earnings estimate for that city for that time of year is, or for that day, or whatever it may be. That part might actually motivate someone to go drive in that area if they think, oh, if I go over there, I might be earning X amount per hour. So that that would make change. At least if I was new to the platform and I didn't know where to go, that might motivate me to go drive somewhere that's a little bit further away than I was intending to go.
Got it. That's helpful. That's good to hear. Okay, I'll keep the conversation rolling. So Clifford, you raised some points around making more earnings data available and probably building some more trust around this. And how can we do that? So this is our attempt at it. I had shown this last time. Not much has changed since then. Not this slide I'll get to. But given the new perspective that you all have with this heat map being a combination of search and earnings, maybe you'll see it in a different light. Just wanted to share some more information with you all. So imagine you all end up driving in a high/very high area. And this is kind of the offer card and trip receipt that you all get. Anything that comes up immediately, something that you all think is missing?
This looks good to me. I like it this way. I get to see how long the ride is. I like it. I don't see a problem with this one here.
Okay, cool. Anyone else? Any problems? Else I'll move to the next line. Cool. Okay. Let's look at this once more, given all the conversations we're having, and Clifford, you raised some data questions around, is this good? Is this bad? Are the high areas, very high areas, what's happening there? We had shared some of this. I want you all to take another look at this and imagine that you have driven in some very high areas, and these are comps that you'll get end of the day. Would love to know, what are your thoughts? Is this helpful or not at all? Let's take 30 seconds. You all had looked at this before, but just given the new perspective, would love for you all to think about it once more.
Yeah, so the thing I had mentioned from the last session still stands. Again, if you're gonna break down very high and high, I think you should break down the earnings amounts as well, because that'll make it more comprehensive. Like for me, like I'd rather get more information than less. I think I make better decisions if I have more information. So if I drove both in a high area as well as a very high area, I would like to know what I actually made in a very high area versus what I made in a high area. Because I wouldn't be surprised if in some cases you may actually make more money in a high area than from a very high area. So I would like to understand that better, because I think that would help me personally make better decisions if I could have that portion of it split up, as opposed to keeping high and very high as one number.
Got it. That is interesting. Getting these comms, what kind of decisions could these comms reinforce? Or what would your reaction be? So I understand the perspective that probably high and very high should be broken out. You just get these comms, do you feel good about it, you feel it's not adequate. There's one thing missing, which is the split between high and very high. Anything else which seems concerning or not?
I just feel it gives you kind of a guide, but for me, I mean, it just fluctuates. I mean, a lot of us been driving for a while, so you can look at it. It's just a guide, but us doing this for a long time or a while, I kind of know when the higher earnings are, the times. The weekends are like always triple for me. So, but it's just kind of a gauge. But other than that, that's my input on that.
So that's kind of like what I'm trying to get to, Michael, is that the Uber has a lot of information, and if we had a better understanding of what the information actually means, I think we could make better decisions. I think this is I could see like how these new things that Uber is adding on is helping to do that. I think it could be broken up a little bit more so we can so let me give you an example of what I mean by that. So as I was mentioning to you before, like at the end of a concert. So Uber wants to make sure passengers are not waiting for a very long time to get a ride. That's perfectly reasonable. But it could be that Uber is actually underpricing certain areas for certain events, and I think that part is also important. So that's the reason why I think it's important to separate the two, because if you combine both of those pieces of information as a driver, I'm not really understanding whether or not it was actually worth my time to go to that very high area for the amount that was offered. If you combine with, because maybe I'd rather stay in the high area. But if that data gets back to Uber, you know what, we're not getting enough drivers to go in these areas. Maybe the surge amount might need to be higher for those very high areas. Not always, but during certain events, during certain times of the day, etc. And because I think some drivers may actually be making bad decisions for some of these rides. And the other part that concerns me, again, for me, like I'm thinking about it, if this was my business, if I own Uber, driver, like when it comes to people that are, because I also I ride Ubers as a passenger, and I'd much rather get a good driver with a high rating, clean car, etc. And so if a driver that's high rated with a clean car, etc., doesn't feel like they're making the money that they should be making, there's a good chance they're going to drive less, drive at all. And so that I think it's important to try to retain like the high quality drivers, not just get as many drivers as possible. I think there's actually one important aspect of this is also getting the high quality drivers to make good decisions to stay on the platform.
Yeah, quality versus quantity. Yep.
Clifford, what data points you want these earnings per hour to be broken into further? So it seems like you're saying, or sorry, I'll let you answer that. So you mentioned you would want these earnings to be broken down further. Clifford, sorry, can you hear me?
You for a second there. I lost audio for a second there. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, I was just asking you. So you mentioned that you would want these earnings to be broken down further. What components you would want us to break it down further into?
Yeah, so just the same exact way you break down the areas. So if you're gonna have very high and high areas, then there should be those two. If you're gonna be having a high area, very high, and some other area, whichever, however it's being broken down on the map, on the heat map, is how it should be broken down in the earnings. So that way we understand, you get a better idea of like what each one of those did for you for that day.
Got it. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. Hakeem, Hazir, anything else you all want to add to that, Michael? Anything
No, just
anything this
so
does?
I'm just being clear. It is an interesting idea, one, to see perhaps. I only think that it would be motivating to see the breakdown by, because one of the things that we're all used to is hourly earnings, and so the breakdown of the average of how much you're making per hour would be important, because of course people would be motivated to see that they're making $35 or $40 an hour rather than 20, right? So in that, I believe that's important. I don't know, Michael, I guess he's saying that in the higher earnings areas, being there, he wants to see the breakdown of how much per hour was made then. I just only don't see how that would be very practical, just because sometimes you go to a higher earnings area and you leave there on a trip, so you're not actually there anymore. But I do think that overall the idea is a good one to show the breakdown at the end. Like if we were to see that message at the end that said, this is what your average earnings per hour is. Like you did 10 trips and you earned $500. That means your average was $50 an hour. I think that would be important to see. Other than that, about that message, I don't really have any other feedback. I mean, yeah, just
Can I address that if somebody has something to say, go ahead, but I can address that a little bit if you guys want.
And just real quick, before we do transition, I just wanted to give everyone a time check. We do have 14 minutes left in this session today.
Thanks, Connor. Clifford, you are going to respond. You're going to add something to that.
Yeah. So basically, okay. So here's the way I look at that, right? So Hakeem, what you're mentioning as far as getting your hourly for that day, very important, and I agree with you 1,000%. But I think we don't have it explicitly from Uber, but we already have the data for that, because you already have the number of hours you worked that day, and you already have the total amount that you made. So technically, you could do that calculation very quickly and figure out what your hourly was for that day. Now, what I'm talking about is for decision making, like which areas should you drive in. Like maybe because there's people drive Uber for different reasons and in different ways. So if your goal is to try to improve your hourly earning while you're driving for X amount of hours, whatever it may be. Okay, so if one of your goals is to try to reach a certain amount, getting the data on, like for instance, let's say for instance you only did one pickup that lasted whatever the time frame was in a high area, or in a high area, even if it was just that one pickup, the duration of that trip, if you get the data afterwards for that one trip, you can figure out what you made in that at least for that one trip in that area. If you get that information for the very high area, you also get that data. Okay, and then you also have the data for the other areas. So now you can make a decision as to whether or not you want to be which one of these worked the best for you. You see what I'm saying there? So like you can decide, you know what, I'm just going to keep hopping from trip to trip, or you know what, I'm going to make a concerted effort to only go to very high areas, or I go there as many times as possible, or you know what, that didn't work out for me. Let me try going just to the high areas. So by having the other categories broken down, you could actually end up making a better decision as to like what actually earns you the most amount of money per hour. If you could figure out, what these other categories did for you for that day. I don't know if that made sense or not, but that's the way I'm thinking about it.
One quick point on this. So what if I told you the high earnings area was a combination of high and very high? So this $33 per hour includes all your trips in high and very high, and other areas is basically the other areas which don't have a high, very high. Does that change anything? Does that help you all make any decisions?
It does, but again, like I'm talking about, like again, people drive Uber for different reasons, and some of the people that drive Uber are trying to maximize, and again, not just they love driving or whatever it may be, but they're also trying to maximize earning, and so I think it is important to break down, separate the categories, because again, the other part that I mentioned as well that's important is Uber. There might be categories that are being either overpriced and underpriced, and I think Uber needs to get that data as well. I think it's important for Uber to figure out, maybe we're underpricing some of these very highs, or we're overpricing some of these, whatever it may be. So like if you can give the drivers better information, at least some of the drivers will make different decisions, and that will give Uber better feedback. At least maybe not in the short term, but over time, I think that'll become more obvious. So that's what I'm trying to get to.
Aziz, do you find these comms useful with this? If this comes end of day for you, would this drive any decisions for you?
I think it is useful. A summary of everything as well would help. Like, including both areas. What was that hourly rate? If there was a way to make this dynamic as we're driving, there's a button you can press, you can see this data. if it's possible to do that technically, that might be interesting. As I'm, during the day, I can press the button to see where I am.
And how would that help you? If it's dynamic as you're driving, you can just see it.
Good question. Would it help me? Well, it would help me to feel good. Oh yeah, I'm doing good today. Let me continue to driving. It might help me to get motivated to keep driving for that day, than just turning it off. Oh, I feel like today's a bad day. Let me turn this off today.
Yeah. Just to go with what you're saying, maybe you're about to head home and you saw that, you know what, I was doing pretty good in those very high areas. Maybe I need to go back.
Yep.
So I like that. It's a good idea.
Michael,
Yeah,
does
that's
Sorry.
an interesting thing. I wonder if, I know this is probably a lot of programming stuff, but if it would be interesting because yes, it's the motivation to drive and everything like that. So I imagine perhaps if from the time somebody goes online, there's a clock that starts running for them. And every hour, so let's just say someone starts at 3 o'clock just to keep the numbers even. By 4 o'clock, they get a message that says you made this much in this hour. And it continues to update them every hour that they're driving, how much they made in that hour. Even if they were to end in their second hour, for example, 45 minutes, to say they only drove an hour and 45 minutes, even at the end, it would say you made this much money in that 45 minutes, but it would really be like in that second hour. So, because that would give people an idea on what they're making. Because again, the only way we can really gauge stuff now is really how much we're making per hour, disregarding boost and everything like that. But that would, I guess, maybe be a way to incentivize that and show people what they're doing so that they can see, oh, I started at 3 o'clock or 3:30, and from 3 to 4 or 3:30 to 4:30, I made this much an hour. So maybe that might help people to keep going because they see, oh, I made, wow, $35, $40 this hour. I did a trip yesterday that was $40 and it took me 35 minutes or something like that. And then I did some other ones and I just made a quick calculation and I thought to myself, oh, wow, I made, $70 this hour. So that might be a good idea to see hour by hour. I don't know how that would work as programming, if that's too much coding, but it might be motivating.
In the
Can I
sorry.
Sorry, one last thing I wanted to add to that, because something that came to mind was we also get bonuses. So meaning for trip completion bonuses. So one of the things that I think you guys are probably took that into consideration, but something to make sure that you don't lump in is when your trip bonuses hit, for it to not hit that category, because that should be a separate thing altogether, because otherwise it's gonna distort all the other data. Does that make sense? Because if your trip bonus ends, let's say for instance on a other area or in a high area, in a very high area, that's going to distort that data and it's going to be not very useful. So that should be kept separately. Bonuses should be kept separately.
Makes sense. Okay. What I wanted to ask you all was, so in the absence of being able to show numbers on the map, does this help, or any takes on that?
I'm gonna tell you what motivates me: seeing a number, and if we can add a timer to that surge area, because I'll go to the surge area, but as long as I know how long it's going to last, that's my motivation right there. The numbers will speak for itself later on when I pick up several rides. I picked up one time 2 rides in less than 20 minutes. It got $75, and that's after an event. So show me the number, show me a timer, I'm ready to go.
That's fair.
I'm just being honest.
Any other comments on that question specifically? Haji, does this, in the absence of numbers on the map, does it help?
Yes, thank you.
Clifford, I saw you did a double thumbs up, so I'm guessing this is helpful. Hakeem, is this helpful in the absence of numbers on the map?
I mean, I like colors. I'm very simple. Colors are pretty.
Okay. That's okay. We have 5 minutes left, so why not, Lindsay? Probably we do a quick rundown of what we are doing, why we are doing, and get some thoughts on how we could improve this quickly. Lindsay, or do you have any other questions on this screen specifically that we want to push on?
No, I don't think so. I think that the feedback was super helpful.
Okay. Cool. Cool. Hakeem, one of the things that you said in the end was you like the colors. Colors, it keeps it simple, keeps you know what you have to do. So that has been some of the approach that we have been taking. We have been thinking about how do we simplify the heat map and you don't have to make a bunch of decisions and increase cognitive load at the same time. So that's why that's why you see a lot of comms was also trying to address that. But some of the other motivation that we also have is as you all were discussing towards the end as well, you all think about EPH, how many or what earnings you all have been making per hour.
Yeah.
And that's what we want to help you all achieve and figure out as well. With surge is just one of the factors. It goes into that EPH number, but it's not all of it. There's base price, there's a lot going on as well. So that is wherein some of the thinking was coming in. Okay, how do we help you all focus on the earnings per hour number and guide you towards what's best to help you all meet your overall earnings goals. Surge has been a way for it, but there are other factors also which are going on in terms of volume, something Hajir that you mentioned earlier on, how many volume of trips you are getting or what kind of fares you are getting. So yeah, we have primarily been thinking about how do we simplify the experience so that you all can really do what's needed in an easier manner. Lindsay, what else would you want to add or maybe as well? Lindsay, anything else you would want to add on to that?
No, I don't think so.
No. Yeah, so that's been some of the thinking going into this, wherein we have also been trying to incorporate surge into the upfront. You see upfront prices now, surge gets incorporated into all of that. Yeah. So what else we could probably do to bring out some of that thinking better? Or what
I
are
think
the
you guys did a great job. I think you guys did a great job overall. The only thing is, if you guys are doing one of these sessions on electric cars, that kind of stuff, I would love to participate. So just in case, that's something that's coming up, because I have some thoughts on that. So I appreciate it. Thanks.
Cool. We only have 2 minutes left. Anything else? Any other outstanding questions, concerns that you all probably have?
Will there be another one of these sessions before the final product rolls out, or this was the last one?
We will have something in a couple of months from now, but that could be during the time when you all are actually experiencing it. So we got a ton of good feedback. We'll go and rethink our comms and some of the product experiences that we have built. But unfortunately, we might not have something before the product rolls out in an experimental mode in a few cities. And if it does, we'll ensure that you all can be a part of the treatment so that
Okay, I was just going to say that happy to participate in any experiments you guys have. So sounds good.
We can get feedback.
Okay.
Cool, awesome. That was all from us.
Thank you, Abhinav. Thank you, Lindsay, and thank you, Vivia, for hosting yet again another incredible product session. And thank you, crew members, of course, for taking some time out of your day. I know this one was fast turnarounds, but we had really great conversations. As Ben mentioned in the Zoom chat here, crew members, don't forget to take your exit survey. So you can let us know some of your takeaways from today's session and any other thoughts that you have, get them jotted down. We do share a lot of these results with the Uber personnel as well. But for now, you have the rest of your day. Thank you again for showing up, and can't wait to see you again next time. Bye
Thank
now.
you all so much.
Thank you all.
Bye.
Hearing nothing, let's go ahead and get started.
All right, starting the webinar now.
Hello, hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome. For those of you who are joining, I'm watching the numbers climb in our participants list. Welcome to the Uber Crew Town Hall, our second biannual virtual town hall. I'm seeing around 900 people in the attendees list. An amazing turnout today. The numbers are still climbing, and we have officially just passed 1,000 participants. So it's amazing to see all of you so interested in learning more about the Uber Crew program, about hearing directly from our crew members. My name is Connor Bryan. I work with a company called Street Level Strategy. I'll share more about myself, my colleagues, and our work later on, but I am going to keep on this introduction as all of you kind of filter in, join in, and it's really exciting to see you all here. I'm seeing 1.1 thousand participants and already people taking part in our Q&A function. So as you might have noticed, this is a webinar. This is not like a standard Zoom meeting. We do have a question and answer submission portal in the Zoom currently. I see a lot of you are taking note of that already. It's nice to see you. Hello, Eric Riley. Hi, Ernie Samuel. Hello, Serena. Hello, Larry. All of you are so nice. Hello, everyone. Hello, Rebecca Turner. Yeah, I see a lot more in the Q&A now too. This Q&A, and we'll talk about it more later as well, but you're open to it. My colleagues and myself will be reviewing it and trying to answer as many questions as possible. But there are so many of you. We're at over 1,000 participants in this town hall. So we're not going to be able to get to everything, but every chance we get, we will be reviewing the Q&A and trying to get to your questions. So definitely make use of it. And I'm loving the reactions as well that I'm seeing in the webinar. This whole thing is being recorded, so we are fortunate enough to have you all here. I think we're just about at capacity. Let's go ahead and get this started. Like I said before, welcome to the Uber Crew Virtual Town Hall. We are here in September 2023. This is our second biannual virtual event. The last town hall was held in the first quarter of this same year. And I'm very excited to share with you a bunch of updates and upcoming events about the Uber Crew program. If we go to the next slide, I do at first have some preliminary Zoom webinar rules and standards I'd like to share with you. This is a webinar. Your video and audio are automatically muted. There are thousands of you. You will only be able to hear and see panelists. These will be myself, my colleagues, as well as fellow drivers who have become crew members within the Uber Crew program. At the very end of this event, we will hold 15 minutes for a live question and answer period where I will actually ask crew members some questions that were submitted by you and everyone else who RSVP'd from this event. There's also the Q&A function in the chat, like I mentioned before, that's available to you. We are going to go ahead and review and answer as many questions as possible. We will also be publishing the most frequently asked questions on our website in a recap that includes the recording of today's event and a written summary. Thank you, and next slide. As far as the agenda for today, we are here in the welcome period, so welcome everybody once again. We're going to start by just quickly defining what the Uber Crew program is, what crew members do, so we all are on the same page. Then we are going to go into deeper dives on some very important roles and responsibilities that crew members partake in. The first one here, collecting and using earner feedback through a program we call office hours. And then as well, some app features and updates to clue you in on some improvements that were made within the app that either had to do with crew member or earner feedback. There are some exciting events happening before the end of the year. Some of them are live now. And so we want to let you know how to get involved in case you're interested before spending the last 15 minutes in our Q&A period. Thank you, and next slide. Oh. Like I mentioned before, my name is Connor Bryan. These are my colleagues from Street Level Strategy who will be joining us today. And below that, you can see all the faces of our crew members, our lovely crew members, who will be panelists speaking to each one of these features and improvements within the app. But that's not all of them. We have a total of 75 crew members from across the country who are all a part of the program and are either in today's town hall as attendees or watching via the live stream. So you'll have a chance to be introduced to each one of the people that you see here on the slide. To handle the definitions of what is Uber Crew, I will actually go ahead and hand it off to my colleague, Ben.
Thank you so much for that, Connor. Welcome everybody to the town hall. So first off, what is Uber Crew? It's important for us to get that as a baseline so we know what we're talking about during the town hall today. So first, identifying the crew members from across the country. We have 48 connected states plus our friends from Alaska and Hawaii are all eligible for crew. The other two items, crew members meet with earners as well as with Uber employees to discuss ways to improve the app experience itself. And the third is crew members share app updates and improvements with fellow earners. Next slide, please. Now, it breaks up the timeframes for our crew members. So we, as Connor had mentioned earlier, we do have office hours that they participate in, where they meet with thousands of earners annually over Zoom from all across the country to discuss much needed updates to the app. Additionally, there are follow-up meetings to these office hours that these crew members are having with the responsible point of contacts and managers at Uber. So they're able to give immediate feedback to them. Additionally, we host product sessions. And those product sessions are with crew members, and they are meeting with app engineers as well as app product managers to give them ideas and updates for brainstorming on new features still to be released. And lastly, we collect feedback through all of this process. Nearly 6,000 pieces of feedback have been gathered through office hours alone, as well as through the website submissions, which are also shared with Uber. Next slide, please. And now I'd like to go ahead and pass this back off to Peter.
Thank you, Ben. Hello, everyone. My name is Peter. I am an administrative director here at Street Level Strategy, and I'm going to talk a little bit about how we collect that feedback, as well as, how Uber uses that feedback to determine, some of these changes that they make within the program. And as Ben mentioned, one of those first things that we do is office hours. So now I'm just going to give a short overview of office hours. During office hours, crew members meet virtually with drivers from around the country, and this happens 4 times per year. That's once per quarter, every 3 months. Together, we brainstorm much needed improvements within the app. And all feedback gets recorded and sent to Uber. And with that feedback, crew members then meet with different Uber employees to follow up on some of the findings, gather more insight, and gain clarity. Now, this next slide, we're talking a little bit about fix-it reports. So sometimes during office hours, we have sessions that are about specific topics like safety. And other times, they're a platform for earners to submit fix-it reports to crew members. Now, fix-it reports help crew members as well as Uber identify bugs that are in need of immediate fixing. And these reports help the app update addresses, speed limits, freeway exits, construction zones, inaccessible areas, and many more things. Now, here to talk a little bit about some of these office hours that we've had in the past is our crew member, Sarah List. Sarah, go ahead.
Thanks, Peter. Hi, everyone. I'm Sarah. I'm originally from New England, but I drive in Florida right now, Southwest Florida area. I've been with Uber for a little over 5 years now, and I love to drive, so this is a great job for me. But as Peter said, I'll be presenting some of the topics that were found in previous town halls, and that they're either being worked on or looked into. So here they are. The first is in regards to electrical vehicles. So people are concerned about like limited access to charging stations, time spent charging negatively impacting their acceptance rate, or drivers getting locked out of certain features if they rent a Tesla. Also, there was market-specific insights like cancellations due to a passenger's wait time or other reasons, receiving something out of state, because obviously, like I'm in Florida, I can't really help someone in Maine, you know? And then not enough time to read information on the offer card. Then there was support channel access, where the chat support has 2 little options. A lot of people wanted to see another option added to the feature. Different ways to contact support felt was confusing. And then the callback feature came highly recommended, which I would actually really like to see that myself. And then there was preparing for football season, because earners wanted to see improved pickup experiences. I don't live near a stadium, but I've heard from other drivers that this would be great if they could get some designated pickup zones and stuff. So it's nice to know they're working on that, and tracking rider location has been difficult. So figuring out the solutions for that would be wonderful. And then of course, fix-it sessions, rides, and eats. The number of fix-it reports have actually increased 4 times this year, which you'd think would be bad, but because we've been bringing that in, Uber has already resolved half of the 200+ collector reports, which is fantastic. I don't know anyone else, but I'd like to see productivity go forward, and it's amazing that they're doing this for us. So it's really awesome. Anyway, so now we're going to have Ben come in and conduct our first Zoom poll. Ben?
So exciting. Thank you so much, Sarah. So we are going to go ahead and launch the first poll, and it should be available. And I'll go ahead and read it out loud as you're reading it to yourself. And it looks like we already have some answers. Which office hours topic would you have been interested in attending? So we had 5 for the last quarter, which was electric vehicles, market-specific insights, support channel access, preparing for football season, and fix-it sessions. So we're going to go ahead and leave this up for a little bit. And it looks like in the top right now, we have market-specific insights at 33%, and at a close second, fix-it sessions. We have about 600, 700 entries in so far. We have 60% participation already. And it's still going strong so far for market-specific insights at 36% and fix-it sessions at 31%. We'll go ahead and leave it up for another 20 seconds before we close the poll. Get your votes in. All right, it looks like we have about 75% participation. Anybody else want to get their votes in? Going once, going twice. All right, so it's slowed down at 80%. All right, so we'll go ahead and close the polls out and see the results. So here are the results. We have 37% as market-specific insights people are most interested in. Secondary is fix-it sessions, and the other 3 wrap it up with electric vehicles, support channel access, and preparing for football season. Thank you so much for participating. There is going to be a few more polls to keep everyone guessing. And now, back to Connor.
Hey, Ben. Looks like it's actually me who's going to be handling this next slide. Thank you everyone for participating in the poll. And now we're going to move on to talking a little bit about how Uber has listened to driver feedback, most specifically during office hours. And here to talk about how office hours feedback has improved football season is our crew member, Cedric Jordan. Cedric, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Cedric Jordan.
Oh, Cedric, it looks like you got muted on accident.
I got what?
Looks like you were just muted. Go ahead and start.
Okay. My name is Cedric Jordan. I drive in the Birmingham, Alabama area. I have been driving since February of 2017. Prior to that, I was a school teacher. I retired with about 30 years of experience teaching school, teaching 8th graders math. I retired in 2022. And now I primarily just drive for Uber, as well as thinking about starting a new business. Next slide. Before I get into the statistics that we have here, I'm going to talk about what actually happened in the office hours. This was my first office hours, my first experience with Uber Crew. We discussed sporting events, in this case, particularly football season. We got calls from different parts of Florida, different parts of Texas. All of the cities that called in had major venues that supported national sports. So they were interested in several things, but primarily I think they were looking into being able to get to the rider despite what was going on with the police having roads blocked off and not having pickup spots designated. So since office hours last month, this is what we have come up with so far. Uber has talked and communicated with all the venues, and 93% of the NFL stadiums have responded to Uber's preseason outreach. 29 of the NFL teams now have designated pickup spots. That made a lot of people very happy. Office hours feedback on event venues have either been fixed or are in the process of being communicated with the correct people to be fixed. So 84% of office hour feedback has either been fixed or in the process of going through the right avenues to get fixed. Also, there's a $15 surcharge automatically to go into any qualifying situation for NFL, and of course, it'll apply to other national sports as well. Next. Uber heard that staying informed about events in the area helps drivers plan when and where to drive. So Uber added a new event tab in the opportunity section to browse all upcoming events and find out which venues will be busy. In doing this, Uber has actually made things available in the app so that drivers not blindly just driving through the city trying to decide where to drive. He actually knows what's going on in his market, where to go, how long to stay. There's peak information when it's going to be as busiest, so he can go over here because it's normally busy on a Friday night. But then during peak, he can go back to the major venue and pick up some people or whatever the situation may be. So Uber is helping us by letting us know what's going on in our city, as well as when it will be at a peak level. Next. The next thing that came up in office hours was the situation that sometimes what is being said in the app is not feasible because police, other authorities have different areas blocked off. So Uber heard how there can be confusion about whether to route to a requested GPS point or the rider location as indicated in the app. So you have what you see in the app that the rider is telling us to do, but you also know what's going on at the venue and where they have designated to pick up there. When in doubt, always go to the request point, as this is usually this has usually been designated by the venue and or police And in many cases, it is where the riders are being directed to walk to meet driver via Uber. So whenever in doubt, always go to the primary request point, the drop-off point, the indicated pickup spot for the major venue. Also, I like to suggest that you make every effort to contact the rider to get on one accord to make sure the rider knows that point, and as well, try to get on one accord to meet so that the rider frustration and driver frustration is kept at a minimum. That was a big problem as well. Next. Here, the drivers are just getting the opportunity to see what the riders are actually seeing in their apps. The first three pictures are just showing what the rider actually sees when they request a ride. The last two give them the options of what type ride they want, the price of each, and the best feasibility for them. They get to decide based on price and everything. Now, in closing, I'd like to just reiterate a couple of things. Since office hours just took last month, this is some major accomplishments as it relates to the sporting events. We've gotten quite a bit done. Several of the sporting events, major football leagues, have already responded to Uber, set up pickup spots. So that's going to be very helpful for our drivers in those areas this season. Also, I suggested also that you make every effort to contact the riders so that you're on one accord to keep down rider and driver frustration, and have a great continued driving experience with Uber. And I'd like to refer back to Sarah. She's going to talk about the upcoming office hours.
Thank you, Cedric. So our next office hours are actually going to be from October 3rd through the 27th. Uber sent out invitations to RSP this past Monday, and there will be 6 different kinds of sessions. And the topics will be 1, preparing for NBA and NHL season. So just like with the Cedric was speaking about the NFL season, going along with the sports and being able to do event and venue specific feedback. Then there's net earnings, which was the #1 concern for many drivers, issues for many drivers. Then there's the earnings heat map, which if you don't know what that is, which most of us do, but if you don't, it's like that little hot spot that's all red on your map. It has a little lightning thing on there. And people want to talk about maybe putting that, the surge, the boost all into one place so you can see what's going on. So that will be another discussion. There's the fix reports, which were discussed previously. So bugs in the app that need immediate attention, like you want to turn left, but you can't anymore, or things like that of that nature. There's the offer card for Uber Eats. So there's going to be like a deep dive into the information that gets displayed. So what you see when you're trying to decide, are you taking the ride or not, the food order or not. And then, of course, lastly is restaurant experiences, also with Uber Eats, and the feedback on picking up from restaurants. I'm actually going to be at the October 12th meeting, 5 p.m. My time. I'm in Eastern time. So, if you have any concerns about that restaurant pickup experience, I'm right there with you and I will be there. So hopefully I'll see a bunch of you there as well. And so those are the topics coming up. And next, Ben's going to do our next Zoom poll. Ben?
Thank you so much, Sarah. So the next Zoom poll is going to be based off of the items that Sarah just discussed with us. So what we have here is, what are you most excited about in hearing during the office hours that we have scheduled for October? So just in a few days. We have preparing for the NBA NHL season, net earnings, earnings heat map, the fix-it reports for those bugs that Sarah was sharing with us, the offer card for eats and delivery drivers, as well as restaurant experience for eats. So currently right now we have about 56% participation already. And we have a strong interest being shown about net earnings. More than half of our earners that are in our webinar today are interested in participating in those office hours. Now, just keep in mind while this poll is still open, when these are made available for you to sign up, it is on a first come, first served basis. So make sure that once Uber has prompted you through the app that these are up and available for you to get your time in for when you want to participate. All right, so it looks like we have about 75% participation, a little over 1,000 now. Give it 5 more seconds. And we'll go ahead and close it out. Last call. I'm waiting for it to hit 80%. All right, so I'll go ahead and close it out and see what we have for the shared results. All right, so we have a strong 58% of those who are participating in the poll. They're interested in net earnings, and less than half of that, earnings heat map. So you have an understanding or you have questions about how that applies to you. And what rounds up the last 4 are fix-its, offer card, restaurant experience, and then preparing for the NBA and NHL season as the last. So thank you everybody for participating. This is the second poll. We have more polls coming in shortly, but before we do that, I'd like to turn the mic over back to Connor. Go ahead, please.
Thank you for that, Ben. And hello again, everybody. One thing that I want to clarify before we jump into part 3 here is, and yes, I also hear the banging of construction below my office, so I apologize for the background noises. I'm going to do my best to talk over it, but I also wanted to just call out really quick that office hours are live right now. I actually just recently responded to a question in the chat Q&A, providing the link to our website for you to sign up for any one of those office hours that you just voted on. So I know that there was a lot of popularity between net earnings and earnings heat map. Go ahead and visit our website and try to sign up for any slots that are available. Meet with a crew member directly, talk to them about what feedback you have about any of those features. But speaking of features, let's go ahead and dive into another channel by which crew members meet with different employees and teams at Uber, with a select few examples of some improvements that they have been directly and indirectly involved with. Next slide, please. We call these product sessions. Next slide. Product sessions are meetings that different product managers and app engineers, so these are people that either design app features and updates or tweak them, provide maintenance fixes, coders, programmers. These group of people from Uber do meet with crew members regularly, and together they collaborate on improvements in the overall driving experience while on the Uber app. So there can be sessions about a number of different topics or features that are coming up in the pipeline. In general, improvements mean making sure that any new feature being introduced to the app for the first time, in fact, solve existing problems that drivers face, and that any updates made to already existing features are made to be made more user-friendly. And so in this capacity, the driving experience and delivering experience that crew members hold with them by having driven on the app for 5+ years, or even the fresh new insight that an early lifecycle driver provides by being only on the app for a few months, is all brought into a room with decision makers and people from Uber that can change the way a feature is being used and can confirm that it's usable by drivers, that it solves existing problems, and everything mentioned here. In the rest of the presentation, we have a few examples of some of these features and improvements that have been made on the app that crew members have been a part of, that have been shaped by earner feedback as well. And we'd like to share those examples with you. Next slide. So what are some of these improvements? Well, if we go to the next slide as well, who better to share any of those with you than fellow crew member Dave Dickey. Dave, I'll pass it to you. And Dave, you are muted at the moment.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Dave Dickey, and I am a part-time Uber driver with a primary focus towards passenger rides. Been driving for just over 7.5 years in the Iowa City, Iowa, University of Iowa area. As you can imagine, very vibrant, very busy Uber community, but a smaller community. As you can test, a never dull moment driving in a college community. So I am finishing up my second year as an Uber crew member and very pleased to see that Uber is listening during product sessions as well as office hours and how we can improve the overall learning experience. So almost 2 years of office hours where we've been hearing pain points drivers are experiencing, and one of them was a strong request to improve in-app navigation. So many shared their navigation of choice, and Uber realized that there's some really workable improvements to better this part of the earner experience. So one of the things you notice during quarter one office hours, we heard, and quite frankly, we heard it often, several times, that quote, "I should be able to modify and alert other drivers when there is a road closure going on or any other map issue." And Uber agreed with us, and that's exciting. So how can we avoid road incidents? Now, earners can now see road incidents such as accidents, roadworks, hazards, closed lanes on the map, and also in advance, which is key. Drivers can avoid them by taking alternative routes, and thus leading to smoother routes, happier passengers, and just an overall more efficient driving experience. So also, our earners on all platforms can help the community by confirming if the road incident still exists. You notice on this tab here, just a simple check on the app can alert other earners of accident status. Again, this was mentioned multiple times during office hours, and Uber listened. Just another example of how valuable office hours are. So another example of how product sessions have benefited all earners is how they've listened to driver feedback during in-app navigation. If you move to the second slide, please. So my favorite addition to the Earner app is the addition of black outlines around the route. I personally heard during office hours from drivers all across the country, including Canada, that we wanted to see a quick glance of the route. So now we can drive stress-free with bolder route illustrations and my favorite, notices of traffic lights and stop signs. How many times do we notice that something says turn left in 700 feet? Well, is that at the stop sign? Is it at the stoplight? And now you'll know, because of the new navigation features, whether there's a traffic light, a stop sign, or none of the above. So these changes include the ability to tell the difference between highways from other roads of your route more easily. So if your community is like mine, there's an actual construction season, and these improvements help the app in the app make the earner's experience better. All generated from feedback from you, the earner. So when Uber offers up product sessions and office hours, please sign up for those office hours and share what's working and what could be improved. Pleased to say that these requests by several of you have led to some positive changes in the app navigation. Now, next, I'd like to hand off to Chantel from the great state of California.
Hi, thank you, Dave. Hi, guys. I'm Chantal. A little bit about me. I live in Los Angeles. I've been driving 9.5 years, and safety is paramount for me. It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. Evil lurks, and it's important to be prepared for it. So a key thing is situational awareness. That's something I always share with drivers that I meet. And another thing I'd like to share with you guys is noon light, and maybe get a taser pulse. That's something that I have personally. I, like many of you, have many incidences that have been scary and alarming. I know personally of an Uber crew member that shared that she was sexually harassed. I've been threatened before. With all these different exchanges happening, we decided to brainstorm together in the Women's Earners group that I got to be a part of. I was very excited to be a part of that because, like I said, safety is important. So why don't we look right now at the next slide of what we came up with. So as you can see, you can now record audio of your trips within the Uber app, which is huge. It's just a second layer of protection. And we thought, wouldn't it be cool if we could have audio and video? Now, the video is only on in certain states, but if you go into the app, the driver app, tap the blue shield, it'll open the safety toolbox and you can access the recorded audio option. You do have to toggle that on, and the trip will record in the app. So once you have that on, every trip is essentially being recorded, which is huge. And then if there is an incident with a driver or a rider, you can just send that information at the end of the trip to Uber as an added layer of protection. In fact, why don't we watch this video really quickly in real time to see what we came up with and how the app works, the feature. Pretty cool. One of the greatest things that I'm really proud of being on my second year here as crew is the that feature that has been added. The progress that has come out of these sessions is quite extraordinary, and I'm really excited also to talk about rider policy and standards. Another pet peeve of mine is that holding these people accountable that are a bit, cray-cray in your car. So holding riders accountable. As a reminder, you can always report incidences with a rider through the app. A rider may lose access to their account if they don't follow Uber's community guidelines, or if their rating drops below a certain percentage. So if you ever feel unsafe or experience harassment of any kind or discrimination while using Uber, please report it in the app. So with your feedback, we can take appropriate action to help ensure that your ride feels safe every time. So thank you, and I'm going to turn it off over to Nadia Nunez with more progress. Thanks, guys.
Hello out there. Are you guys awake? Okay, we'll see. Question for everyone. How many Uber drivers does it take to change a light bulb? No one? Only 2. And that is because 1 to screw it in and 1 to figure out the search price for the bulb. Just a quick joke. As always, it's so good to see you here in this space that it has been created only for us. My name is Nadia Nunez, and my market is actually really big. I drive around Phoenix, Arizona, and its surroundings, like Scottsdale, where we host the waste management event, the golf tournament. Listen, just this year, we welcome 1.3 million people. Craziness. Also, I drive around Glendale, where we have the Super Bowl this year. Not to mention, it happened exactly the same week. Oh, it was chaos. Phoenix, it has been growing so big. 100,000 people moved last year. It has been a lot of business, for Uber. I has been driving since 2017. Since the beginning of this year as well, I started supporting as a crew member. I love the fact that I finally had the opportunity to talk to people just like you and me, and to understand their needs and concerns. I've been loving it. Even though we can't see changes right away, I can tell you many of them has been made. For example, on my end, I would like to share with you such a personalized improvement. Now we are going to be able to choose the way we want to be called by. Our name will be remain the same on our account for tax purposes. However, we will be able to choose exactly the way we want our riders, delivery recipients, customer support, etc., to refer to us by. This is the name you would like to be displayed. Super easy anyway. You just have to access your managed Uber account. Once you tap on it, you will type your preferred name. Here, you will tap update this first name just to confirm. Then we'll have another window just to make sure we didn't make a mistake, and done deal. Easy, huh? I really like this inclusiveness of this change. All right, let's go to the next slide. And this change has to do with how Uber communicates with us. We all familiar with our inbox section, right? And how to access it. Okay, you must agree that sometimes this flow of information is very overwhelming and sometimes very redundant. So no choice to organize it. Well, it's over. This is going to help us to customize exact the information that we need. Now we can swipe to get rid of it. Listen, I saw the change in how the inbox appears now, but I didn't know we can get rid of the message. And if you get rid of the message and it was a mistake, you are able to reverse it as well. This way, only the info you need handy will be there when you need it at the most. So, comrades, this is it for me today, but I am leaving you in good hands. This next section is titled Quality of Life Improvements. Do you know what is that about? Don't worry, me neither, but we have here our friend Tanika and all our friends from Street Level Strategy that they are always there behind us. Take it away, Tanika.
Thank you so much, Nadia. Greetings, everyone. My name is Tanika, and I have been driving and earning on Uber for about 2 years now. This is actually my first year being a crew member. And what I like most about being a crew member is interacting with people who earn on the platform just like me, as well as working with SLS and Uber to bring more innovations to the app. So everybody out there, don't forget to sign up for office hours. Next slide. In this slide, I want you all to know that your voices have been heard regarding ratings from riders. And I'm pleased to say that Uber has now adjusted the rating system so that drivers will no longer be penalized due to issues that are out of your control, such as delays due to traffic. These things will no longer affect ratings, which is one way Uber is protecting our ratings. Also, I want to give a shout out to everyone who provided insight into this issue as well, because that's the only way things can be changed, is hearing it from all of you. So thanks again for that. And next slide. The last area I want to talk about is particularly one that is important to me because I utilize the Uber app daily. I'm sure there are others who can relate with me when I say, when I accept the trip, my goal is to get to and from my destinations in a timely manner and as safe as possible. Even with this in mind, we all know, anything can happen. So I thought it was a great idea that Uber has added new content to the Learning Center, which includes tips for tough situations. Getting to the Learning Center only takes a second. All you do is click on the top left corner in the app, click on the Learning Center, and scroll down. Look for the link entitled Tips for Tough Situations. Read through that content. Doesn't matter if you just started working with Uber today or you've been on the app for 5-10 years. It's pretty good insight as to what your rights are as a driver, as well as what those rights are for the rider. And so I appreciate you all listening to me today, and I'm going to pass the mic to my fellow crew member, Denise.
Well, hello, y'all. Hope you're enjoying your afternoon with us. I see our number of participants hasn't gone down, so I think we're doing good. Anyways, well, my name's Denise Smith, and I drive in Los Angeles, California. I mainly do rides, but I also do deliver eats, but that one's a tough one because I smell that food and I get hungry, so I go back to rides. But I have been doing Uber for about a year, and I am now part of the crew for a crew member. So that's exciting. And I'm learning a new part of Uber. And so I am loving it. So, okay, so we're going to go ahead and talk about the new in-app features. And I love these new updates that we have. If you look at your screen, you're going to see restrooms, chargers, gas, and food. And I think previously we actually only had gas stations. And so now we all know that Uber is wanting to go more towards electrical vehicles. And so now that more people are jumping on that bandwagon, having the chargers available to be able to easily click inside the app versus like Tesla. You know, we all have Tesla. Those who have Tesla know that we have the Tesla app, and in the Tesla app, it shows you where your superchargers are, but not everybody has Tesla. So now we can actually just see where all the chargers are, and it's within the app. So you no longer have to get out of it. So I absolutely love that. And then also food, of course, outside of the deliveries that we do, we know where all the restaurants are in our area. But for those who are hungry and you need a break, you can also put food for your own personal use and find some restaurants and some fast food to be able to get a quick lunch. We also have restrooms for those coffee drinkers that need to take care of business. That's easily accessible now within the app. So that makes me really happy. All right, next slide. So we have chat updates for couriers. This is so big for me. I am very similar to Chantal that shared about safety. For me, this is something that they implemented in an update where we can concentrate more as drivers on the road and not always see our phone going off and going off. So what this is, guys, is this allows whenever we do deliveries for Uber Eats, the hungry customer is sending us messages and telling us like, how long is it till we get there? Or, hey, this is an easier way to be able to get to me to deliver the foods. And now, because we all care about customer service. And so now what happens is that instead of feeling the pressure to respond, the customer will actually receive a notification saying that we're not going to get their notification or their message until we get a little closer. And so it kind of takes the pressure off from the driver to respond while we're driving. And it also allows the Uber Eats customer to just know that we're on our way. We care about delivering this hot food to you, but it's not going to be right in this moment that we're able to respond to your message. So this is huge on safety, just for being able to concentrate more on the road and driving there and getting there safely versus another distraction. So this is a plus for one of the updates that I absolutely love. And so I think that is all for me. We're going to go ahead and head over to Ben, and Ben's going to do another one of those fun polls. And guys, make sure that you all participate in this so we can get your feedback. So, all right, Ben, it's your turn.
Awesome deal. Thank you so much, Denise. All right, so you've heard quite a few of the updates that were featured as a result of what has come out of office hours and product sessions. So now we're going to go ahead and launch the third poll that we have, and I have that up now. All right, so which app update was your favorite that you've heard? So reporting accidents on the road, new in-app navigation icons, audio recording for those safety concerns and moments, reporting writers, preferred names and pronouns, inclusivity, and the customizable inbox. You don't even want to see what my inbox looks like on my work. Yeah, I have too many things there. I need to start deleting some stuff. But that said, it looks like we have a strong tie between new in-app navigation icons and audio recording. And it looks like we're at 50% participation. And while the poll is still counting, I just want to also do a quick shout out. Thank you so much for everyone who has signed up for office hours using the link that was in the chat. We do still have some slots open for the NBA NHL office hours. And additionally, since we knew that it is fairly popular to sign up for these sessions, and it is on a first come, first served basis, that we will have a waiting list. So if you are unable to sign up but still have an interest for a specific topic, that wait list is important, because in the event there are no shows for that specific day and time, we'll be reaching out to those on the wait list saying, hey, we have space available, come join us. All right, so it looks like we have come up to about 68% participation. Just under 1,000 individuals have responded. Leave it up open for a little bit longer. Try to get to that 70%. All right, so we do have, I'll go ahead and close it out, 70%. And let's see what we have for the results. So for our results today, we have 27% are really excited about the new in-app navigation icons. Another 18% closely behind with the audio recording for safety moments. And it rounds up with reporting accidents on the road, reporting riders, preferred names and pronouns, and finally, customizable inbox. All right. So that said, thank you so much for participating. We do have more content here, and I'd like to go ahead and bring my colleague Connor back up to the stage.
Thank you, Ben. And hello again, everybody. If you thought that was a lot of updates, we have one more for you. And I'm going to hand it off to another crew member to talk about ways in which Uber has actually updated even the rider side of the app. And this was all based on feedback that we've heard throughout office hours that crew members have shared with product managers and app engineers during their product sessions. So really excited to communicate a couple of different features and updates that Uber has listened to you in order to make the rider experience even that much better. So with that, I'll go ahead and hand it back to Denise.
All right, y'all. So let's go over the last slide that is on my presentation here. So this is actually my favorite. I know I might have said the last one was my favorite, but this is my favorite too because it's all so good. So this here, it hits on all the demographic groups I can think of in even a family, like it says there, family-friendly products, and it includes teens, your babies, your little ones, and also even like grandparents. And so let's go ahead and dive in. So the first one you see on your screen, the teen accounts, what I like about this is as a parent, a mom and pop is now able to order an Uber for their teen. And this is wonderful if you have a teenager and you've been taking them to band practice every single day, all day, and they can actually take themselves now. And they're able to do this very safely. And it's just nice because you can still track them within the app and you can make sure that they've arrived. But this is great just to be able to allow for a resource for these parents to get a quick nap in before their child gets back. Also, so the traveling with your little ones, I'm a mom of 3 boys under 4, so you can imagine my life. So this really helps and I love it because we now have Uber Car Seat that provides one forward-facing car seat for children who are at least 2 years old, about 22 pounds, and up until they're about maybe 47 pounds, 51 inches. I do believe in the future, it's just a matter of time before we offer even more options, but at least this here, like I can just imagine like, wow, I can use one of these and I can bring one less car seat. There is a surcharge that the rider is going to pay of $10, but that for convenience, all moms know we will pay for convenience. And so the convenience of this is just, it's wonderful. I love that they're taking care of our children just with a way of offering car seats now for the rides. So they'll be able to click that option when they're ordering an Uber. The last one is one of my favorites. I feel like a lot of nowadays, a lot of older older customers can feel a little left out because there's so much technology, right? Like all of us younger users, we kind of were born, well, not me, I'm actually a little older, y'all, but a lot of people were born into the technology and being able to use the apps and iPhones, but the older generation, they weren't raised that way. And so this really shows them like, hey, we care about this population as well. And so we're going to offer a way for you guys to be able to feel independent and not have your maybe adult child order you Uber through their app. You can actually do it yourself. And it's so easy, 1833 use Uber, and they can type it in and they can order their own Uber and get where they need to go. And it gives them a little bit more independence. And so these three, I feel like, is just so pivotal in the change and how we're moving forward as a company to better what we're offering to our customers. And so those are the three updates that I have, and I love them all, and I'm sure you do too. All right, Peter, I think this is you. You can take it from here. Thanks, y'all.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, Denise. I'm actually looking forward to a lot of those updates as well. I know, personally know a lot of folks who have teenagers who are, on the apps, and I think that's some really great improvements to Uber on the rider side. Now, on this next slide, we're going to talk a little bit about what else crew members are up to aside from all of the product sessions, office hours, and any of those updates that you've seen. One of the things is we've actually got some crew members who were a part of the Earn Like a Boss campaign. We have actually got a video of that. We've got two crew members, Maya Bass and Angela Kaiko, who will be featured in the video. And I'm going to go ahead and play that video now.
Hi, my name is Sierra.
I'm Abraham.
I'm Maya.
I've been driving with Uber for 3 years.
4,000 trips. 6,000 trips.
Work when you want, take breaks when you want.
I'm the boss.
I will not work on my birthday.
When I don't feel like talking to people anymore, it's so easy to just switch to delivery.
Turn on my smooth jazz and just let it go.
Boom!
Billetes, billetes, billetes.
Be there for your kid when they're sick.
You can make your own schedule.
Uber! I can be my own boss. Yes!
Awesome. Really love that video. Love seeing all of the different types of folks who are Uber drivers who want to earn like a boss. And especially love that little outro song by Maya at the end. Definitely a great crew member. And I hope some of you folks here are able to book an office hours with her. She's a great crew member and is really good at listening to the feedback that all of you drivers may have. Now, on this next slide, we're actually going to move into the next part of this presentation, which
Hi,
is
my name is Sierra.
for you folks who are attending, how can you get involved further in the program? And to talk a little bit about that, we've got my colleague from Street Level Strategy, Ben Phillips. Ben, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Peter. So next slide, please. All right. So there are 4 different ways for folks to get involved with Uber Crew over the next quarter. So the first is office hours. Come in as a participant, join other drivers and couriers across the United States and receive the invitation directly from Uber. However, we've shared it directly with webinar today. All the participants have heard it, and it looks like we have some pretty popular topics that are all full, but the wait list is now also in the chat box. So that Google form is available for you if you'd like to be on the wait list for one of these now filled sessions. The second is provide feedback. So with feedback, you can do that during the office hours directly, or you can do it off the clock, off the time. So you don't have to come in during office hours just to give us feedback. You can do this 24/7, 365 at www.ubercrewportal.com/feedback and submit that, and the program will go ahead and review as well as include it with the feedback that we are sharing directly with Uber. The third are a survey that you will see directly from the Uber app, and it goes to both the drivers and couriers. So be on the lookout for that, and it'll be in the next couple of weeks. The fourth and last is the most exciting part. We have applications open in November for half of our cohorts. So we have in the United States 5 cohorts, and we are opening in November the applications for the Midwest, Northeast, and West cohorts. So if you're interested in participating as an Uber Crew member, applications will be accepted if you drive or deliver in any of those areas. Next slide, please. Now, here is that exciting application process. So once again, it's the Midwestern, Northeastern, and Western states, and we'll go on a map in the next slide shortly, are available. We will get the invite to you as early as November 1st. So that'll come through the app itself. The 4 things to me: have at least 150 trips, been active for at least 1 year, must have completed a trip within 30 days of applying. That's important. And also an account that is in active status. So you are essentially driving rides or courier. So those are the 4 must meet criteria. Next slide, please. So this impacts Hawaii, Alaska, and any of the other states that you see that are shaded in this blue periwinkle color that we have here. Now, if for some reason your state is grayed out, fret not, my fellow earner. California, Texas, Florida, and all the other grayed out states, we will open up those applications in the spring of 2024. So half of the crew members get nominated and selected during the fall, and the other half is nominated and selected during the spring. Next slide, please. And now I'd like to go ahead and do the town hall recap. So a recording of today's town hall will be made available on our website at www.ubercrewportal.com for a limited time starting October 6th. So not this Friday, but the following Friday. And we'll also post responses to some of the most frequently asked questions, and quite a few questions have been asked through this webinar that crew members were unable to get to today, as well as a summary of what was shared. So keep an eye out for that as well. And now I'd like to bring up to the stage my colleague, Connor. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Ben. And hello again, everybody. We actually have 25 more minutes left in this town hall, which gives us ample time to start our live question and answer period. So I have one final poll for all of you to participate in. I'm going to go ahead and launch that poll now. And you should see pop up on the screen in front of you a list of 5 questions. What I'd like you to do is review these questions and choose your favorite one. Out of the results, I will ask the most popular questions in order from popularity. So I'll start with the most popular question and move my way down the list to the least favorite question that was voted on, and ask crew members directly these questions submitted by you. So starting at the top here, one of our questions is, how do you know that a driver is providing quality feedback during office hours? Number 2 is, what motivated you to become a crew member? Number 3, what makes a crew member influential in turning driver feedback into improvements within the app? Number 4, and what looks to be our most popular one so far, what are your best tips and tricks for earning more money on the app or receiving good ratings from passengers? And then the last one, why do you drive or deliver with Uber over other apps? I'm seeing about 50% participation here and still climbing, so I'll keep the poll open for now. And as a reminder, all of these questions were sourced from you, the people who RSVP'd and are attending this town hall today. So they're all earner generated. We did our best to comb through the thousands of RSVPs that were there and pulled out some frequently asked ones that our crew members today could answer themselves. I'll go ahead and close the poll in about 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, and share the results here. There we have it. So just to quickly summarize the results in these questions, we have about 60% of you interested in hearing from crew members about what their best tips and tricks are for earning more money, receiving good ratings. They are a great group of people to ask this question, being veteran drivers. And then in second place, it looks like we have what makes a crew member influential in turning driver feedback into improvements in the app, which I think is a really great question. Third place, why do you drive or deliver with Uber over other apps? Coming in at 12% of people who voted for that question. So I'm just going to go ahead and start with the most popular one, which is, what are your best tips and tricks for earning more money on the app or even receiving good ratings from passengers? And to answer that, I think, Tanika, do you have a response for this one?
Oh, absolutely. It takes a lot of strategy for me to kind of navigate through the app, pick a ride. I always say, you know, people are lucky if I'm delivering their stuff because they are hand selected. So I'm definitely not the type of driver that is just on there clicking and accepting anything. I kind of try to make the trips worth my while. And I know for tricks for tips, I mean, it's hit or miss, but I try to make sure that the customer is already tipping. So, you know, clearly I'm not grasping at $2, $3 orders. When I do the delivery, excuse me, I try to move as quickly as I can to kind of get them their order as quickly in a timely manner as possible. Because of course we know all of that plays a role in whether or not that person is going to tip. I just had 2 this morning, and it always makes me feel good when I accept the trip for a certain amount, but then after you wait that hour, you know, they go ahead and add more on to the tip. So, you know, that's more money made right there. So, you know, just being professional, working expeditiously, getting their orders off, and you know, providing good customer services, you know, ways to kind of increase tips.
Thank you for that, Tanika. That's a really great response. And then maybe to hear another perspective on this, Sarah, do you want to comment on some of your best tips and tricks that you've learned while driving?
Sure. Actually, so I mostly do driving. I do both, but I mostly do giving rides down here in Southwest Florida. And if anyone doesn't know, we got hit with Ian really bad last year. So I have to actually maneuver how it works down here all over again because everything changed. The last stuff had to get shut down. So the way I've been making it so that I make decent money here is I actually, when my passengers get in the car, I ask them if they like the temperature in the vehicle. I ask them if they want to listen to any music. I actually have pre-programmed in my car because I have a lot of Latinos in my neighborhood and I have some people from Thailand. So I've actually found music and I create playlists for their cultures so that they can enjoy the ride, especially if I know it's gonna be a longer ride. And always between passengers, I always make sure that there's nothing left in the back seat. If they were snacking, that they clean, you know, there's nothing sitting in the back seat for the next person. I'm very detailed in making sure that each person's ride is like as nice as I can make it, especially considering I'm competing against other people with like luxury vehicles and I'm just driving a Hyundai Venue. So I want to make sure my car is like up top with them. So I do that. And then I always ask them, you know, like, I hope the ride was good for you. And a big one that a lot of them tell me is they appreciate the fact that I'm not tailgating other people. I'm not speeding. I'm, you know, paying attention to all traffic laws. They love that. And so that's just definitely things I would recommend to people is just make sure your car is clean, make sure your passenger feels welcome and comfortable and obey the traffic laws. And they really love that. They know that it sounds ridiculous, but I promise you, I mean, I've had people who get $5 ride, the trip only it costs them $5 and they'll tip me 20 because they love the fact that I really personalize the trip for them. I know that sounds crazy for a 5-minute drive, but it makes them happy and I make money. So that's my suggestions to you guys.
Words of wisdom. Thank you, Sarah. And I think as a final participant in this question, because I know it was the crowd favorite, Denise, do you want to share any insight that you may have on any best trips? I keep saying trips, best tips and tricks for driving and getting good ratings.
Yes, thank you, Sarah. Those are very practical steps, and I love them because they're needed, right? But the way that I approach it is really the genuinity of our hearts, and it's not about you. It is about our riders. And I just feel that if your heart is postured, that you're there to serve them and to get them where they're going safely, which you can also vocalize that. Like, I think that a lot of our riders are kind of like, what? Oh, she's here to serve me. It's like, whatever you need, I'm here to serve you. And when your heart is postured in that way, oh yeah, they love it. And you're not doing out of this just seeking the tip. You're really doing it because you care about your riders. And I just feel that it puts them at ease. I always have like classical music playing. I don't know if that or spa music playing. Y'all, they get in the car and they feel so just you just don't know these people and where they're coming from and their walks of life, what they're going through. And when they get into your car, like, you literally change the temperature of the atmosphere because it just feels good. People get in your car and they just feel rest and relaxed and at peace. And so honestly, y'all, I feel like if you're doing this, you're already, you should be already a people person where you care. And so I think that just approaching it with being genuine in who you are, you don't have to try so hard. You could just be yourself, and they're gonna realize that and notice that. So very much just being who you are, and they'll see the genuinity of your heart.
Thank you for that, Denise. That was really lovely. And I also appreciate seeing everyone using the reactions in the Zoom here with the hearts and the claps and the celebratory confetti. Really awesome stuff. Yeah, even some thumbs up I'm seeing. Keep it up. I love it. I'm going to go ahead and move on to another question that was submitted by earners and then decided on by you as one of your favorites here, which is, why do you drive or deliver with Uber over other apps? What is that thing that the Uber app provides you that others may not? And Nadia, maybe if we can start with you this time, why do you choose Uber over other apps?
I do not deliver, but I can tell how why I choose Uber to drive over other apps, and that is because Uber give us a lot of flexibility. I will say I love the freedom. I have 2 teenagers, so I have the chance to choose. On the other hand, I would like to share a little bit why I'm driving for Uber. I see it in a very amazing way, the people I encounter day by day. Yes, we're giving them a ride, but we are part of the ride as well. So I make a lot of money on tips, and I will share the way I do it is by the first thing I do to welcome them with the biggest smile I have, and that I guarantee you will change the people's day. From that moment on, people opens up, Sometimes we have to play as nurses, sometimes we have to be psychologists, sometimes to be friends of them. So I love that role. I love the fact that we meet in that very moment, and how or in which way can we contribute to their lives, because at the end I realize that the more I help, the more happy it makes me. So this is why I drive. I love to meet people. I learn so much out of them.
Thank you for that, Nadia. I see the theme of Denise's point about being a people definitely shines through in that response as well. To continue on this question, I was interested in hearing from a fellow California resident. Chantal, do you want to share why you choose Uber over other apps?
Yeah, sure. One of the reasons why I started with Uber is simply because yes, go back and forth,
Chantal, really quickly. I'm sorry to interrupt you. It's cutting in and out, and I want to make sure everyone here has the ability to hear you.
Okay.
No?
Now we can hear you.
No? Can you guys hear me?
That's perfect. Yes.
Okay, I'll just talk. So the reason, if you can hear me, yeah, Nadia? Okay. So the reason why I like Uber is just because it's consistently busy. And if I mean, with Lyft, I remember just waiting for a ride versus the pop, 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 the consistency and the earnings. And frankly, the tips are better. The people, I've never had an incident that was scary from an Uber passenger. I just think they branded themselves better. And I also love that I'm self-employed. So those are a few reasons why I really prefer Uber. Just in fact, even when I did Lyft, people would say, "Oh, my Uber's here." That's how good Uber has branded themselves, and that's one of the many reasons why I stay with them. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Yes, I know you probably can't hear us, so I'm just going to give you a thumbs up to let you know that was an incredible response, and I appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and move us along then to the third question. So another one that was popularly rated by drivers here in this town hall was, what makes a crew member influential? And specifically, they're talking about this role of being able to take your feedback as a driver, share that with different employees at Uber, and through conversations with those employees, turn it into app improvements that you see in real time, that are tangible, that hopefully improve your driving experience. And to that effect, I'd like to call on a veteran crew member himself, Dave Dickey. Dave Dickey, do you want to share any insight on what you've learned from being a crew member?
Well, the interesting thing is, especially during office hours, now there's so many variety of different drivers from different backgrounds and different parts of the country that maybe I can't relate to because I drive in a smaller community, but you can still listen. You can still give your feedback and your experience. The more experience you have, the more credibility you've got. Also, in the same breath, with the understanding, sharing with them that I may not have all the answers right now, but this is why street level strategy folks are taking notes, because we're going to take it back and we're going to find the answers. We've got a lot of examples where maybe we didn't have the answer right away, but we got them the answer to help them with a pain point during their driving experience. And I think just being honest and genuine, similar to what Chantel said, really plays a big part in them being willing to share their pain points and believe that they're being listened to. So
Thank you, Dave. That's really nice of you to say also. I wanted to just piggyback off of a point about the notes that we take in, maybe not having the answer for you in this moment, but taking it upon ourselves as members of street level strategy to be responsible for at least providing the answers when we can. To that end, I know many of you were inside of our chat Q&A submitting questions. During this session, we may not have had the opportunity to answer each and every one of your questions, but what we're going to do, as my colleagues mentioned earlier, is we're going to take a download of all of the questions that were asked, and we will review them, find out which ones got most frequently asked, and then we're going to work collaboratively with Uber, as well as our fellow crew members here today, to come up with some written responses that can ensure you get the answer that you deserve on any questions that were asked. That will all be published on our website shortly after today's event. So keep an eye out for that, and Uber is going to actually notify you directly when those publishing events happen. Okay, I wanted to stay on that question as well for now and hear from sort of the other side of the experience spectrum in terms of being a crew member. So Cedric Jordan, would you like to answer the question as well about what do you think makes a crew member so influential in turning driver feedback into app improvements? And you're still muted, Cedric. There you go.
Okay. I think what I would say on that is, since office hours were just last month, and I started my part of the session with the accomplishments that have been made just in that month, we see there, just in that month, what has happened because of the middleman Uber Crew talking to both the rider as well as communicating with SLS and Uber, that changes can be made. We just have to get the riders on the app to communicate with us in office hours or go to the website. And then from there, we'll communicate to Uber. And like, we accomplished with the NFL, the same thing we done with NBA, Major League Baseball, because these venues are necessary. We have to be able to get to them. We don't want them frustrated. We don't want to get frustrated because we'll stop and cancel the ride, and they'll cancel the ride or they'll give us a low rating. So all these things play together. So getting them involved, we're involved, communicating with Uber, street level, and changes take place. That's what I would say about that.
Thank you, Cedric. And so everyone here who's watching the town hall right now, if any of those remarks motivated you yourself to become a crew member, this is just a quick reminder that applications will be going live for select Midwestern, Western, and Northeastern states throughout the US starting in November. Uber will let you know directly. But if you're from California or any of those other select Southern states, then applications will open in the spring of next year. So try your hand at it. In the meantime, with 6 minutes left, I would like to move on to our final question for the Q&A period, which I think I'm going to end by asking as many crew members as we can in that time, what motivated you to become a crew member? For some of you, that may be thinking back only a few months. For others, that may be thinking back, as late as 2 years ago when you first applied. So I'm going to kind of go down the list and just ask each one of you, starting with Denise. You're at the top of my list. What motivated you to become a crew member?
All right, y'all. Okay. I think I was definitely interested because I wanted to represent the underrepresented. Is that a word? Those who feel that maybe they didn't have a voice. Like, I am not only a female, but I'm also Hispanic. I am also a mother, and I just really wanted to be able to give back to them. And if I could be a part of the company that I worked for, then I would be able to get a little bit more insight and be able to relay the things of the concerns that people might have, and to be able to offer a voice to them and to hear their voice and their concerns or their frustrations, which I think it's so good for all of you that are tuned in to understand that your voice matters. It matters, and to be able to vocalize that even to the smallest point. If it matters to you, it's going to matter to us. And so to speak up and to share your thoughts, share your concerns, share your frustrations. And I just wanted to be a piece of that, a piece of change, and being able to allow people to know, like, hey, you might not be a crew member now, but you could potentially be one later. And if you're not, you have someone like me and like the rest of us that can speak on your behalf to make changes for the betterment of the company. I love Uber. It was never a question not to be with Uber. I know there's other platforms, but Uber is really a company, a company that is consistently aiming towards improvement, not just for the business itself, but for our riders and the people that utilize us every day. So yeah, I forgot the question, but Uber's it's great. I'm glad that I jumped on board. Thanks for having me.
It's our pleasure, Denise. And judging by the reactions I'm seeing with the Zoom, I think everyone really appreciated your response. I'm going to go ahead and also take the second to call on Tanika. What motivated you to become a crew member? Why'd you apply?
Okay, I have to unmute myself. Primarily, I applied to be a crew member because I wanted to be a part of a system that kind of acclimated change. So, as a driver, you kind of see things, no matter if it's with regards to the app functioning, pay, things like that. You want to be a part of something that can kind of be the voice for the people, to kind of make positive changes with Uber. I mean, I do plan on continuing to utilize the app. So I felt like, being a part of being a crew member would place me somewhere where I can hear insights from others and kind of be that voice for Uber. So That's why.
Thank you, Tanika. That's great. Next, can we go ahead and hear from Dave Dickey, please? Dave, why'd you apply?
Well, I applied, first of all, I really enjoy what I'm doing when it comes to Uber driving. What I do full time for a living adds a lot of stress in my life, and Uber does not. So it was really enjoyable. But I will tell you, my very first weekend I drove in May of 2016 was graduation night at the University of Iowa. And I thought to myself, what am I getting into? And I quickly realized that Uber had just started just a few weeks before that in my community. And I started realizing how important Uber was to my community. We have a lot of folks from the Chicago suburbs that come to school here, and they've had Uber for a long time.
Oh, sorry, Dave. You're muted now.
With me. Right away, we said, we're not getting in the back of a cab by ourselves anymore. They appreciated how safe Uber was. It made me realize how important it was and what can I do to continue my role of showcasing that, yes, it's also important to me.
That's really great. Thank you, Dave. Okay, so we can fit in a few more people in the time. Just going down the list here. Sarah, do you want to share why you applied to become a crew member? What motivated you?
Sure. Honestly, so when I first saw it, I'm not gonna lie, the first thing I thought of was, what the frack is Uber Crew? I wasn't really sure what I was getting myself into. But then I did some research and look further into the program and what it does, and I thought, wow, I could really help our area, especially like I said, after the hurricane. I wanted to be able to help the guys, the drivers here, because it's a whole new world for us. So I mean, like 90% of the things that we used to drive to, they don't even exist anymore. The hurricane blew it away. So it was just like, how can I help the drivers around here so that we can improve things, not only in the app, but just how we handle stuff, and like knowing, like the stuff that's talking about like events and things like that. That's a big deal around here now. And so the fact that we can put those and see those is really helpful, because we know, okay, that's gonna be busy. We should schedule ourselves in for that day. And so it's been nice to be able to, I have talked to other drivers. They recognize me because they voted for me. And that was kind of fun to interact with them. But having that interaction and being able to have them be able to tell me things that they're interested in seeing improved so that I can forward that to SLS and Uber is just phenomenal. And I love that. So the idea of being able to do that kind of stuff and help an app a job that I love get even better just sounded amazing. So yeah.
Awesome. I actually think that's the perfect response to end today's town hall on. It's 30 minutes past the hour, so I wanted to say a quick thank you to all 900 participants who are still in the virtual town hall event watching us, who stuck through the whole event. At max, I saw 1.4 thousand people attending today. As a quick reminder, office hours, they are live. You can visit our website. If any slots are unavailable, there is still the waiting list. So you can choose specifically what day and for what office hours works best for you. We'll go ahead and text you if any slots do open up, because we do want to hear from you. As well, if you are from those Midwestern, Western, or Northeastern states, applications will open on November 1st. I look forward to seeing your name and email show up in the application pool. And I hope all of you had a wonderful time today. You'll receive a notification from us and Uber letting you know that there's a summary and a recording of today's event on our website. So feel free to check that out as well for a quick review. In the meantime, thank you so much for attending today. It means the world to us, and especially to the crew members who worked so hard to present. So give yourself a virtual round of applause, and I will see you all next time. Thank you so much. Bye.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Uber Crew Town Hall. My name is Maria. I'm with Street Level Strategy, and we manage the Uber Crew program. We're going to get into how this program has been working over the past several months and get your questions in at the end. So we'll get started. Next slide, please. Thank you. So these are the Zoom webinar rules. Your video and audio are automatically muted upon entry. You will only be able to see and hear panelists. You will be able to upvote submitted questions using the poll everywhere link in the chat. And for that, we are going to post in the chat the link. You can go ahead and click on that link. And what you'll see is next a screen will appear where you can either enter your name or you feel free to skip over that. And for those of you on a computer or desktop, you'll be able to view the questions in full. And once you click on that, you'll see up and down arrows to the left of those blue slided questions. And you can move those up or down, vote them up to show which questions you'd like us to address at the end once we get into the Q&A. And then you can click down to move them lower in your priority list. And again, these are questions that you upvote that you want to prioritize crew members to answer at the end of the program. If you're on a mobile device, you will do the same thing. Click on the link that has been posted in the chat. If we can post that one more time, you will also see a screen that will pop up and that will prompt you to enter your name. You can feel free to skip as these questions are, you can submit them anonymously. And then in the next screen, in order to view the full question, because it's a smaller screen, you can tap on the question, tap it a second time, and you should view the full question. And again, you can just tap those up and down arrows to put them in the order of highest priority at the very top and lowest priority at the very bottom. So if you have questions about the topics we're covering during the presentation, please use the Q&A function of the Zoom webinar to ask those, and we will be answering them in real time. These poll everywhere questions you see with the link provided will be upvoted, and we'll get to those towards the end of the program. Next slide, please. So this is our agenda. We're starting with the welcome here. Thank you again for joining. We're excited to see so many of you here. We'll go over what Uber Crew is, then move into feedback and fixes, followed by app features and tips on how to get involved, and then finish off with questions and answers. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Brandon, who will cover the next slide.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Maria, and welcome everyone, and thanks for being here with us today. My name is Brandon Black. I'm a strategist at Street Level Strategy. Street Level Strategy is an independent third-party company that helps manage the Uber Crew program. We are a public affairs firm based in Los Angeles that specializes in grassroots mobilization, community organizing, digital organizing, and strategic consulting. We build authentic, engaged, and active grassroots coalitions of everyday people to shape policy outcomes at the local, state, and national levels. From the Street Level team today, we are joined by Teresa Eilers, Maria Unzueta, Connor Bryan, Peter Galvin, Megan Angio, Nicole Rabina, and Glenda Murakami. They are truly an all-star team of strategists that I get the pleasure to work with every day. We love our Uber Crew members, and we love working with drivers and couriers across the nation. We look forward to engaging with you and learning about your experiences. Here to provide an overview about the Uber Crew program is our Uber Crew project manager, the one and only Connor Bryan. Connor, the floor is yours.
Thank you for that, Brandon. So I'd like to start off this town hall by giving you all an idea of what is the Uber Crew program at a very high level before all of our crew members take it, and let you know in detail what they get up to. And I think there's no better place to start than by taking a look back into the summer of 2021 when Uber Crew was just a pilot program. It was supposed to launch for 3 months, and it was available in select Midwestern states. We held an application cycle where hundreds of people applied, only 15 crew members were selected. And then at the end of that pilot program, we held a town hall just like this to let drivers within the Midwest know what everyone got up to. And we received a lot of positive feedback, not only from crew members, but also from the employees at Uber and the rest of the driver community. This allowed us to expand nationally from there. We asked crew members to come back, and we actually opened up applications to a number of different regions throughout the US. By June of 2022, so a year later, we were able to expand all across the US and had over 75 crew members representing different regions throughout the US and in every state. By November of that same year, since everything was going well nationally, we took Uber Crew international and introduced the inaugural international cohort of crew members by adding 11 Canadian crew members. Those Canadian crew members are still active and participating in the program today. As of January of this year, for the first time, Uber Crew began accepting applications again in regions of the US that crew members had already applied to. So among the new applicants were veteran crew members who had already participated in the program, as well as brand new drivers eager to become crew members for the first time. So congratulations to all alumni. I know that there are some former crew members who are here today watching the town hall, and I just want to give a special shout out to you. And congratulations to all of the crew members who successfully were selected by their peers in our voting processes. Next slide, please. Speaking of that selection process, here's a quick overview of, since the program's launch, just how much participation we've seen. Starting with the application itself. Over 7,400 applications have been received through the Uber Crew program. Street Level Strategy has watched all of your 2 to 3 minute videos describing yourself, introducing yourselves, and we've gotten to know drivers from all across the country very intimately through this process. After applications are submitted, we go through an initial screen where first we just check to make sure that you actually have a driver account on the app, that you are indeed an Uber driver. And we also take a look at driving records. Those that pass are invited back to an interview with Street Level Strategy. And to date, we've interviewed over 1,000 drivers across the US and Canada. Perhaps the most exciting portion of the selection process is our public vote. This is where select applicants who pass the interviewed stage and become finalists are put up on our public-facing website, the same website that you all went to register for today's town hall. And it's also the part of the program where we see a lot of participation from drivers. We've seen nearly 50,000 drivers and couriers place their vote and rank their finalists in order to determine who becomes the crew member for that state or for that collection of states. And so out of that process, we now have on staff 86 crew members active in the program, both in the US and Canada. So it's a highly selective process, and congratulations to all the crew members, both active and former, who have made it to that status. Next slide, please. So once you become a crew member, what is it that you do? It can boil down to 4 different facets of the program: office hour sessions, and product sessions. Of course, with office hours, there is a number of different things that we rope crew members into to be involved and prioritize what it is that you come to them for. In office hours, we've actually met with over 2,500 drivers and couriers in Zoom meetings, a lot like this one, from all across the country, and discussed issues related to the app experience. This is where drivers and couriers alike can schedule up to 30 minutes with a crew member and discuss the priorities on the app that you need resolved. What we do with all of that feedback is we record it, track it, itemize it, categorize things, prioritize things, and ensure that what crew members then go to the different Uber teams to talk about and resolve are things that a majority of drivers consider a priority to fix and address within the app, as identified through those office hours sessions. And in that process, we've received over 4,000 individual pieces of feedback that we've worked alongside both Uber and the crew members to address. And you'll hear about some of the accomplishments and some of the more tangible pieces of evidence that we've actually been able to resolve later in today's town hall. From those pieces of feedback, we hold dedicated meetings with the different teams at Uber. So crew members actually meet across a number of hour-long sessions with specialized staff at Uber, depending on the type of feedback that gets addressed. So you'll see that there are dedicated teams that deal specifically with airport operations and your issues with the FIFO queue or holding lots. But we also meet with dedicated teams that deal specifically with Uber Eats and the relationship that couriers may have with restaurants, for example, as well. And if all of that is a bottom-up approach to improving the app, we also have product sessions where Uber themselves and the different teams that are involved with updating the app with new features meet with crew members and give crew members a sort of taste on any possible new features that may be nationally released, but are still in a testing phase. And crew members will get hands-on experience testing these new features before they get released to the public, ensuring that they are user-friendly and actually play a role in addressing some of the key pain points that you may be experiencing. Next slide, please. So from there, we're going to dive deeper into the specific facets of the program, beginning with what I think we all consider to be one of the most important avenues, which is office hours. And who better to talk about office hours and meeting with the rest of the driver community than a crew member who's held them themselves. I'll go ahead and pass the mic off to Angela Kaiko if you want to introduce yourself and give us the office hours overview, please.
Hi, everybody. My name is Angela. I've been driving with Uber for almost 6 years. I do both eats and passengers, mostly passengers though. I've given almost 9,000 rides. I am the crew member for upstate New York. So basically, just like everyone here, there was many times when I'd recognize a problem or an opportunity for an improvement with either the app itself or the driver experience in general. So when I heard about the crew program, I really wanted to get involved with it. So I sent my application video in right away. Drivers like you voted for me. Thank you to everyone in upstate New York. And this is actually my second year in the program. So the first crucial step in making sure that the program accomplishes its goals of igniting the changes that us drivers want to see is getting you guys to sign up for the office hours. So the office hours are held 4 times a year. It's an opportunity for drivers and couriers to schedule a time to meet with us and discuss their app related issues. So the top issues discussed in office hours are topics that we share with the teams at Uber. So the teams that we meet with at Uber are central operations, which is for rides, territory operations, which is for eats, and then the product teams. So in the beginning, office hours was just like a one-on-one conversation between you and your local crew member, just brainstorming and itemizing your feedback. But because of the flood of participation from drivers across the country, it's grown into a smaller group setting, focused on specific actionable topics. So things that Uber is actually able to fix for us, immediately or sometime soon. Which I think is a way more valuable and productive experience for everybody involved. The thing that excites me the most about office hours is watching your suggestions become reality after we've been able to communicate those suggestions to the appropriate product teams at Uber. So for example, a common pain point that I would hear in my office hours from Uber Eats drivers, including myself, was not having the ability to allow the customer to choose a higher priced alternative item when their original requested item was out of stock. It was really frustrating for us and the customer to not be able to give them that option. But because we were able to relay that common feedback to Uber directly, Uber took action on that and made the necessary changes within the app to solve that problem for us. Switch slide, please. some of the main topics that we've covered in past office hours recently are safety sessions. So in safety sessions, we've discussed minor riders, so riders that are under the age of 18, issues with riders that don't have car seats, what makes drivers feel unsafe before the trip starts, what makes you feel unsafe during the trip, how have upfront details on the offer card affected your sense of safety, and how is your sense of safety informed by being a female driver, or how is your sense of safety different because you're a female driver? So right now we're going to do a poll about safety. I'm going to pass it off to Peter to start that poll.
Awesome. Thanks, Angela. Hello, my name is Peter. I've been with SLS for a few years. Thank you for coming to this town hall. We are going to post up this Zoom poll regarding safety. Megan, go ahead and put it up. Awesome. So, what knowledge or tools would make you feel safest when handling conflicts with riders? Some examples are, they're intoxicated or harassing you or are just otherwise unruly. Please take the time to answer this. We're going to leave the poll up for about 60 seconds. Awesome. And I see the number of votes climbing very quickly. Awesome. And after that 60-second period has finished, I'll just discuss the results of the poll, and then we can continue with the presentation. Awesome. So regarding this first Zoom poll, it looks like no fault safety cancellations is the highest voted option, with easier ways to report rider concerns coming in at second, with this smallest amount of answers being for interpersonal conflict or de-escalation educational material. Awesome. Thank you everyone for participating. Before we move on, I would like to mention really quick, we mentioned a poll everywhere link. We've posted that in the chat. So if you want to give that link a click and check out those polls as well, we would appreciate that. And I'm going to go ahead and hand it back off to Angela.
Thank you, Peter. So a couple of topics that you can look forward to in future sessions are fix-it issues. So things such as incorrect speed limits that you might notice in the app, incorrect addresses, issues picking up riders at airports, and then the order display for Uber Eats. And then we also discuss topical issues. We will be discussing driving strategies. So things that you've learned from your own perspective on how to be more productive using the app. UberX Share and how it can be improved. And event and venue operations. So specifically how to improve pickup and drop off experiences at event venues. I will be conducting office hours for upstate New York drivers on April 13th about driving strategies, which I'm super excited about. So after the conclusion of this town hall, all of you upstate New York drivers, go sign up to speak with me, because I look forward to meeting you and hearing your thoughts and perspectives and relaying that back to Uber. The last thing that I want to say is that if this inspires you or sounds like something that you'd like to be involved in, don't ignore that little notification in your inbox encouraging you to apply for Uber Crew next time. Pull over, open up your camera. It takes 2 minutes. Record a quick video letting Street Level Strategy know why you think you'd be a great fit for the program. And then now we are back to Peter.
Awesome. Thanks, Angela. We're going to have another one of our Zoom polls. This one is going to be regarding office hours. Megan, if you can go ahead and launch that poll. So the question for this poll is, which office hours topic are you most excited to be a part of? We've got driving strategies, UberX Share, as well as event and venue operations. Once again, we're going to leave the poll up for about 60 seconds. Awesome. I still see those numbers shooting up. All right, about 15 seconds left in the poll, and then I will end the poll, share the results. Awesome. So here are the results of the poll. It looks like driving strategies, obviously the clear front runner with 63%. In second for the poll, we've got events and venue operations with 24, and the remainder of the votes going to UberX Share. Awesome. Glad to see that folks are excited for office hours. Thank you, Megan, for sharing the poll. And I think we can move on to the next slide where we will have a video with a couple highlights from the last term of office hours. So just give us one moment while we prepare the video. Awesome. We're going to be getting this screen share right back up in just a moment so that we can share this office hour highlight video. Let's see. Okay, I think we may be having just some tech issues. I'm gonna go ahead and move on to the next slide, and then we'll go back to the video once we have that all situated. Nicole, if you could just move on to the next slide. Awesome. Oh, looks like we've got the video up and running.
My name is Teresa, and I'm here with Shaylin, who is your crew member. And so you all will be directing questions to Shaylin, just any ways that you can imagine the app can be improved. Shaylin and the rest of us at Street Level Strategy would love to hear it.
Hi guys, my name's Shaylin Hatmaker, and I am your crew member.
I'm just happy to have you guys all here. I'd love to hear from each and every one of you. So let's get started and let's go over some issues you guys are having.
So I guess that's me.
Yes.
I'm driving out in Honolulu, Hawaii. Driving in downtown Honolulu, there's a street called Hotel Street. Yeah, it's just for buses, and the app will actually route us through there, and we can't do that. And so if you don't know the area, it can be a little bit confusing because it'll try to route you through that bus route, but you got to go around, and there's a bunch of one-way streets. So I don't know if you guys can look into that.
Man, let me hop in. Do you have a specific cross street for that?
There is a specific cross section. I could look up and I'll put it in the chat. Perfect. When I get done here. Yeah, but that's where we get a lot of the pickups. But anyway, look at it. It'll try to route you down that road, and you can't go through it. Only buses and emergency vehicles.
So one of the things that has been a constant annoyance is the ease at which orders are accepted. Like, it hijacks your entire screen, and if you click anywhere except for the tiny little X, you accept an order. I have literally had it happen where I was doing an alcohol delivery, and I handed my phone to the person so they could sign because they have to, and a delivery popped up and he accepted it for me. So I canceled the order, and it ended up being a triple stack. So I had 3 cancellations because of a pop-up that the customer accepted for me.
I certainly appreciate what you're saying. It is pretty easy to accept an additional thing when it pops up like that. So maybe a different way of interacting with and accepting orders so that there could be less mistakes made, because your cancellation rate does matter.
Absolutely.
Oh, and then I had one other question. There's been a couple of times I've gone someplace to pick up an order, like I'll pick up like a big order and I'm super excited, and then I'll get there and the restaurant is closed. And it's happened several times, kind of like in a row. So that's a bit frustrating. And then I had a question about the drive-throughs.
Yeah, well, let me just say to that first point, that is frustrating. I've had that happen before. Sometimes, I know that sometimes, at least in my market, a few times I have been compensated for the fact that it was closed, but that doesn't happen always.
I think the app should ask the rider if they have any toddlers and that they need a car seat. Last week, I refused picking up somebody because they had two toddlers, no car seat. They called in and complained to Uber and said I refused them and I was discriminated against them. And I was put on hold until Uber investigated and found out, that I guess it was true. They had toddlers and put me back on.
The chair thing for the kids, a brilliant idea. They need to answer a question on the app. Do you have kids? Yes or no? Do you know they have to have chairs? Yes or no? That has to happen because I show up and it's Christmas Eve and I got a woman with 4 screaming little kids. I mean, I can't say no to them. And they don't have the chairs. They don't have this and that. So, I mean, you have to take care of it in the app. I don't want to show up and be the bad guy saying.
Thank you so much for scheduling office hours with Isaac. Again, office hours happen every quarter, every 3 months. You'll receive an invite directly from Uber to sign up. We are very happy to have you here. Your feedback goes a long way.
Sure. I appreciate everybody for coming on. Trust and believe that all of your feedback has been recorded so we could take it up to Uber. So definitely give some time for us to convey this to Uber so that way they can get this working and get it taken care of, especially with the map issues that you guys are having in your area. So definitely appreciate you all for coming. Let's take it away. We're done.
Thank you. Bye guys. Drive safe.
Apologies. It looks like I was still muted on my headset. Thank you everyone for watching that video. Now we're going to move on to a little bit more about office hours, what we do with your feedback in office hours. So as you can see in this slide, we've got a funnel visual, sort of give you an idea of how we gather that feedback and what we do with it. At the top, we've got office hours where we gather all the feedback. We also gather feedback through interviews and website submissions on our website, ubercrewportal.com/feedback. From there, funnel gets a bit smaller with issue identification. The issues are then categorized and prioritized based on how many times they're brought up. From there, we discuss those issues with Uber. Crew members will actually meet with teams at Uber to share problems and brainstorm possible solutions on how to update the app. And we call these meetings office hour sessions. And after that's all been completely funneled through, the teams at Uber, with the help of crew members, create solutions to the very issues that other drivers and couriers bring up. And in this next slide, we'll talk about the office hour sessions themselves. So if you could go just one more slide. Great. So just a quick overview of office hour sessions. Operations managers and product managers meet with the crew members to collaborate on issues with the app happening in local markets throughout the United States. Now, issues primarily have to do with local bugs that contribute negatively to your experience as a driver on the app. And anything to improve the way the app functions in your city, for example, it falls under a fix-it sessions. That's what would be a local fix-it piece of feedback. And here to talk about some of those local fixes and a couple of other things is one of our crew members, veteran crew member, Jacqueline. Jacqueline, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jacqueline. I'm in Louisville, Kentucky. I've been with Uber since 2019. I've delivered over 3,500 deliveries. I only do Uber Eats, and I've been with Uber Crew since 2021. I was one of the top 15 that got selected, as they mentioned in the beginning. And I'm still here with the 85 plus members. So I feel super ecstatic that I'm here today to get to speak with you guys and go over some of the fixes that actually your feedback and what you've reported back to us in these office hours has came to a conclusion. They're working on some, and these Just for example, below are some that they've already fixed. Number 1, wrong directions. Colorado Springs and Billings Logan Airport, the holding lot directions have been updated. So this is something that you either screenshotted, brought to office hours, or reported to Uber, and they have fixed it. So that's super exciting. We've got one knocked out. The second one, outdated maps and names. The former Sprint Center is now updated as the T-Mobile Center in Kansas City, Missouri. So by reporting that name, you screenshot it, you sent it in, you brought it to office hours, or you sent it to one of our SLS members after office hours as they record it, it's been notated and it's also been fixed. So all these have been fixed. 3, routing disagreements. In-app routing updated at Yuma International Airport in Arizona and Symphony Honolulu condos. Those routing disagreements have been fixed. So they're in the right direction. So your feedback was positive and it's in the right direction. We heard it and it's being fixed. 4, airport operations. Riders now receive wayfinding directions at Kona Airport in Hawaii. So Hawaii, we're listening. We're here. All your feedback has been heard and has been corrected. Next slide. Thank you. Product fixes. So when we created the coffee cup, I got to kind of be a part of that. It's super exciting, but we always have room for improvement. Before, all we had was restroom, gas, and food. So you'd hit the coffee cup and all you would see is the wording, restroom, food, and gas at the top. Not very convenient, not very alert, not very catchy. Now they've added the icon to give visual clues and optimize the in-app experience for earners. So we now have restrooms with a symbol. EV chargers has been added with a lightning bolt. Gas stations has a gas pump. So now instead of just the simple wording restrooms, food, and gas stations, we've added a few and we have the symbols. Once again, that feedback has been heard and it has updated the screen. So now we have more than just text features. Next slide. Thank you. Product fixes. So on to the next thing. Once we heard the feedback provided by riders, they had said that the feedback from the people that have rode with you was posted on there for the ratings. It said for more than 30 days, it was on there. So the negative feedback was hindering the ride or the drivers. So the riders now can report their feedback, but after 30 days, it will expire and you'll have a new chance to become a positive rating. So if you feel like maybe you had that bad day, that positive rating will now express after 30 days, you'll have the positive feedback listed on there. Next. Product fixes. So this is to conclude our product fixes. The earnings portion now has a button that says add payment method. Previously, and anyone that's been new or been here for quite a while with Uber, we know that we had to go through account, we had to go to wallet, we had to figure out where we had to add our bank. This is the most important thing. We all work to get our money. This is super, super important. So now on your earnings tab, you don't have to search anymore. You can add your payment method quick and easy. It's now uploaded onto that main screen where you just hit the button. So you don't have to search for it, never have to worry about getting lost. It's easy to add your payment method with your bank on your earnings tab now with this symbol and button added to this. Local Eats Fix-It Fines. So we are listening. So when we have our office hours, what you do report back to us is being heard by Uber. Yes, it does take some time. What I'm about to list to you has been heard and is in the process of being fixed. The first one, we have military base access. I know, for example, here in Kentucky, we have Fort Knox, and right now Uber Eats cannot go onto the base without like a tag or something stating that you're able to get on the base. So, for example, Fort Carson in Colorado is not able to order Uber Eats. Uber is working on this. It has been heard. It's in the process. Number 2, wrong restaurant addresses. Sam Choi's Poke to the Max in SeaTac, Washington has the wrong address. So we are in the process of fixing that. They heard us. They're working with the restaurants to fix the address or see if there's a reason that the address isn't correct on the GPS. 3, wrong hours of operation. boy, this is a big one, isn't it, guys? We all run into this problem. If you do Uber Eats, you definitely know at least once a week I run into restaurants closed. You have to call support, get your compensation, wait for them to cancel it, 3 to 5 minute hold to contact the restaurant. For example, Walgreens, Pizza Bullies, IHOP, McDonald's, all across Tennessee, Maryland, Connecticut were closed by the time couriers got there. That is definitely my issue in Kentucky as well. Uber knows this. They're listening. They hear our feedback. Please screenshot it. Take that picture. Come to office hours. I'm available April 14th from 12 to 2 if you'd like to come chat with me. Share those screenshots. Please feel free to do that. Your voice is being heard. 4, inaccurate map directions. GPS directions onto I-405 South in Renton, Washington were inaccurate. So of course, map directions, if you get off track, that's losing your tip, that's worrying about tips, so on and so forth. So definitely, please screenshot those GPS issues, save them, come to office hours, please. Don't think that your voice isn't being heard. We hear it. That's why we're here. We love to listen to you all. Come express whatever you have or share whatever you've screenshotted. I'm going to pass it back to Maria. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming, and I greatly appreciate you listening. Have a good day.
Thank you, Jacqueline. And we can go to the next slide, please, to go over app features and updates. So I manage the product sessions for the Uber Crew program, where we invite product managers and app engineers to meet with crew members, where they collaborate on improvements in the overall driving experience while on the Uber apps. So improvements can be making sure brand new features solve actual problems drivers face, or updates to existing features so they are more user-friendly. Next slide, please. And as you see here, this is a timeline of an overview of product sessions. So it starts with a problem statement. Uber determines what they'd like to look into. They begin scoping, building the product feature, and then they move through product testing, experimentation, and then full launch and market expansion. And at any point in this process, crew members will be pulled in to meet with Uber product engineers and product managers to voice your concerns and concerns on behalf of drivers on how to improve these features or what improvements can be made before they're rolled out to the full markets. And we see a lot of the questions in the chat with ideas about products. So that's great. We love your feedback. And we'll go through a few of the sessions that have happened. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to James.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is James Alexander. I drive in the Orlando market. I've been with Uber since 2018, but I drive across the state. Doesn't matter. I'm just waiting for Uber to send me to New Orleans so I can inspect Bourbon Street for them. But with that being said, welcome. I'm excited to share that I've been a part of a lot of the product sessions and working with the engineers. I'm in the app world myself, so it was fun for me. And I would want to let you know that there's a high level of accountability when it comes that is shared between the Uber crew, crew members, SLS, and the engineering teams. Okay. First thing up, customer support. Look, hey, your feedback, and you're going to hear this word a lot today. Feedback. Your feedback has been taken to the engineering teams, and guess what? They figure out a way to make customer support a little bit better, right? I know. It is a work in process. That has been one of the issues that we have discussed in a lot of the office hours that I've been a part of. And Uber understands your concerns. So customer support is working. It has been enhanced, but just keep in mind, it is a work in process, but Uber has heard your concerns. Navigation and maps. Now, this has been one of the most important things that Uber can do for drivers, because a lot of us have found ourselves behind buildings because we're trying to figure out where the rider is, but the app is taking us somewhere else. So I can say that working with the engineering teams, that I was a part of this process, and I was able to help them make sure that when we're called for a ride, we meet the rider in the exact place that they are, okay? And this has given us an opportunity to kind of enhance our ride, because we're able to make sure we're in the right place at the right time. And that's it. That has helped. Communication from Uber. Look, guys, within the app, we're able to text, right? Because, when we're looking for changes and so on and so forth, texting is the number one thing people love to do. Hopping on the phone and trying to call and trying to get information. It's texting, improved messaging, and it's happening within the app. So now you can constantly be updated on new changes that are happening, and try to make sure that you're maximizing your time on the road. And that's important for all drivers, to maximize their time on the road. And women in the driver's seat, ladies, you rule the world. Now, I can't hear if you're screaming and yelling and high-fiving each other right now, but ladies, you rule the world. Women are now in the driver's seat. There are new features that are being rolled out that would allow women and our non-binary drivers to choose only women as riders. All right, you have an opportunity to do that. And in addition to that, Uber has really stepped up the game and partnered with, here in the United States, Dress for Success, which will provide resources for you as you look to do other things outside of being a driver. So I can tell you right now, the feedback that you have given us through our office hours has been taken back, and the engineering crews are working their hardest to get to everything that you've pointed out. And these are just a few of the things that Uber has done. And if you have the app, make sure you update it so you have the latest app. But you have seen a lot of the changes that have been made, and that's all due to you guys. So thank you so much. That's all I have. And Peter, on to you.
Awesome. Thanks, James. Much appreciated. We're going to get our third Zoom poll started. This one is regarding product sessions. So Megan, if you can get that poll started. Which of these product sessions are you most interested in hearing more about? There's customer support, navigation and maps, communication from Uber, as well as women in the driver's seat. And once again, we're going to give about 60 seconds for everyone to vote on this poll. And it looks like seeing those numbers fly by pretty quickly. Glad to see so many folks participating. Awesome, about 15 seconds left. I also want to remind folks that we did put in the chat a link for Poll Everywhere, where we have a couple more poll questions that you can participate in. Awesome. 2 seconds left. It looks like we're going to end the poll and share these results. It looks like customer support and navigation and maps are neck and neck, really only a 6-vote difference. So it looks like they're both pretty popular topics, with communication from Uber coming in at second, and then women in the driver's seat as the fourth most voted for topic in this poll. Awesome. Thank you everyone for participating. And so now we are going to pass it off to another crew member, Jim Reynolds. But before Jim gets started, we actually have another short video clip to share with you.
Welcome CarPlay. Enjoy the comfort of an additional big screen and an easier, more focused, hassle-free experience. Plus the convenience of Uber navigation. All from the comfort of your dashboard. Setting up is easy. Open the driver app. Connect. Go online and let CarPlay show you the way.
Well, good afternoon, Uber drivers. My name is Jim Reynolds. I've been driving with Uber for about 4.5 years, right here in Cheyenne, Wyoming. I've been an Uber crew member since January of 2022. So the Uber CarPlay app has recently become available for all drivers that are using iPhones. Now you can use the Uber app directly from your car dashboard while using Apple's CarPlay. You can view turn-by-turn navigation, basic trip information or details, start and end trips directly from your vehicle's built-in infotainment display system. So you connect your phone. You make sure that your driver app is current and updated, and you can do this by going to the App Store and looking for updates. Once you're sure you're updated, you open the app on your phone and tap Go to go online. You can connect your phone to your car via a compatible cord, or you can do it wirelessly. One advantage of using a cable is that while you're plugged in, you're also charging your phone. To connect wirelessly, you open your phone settings, tap General, then CarPlay, and then you'll choose the vehicle that you're going to be driving. Now, once connected, open CarPlay by selecting the Uber CarPlay app on your car's home screen. In many vehicles, this will pop up automatically. You won't have to select it. To disconnect, you simply, to start earning, tap Go if you haven't already done that. And if you've not already, as a reminder, you can go online only from your phone. You cannot do that from the app. To disconnect, pretty simple, you simply unplug your phone or disconnect your wireless connection. Now, what can you do on CarPlay? Well, CarPlay won't change any of the driver's app features. It's important to know that when using CarPlay, you can always go back and use the driver app on your phone, along with other favorite features and capabilities it has. Now, CarPlay offers an easier, hassle-free trip. Many things can be done from both your iPhone and CarPlay screen. New trip requests will still show on your iPhone with full trip details. Your CarPlay, however, will show a more streamlined or condensed version. You can choose between routes on the CarPlay app. An alternate route will pop up in a lighter blue that you've probably seen before. You simply select that option and you'll be redirected to your new route. To start and complete a trip on CarPlay, well, after you've accepted the trip, a Start Trip panel will appear on your screen. Select it to get your trip started. While you're driving, you may receive requests from other riders, and you may accept those and add them to your queue. When you arrive at your destination, a new panel pops up, and it will prompt you to complete your trip. Rider notifications, messages will appear. They'll come up on CarPlay. However, to actually read them, you'll have to view it on your iPhone. So that's one thing that you cannot do on that. While a lot of things can be done from the CarPlay screen, some features are only accessible through your iPhone. You'll need your iPhone to go on and offline. You'll need it to see trip radar or reservations requests. If you want to rate a rider, cancel a trip, see promotions, or manage your account, you have to do that on your iPhone. Okay, next slide, please. Now, earning trends. When driving, you can make informed decisions on the spot about single trip requests. What if Uber could also support you in your decisions about your day and your week? Now available in some markets, earning trends help you to see when and where other drivers are earning the most to help you make the most of your make the best choice about when and where you want to drive. Decide where you want to drive? Well, Earning Trends gives you a map of areas where other drivers have been earning the most over the past 4 weeks. Decide when you want to drive. If you tap on the map, you'll see hourly charts indicating the times of day when earnings are at their best. When you plan your day around trends, your earning trends can help you figure out which times of day are best for earning. This allows you to better plan your breaks. You plan your week around trends. Earning trends can help you tell which days of the week are busier so you can spend your time wisely. Now, this feature will be available in smaller markets in the near future, so be on the lookout for it. So if you've thought about applying to be a crew member but hesitated, next time you get that application, go ahead and fill it out. You probably have right now in your mind some ideas and suggestions that help make the overall experience for driving with Uber better for everyone involved. Thank you for your time, and I'll pass it on to Jonathan.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Jim. Thanks everyone for the opportunity. My name is Jonathan Ladov, and I was born in Venezuela. I live in South Florida, where I've been an Uber driver for the past 7.5 years, almost 8 now. And I have experience with both rides and Uber Eats. as well as Uber Green, Uber Connect, Uber Pet, and other Uber products. Now, before I continue with my presentation, I'd like to take a moment to say that, and I'm sure I speak for all other crew members when I say this, I have been really enjoying and I'm truly thankful for having this opportunity of representing other fellow drivers as an Uber crew member. Shout out to all my Florida drivers. I see and hear you. And I do encourage any other eligible driver out there who may be thinking about being an Uber crew member to not hesitate and join the program if the opportunity comes your way. Listening to other drivers' feedback and working with SLS, Uber engineers, and product managers is truly an exciting and wonderful experience. With every meeting we have, we feel that we are part of something big, impactful, and meaningful. We really feel that we are transforming our world while building and developing a better future. Not only that, but as drivers, we also feel that our voices are heard and our input is valued. For example, I remember a time when we were in one of our sessions and I was talking about how a lot of us drivers have a philosophy of simply trusting the process. And one of Uber's products managers who was participating in that session provided me with some feedback that allowed me to see that he wasn't just hearing what I was saying, but he was actually listening. Plus, and this is a big plus, we also see the improvements that are implemented on the app based on the feedback we provide. And speaking of listening and trusting the process, that is another thing I would like to encourage other fellow drivers to do, to listen and to trust the process. And by this, I mean the following. Really listen. Follow Uber in social media. Watch Uber's videos. Follow the Uber drivers blog and the newsroom section on uber.com. Set up email alerts about Uber. Get involved and engage with the whole platform. Learn about Uber's history, our values, our culture, our mission, the whole enchilada. And this should put us in an advantageous position where we can be better informed so that it becomes easier for us to trust the process and so that we can, in turn, be even more successful Uber earners. And of course, listen to our customers too, who, by the way, many times are other Uber earners. After all, we're all in this together. With that, I'll go ahead and talk about the first slide I'm here to present, which is about grocery offer card. Uber knows the more information you have up front, the better. That's why it updated the offer card for shop and pay orders to now show the unique number of items in the order as well as the number of items so you can better know what's in store. And soon the offer card will also give you helpful information about the order, such as whether it contains a large, heavy, or fragile item, so you can have all the information to decide what jobs are best for you. And next slide, please. And thank you. This refers to rights. We now have events in Opportunity Center. We've heard that staying informed about events in your area helps you plan when and where to drive. So we've added a new events tab in the Opportunity section where you can browse all upcoming events and find out which venues will be busy. While browsing the events tab, you can tap an event for even more details, including expected pickup times. And you can also save events so you can watch out for it in the future. Now, next slide, please. And now, this one refers to Eats, the Digital Plus card. The Digital Plus card is now available to all new shoppers across the US. The Digital Plus card allows you to quickly and reliably unlock shopping requests in a matter of minutes, like before when we had to wait for an actual physical card to arrive in the mail. With the Digital Plus card, you also don't have to worry about remembering to keep the card with you since it's going to be on your Uber driver app on your phone. Also, with the Digital Plus card, you can accept orders anytime you're online without having to worry about reimbursements, unlike before when, for example, if you accepted a shop and pay order, but you didn't have the card with you, you could use your own payment method and get reimbursed afterwards. And now I'll hand it off to Peter.
Awesome. Thanks again, Jonathan. And now we're approaching our final polls. Both of these polls will be regarding the Digital Plus card. So now we've got the poll up. I have downloaded the Digital Plus card. It's, simple yes or no poll. I'm going to give it about 60 seconds once again. So we've got about A little over half of the folks in attendance have voted. And I'm just going to give this one till about 45 seconds. All right, we're going to go ahead and close out that poll and share the results. It looks like a majority of folks have not downloaded the Digital Plus card. About 87% said no, while 13% folks have said yes. So we're going to stop sharing that poll, and we've got another final poll for the Digital Plus card, and we're going to launch that poll right now. The Digital Plus card has made it easier to shop. You can agree, disagree, maybe you're undecided, you can put that as well, or if you don't have the Digital Plus card, you can select not applicable. We've already got more than half of the folks who have voted, so I'll probably give this one till about 45 seconds as well. All right, so it has been 45 seconds. We're going to share those poll results. It looks like regarding the folks who do have the Digital Plus card, most folks are undecided, with agree being just under that at 11%. Only about 2% of folks disagree, and then we've got about 75% of folks who this situation is not applicable for them. Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone, for participating in these Zoom polls. We appreciate, all the participation across all the polls. And so now I will be handing it off once again to Jonathan.
And thank you, Peter. And so now the next slide I'm presenting refers to Uber Rides and the new home screen for riders. Uber is making its app easier to use and more tailored to your needs. Over the coming months, riders and drivers can expect more updates which let them monitor their rides and get updates on the status of their trips, including information about the vehicle, the estimated time of arrival, and other relevant details right from the lock screen. Basically, it's going to be a more personalized experience. For example, once you tap on where it says where to on the home screen, your safe places will appear and you'll be suggested a list of destinations and ride types based on your preferences, past trips, and most likely destinations. And for more information on this last part, I will invite you to once again to visit Uber Newsroom. And I'm sure the link is being shared in the chat section of the meeting. For those of you who are joining by audio only, it's very simple. It's www.uber.com/newsroom. And so thanks again for your time, everybody, especially all the drivers who have helped me become a better listener and be more empathetic. The whole SLS team, Uber, of course, and everyone else. I look forward to our next office hour session and to working with you all. And please, let's remember to keep our Ukrainian drivers in our thoughts. And with that, thank you. I will hand it off to Brendan.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So as I had mentioned earlier, we love working with our crew members and with drivers and couriers across the United States. After hearing all this information today, you may be asking yourself how you too can get more involved. Well, here are some great upcoming opportunities for you. So first up, we have office hours, which will go live later this week from April 6th to May the 5th. Drivers and couriers across the United States will receive an invitation from Uber this week to schedule time with crew members to talk about your app experiences. We want to hear from you. So if you visit ubercrewportal.com/feedback, that link will go in the chat as well. You can provide feedback to us on these various issues whenever the need arises for you, whenever you have something specifically that you want to make sure that we hear about. This is an opportunity for you to go directly to us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Third, be on the lookout for a survey that Uber is going to send out also in the next couple of weeks about Uber Crew. We want to hear your feedback on the work that we're doing here and how it's been helpful for you as well. And then lastly, the ultimate way to engage is to apply to be a crew member. For select southern states and for California, applications will be accepted and for spring 2023, that information will be released shortly. And with that, those are all the different ways that you can get involved in the short term, in the interim. We look forward to continuing our engagement with you. We look forward to hearing more from you. We look forward to office hours. and all that we will learn from you at those occasions as well. And with that, I will turn it back over to Connor.
Thank you for that, Brandon. As we round out the presentation portion of the town hall, I just want to remind everyone that there is a poll continuing on in the background. We will leave it open for 1 minute, the link to which was dropped in the chat just now. After that minute elapses, we'll go ahead and close the poll, and I'll take the results from how all of you have ranked the submitted questions and begin asking our crew members live questions in order of highest to lowest rank. And that'll be pretty much the duration of our town hall. With the last remaining minutes that we have, I'll get to as many questions as I can. But if you proceed to the next slide. I just want to also remind everyone that once today's town hall is over, give us some time, but we will post a recording of today's town hall. So if you're feeling nostalgic, or you know fellow drivers or couriers that for one reason or another missed the opportunity to participate and join live in the Zoom webinar, we will on our website throw up a recording of the town hall along with a written summary that sort of encapsulates some of the key highlights that were mentioned by our fellow crew members and street level strategy staff. We'll also take some of the questions that were submitted through the Q&A portion of the Zoom webinar that we were unable to get to. First of all, thank you everyone for participating in that. We received over 1,000 comments and questions in that Q&A. So I know we weren't able to get to every single one. We'll hand select some that were asked most frequently and include those also in our summary report. As far as the questions in the poll go, we'll take any of the questions that we're unable to get to and work with crew members directly on ensuring they get responded to by them and include that in our written summary as well. So be on the lookout for that. We'll send around some comms letting you know that the website is updated, and we look forward to seeing you tune in for that when the time comes. But for now, we'll go ahead and transition into our live Q&A. I'm going to deactivate the poll. So make sure to get in those last minute rankings. I'll give you 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. The results are in. Thank you all for attending. If we want to move to the next slide and just ensure everyone is able to acknowledge our gratitude, and then we can stop sharing screen. Awesome. And if we could pin all of our crew members to the top. Nobody wants to see my face. We want to put the spotlight back where it belongs. And for the crew members' knowledge, I have a list of questions here that were ranked by the drivers throughout the town hall, and I have their final results. So I, unless otherwise stated, will pose the question to all of you and try not to step on each other's toes. But if you feel so inclined to provide your answer, just go ahead and unmute yourself and we can go ahead and get started. And then I'll take any awkward pause thereafter as a sign of move on to the next question. So we're going to get through as many, but I think starting with what was nearly unanimously ranked as the highest priority question. This was submitted by Tavon from Baltimore, Maryland. Crew members, how are you maximizing your earnings? Tavon specifically asks, how can I earn more while providing my speedy and communicative service? I think this is a great question to ask because, as we addressed in the town hall, we will be having upcoming office hours specifically dedicated to this question. So here's a little sneak preview for the rest of the drivers that are watching. Jonathan, I see you have your hand raised. Take it away.
Yes, thank you, Connor. So about maximizing or optimizing our earnings, one thing I do, I try to keep it simple. When the riders get in the car, if it's for rides, of course, I will ask them upfront. First, I will confirm the name, then I will confirm the destination, and then I will ask them if the AC the AC and the music, if it's okay. And if they want to change the music, I can change it for them, or the AC, I can lower it or make it a little warmer or colder. And that sets me up also in case it happened, especially at the beginning. It happened a couple of times where I miss an exit or something like that. Then because I had already set up the tone for the whole ride, they were more comfortable, and I knew I wasn't gonna take them to a wrong destination, or I didn't have like the wrong person in the car. So usually, it would be like, oh, my apologies, I missed this exit, whatever. And they will be very understanding and very understanding. So that would be, my suggestion. Just keep it simple. Try to be as accommodating as possible. It's not often that we get asked to maybe like make a stop or something like that. I know a lot of drivers, or some drivers, sometimes they don't like that, but I think it's, like a little extra that can also help. So yeah, basically just keep it simple.
Okay, it looks like all crew members want to participate in this one, so I'm just going to go in the order of my screen here. James Alexander, and then Angela, you're on deck after that.
All right, let me lower my hand. All right, so I will always say, put yourself in the rider's position, right? Customer service is key. Living here in Orlando, where hospitality is our bread and butter, you get an opportunity to interact with your rider. Providing a lot of stuff that Jonathan said is key, but when you engage them on things that they're interested in and they're excited about, or they may be coming to town for a certain event, then you are really touching them in a way that they feel more comfortable with you. And that generally leads to tips, right? Because we all love tips. It's free money. So I would say put yourself in the rider's seat, understand that customer service is first, and you will see a difference in not only the ride, but in the number of tips that you were receiving while you're out driving.
Thank you for that, James. And then Angela, we'll close it off with you, and I'll move on to the next question after that.
Sure. So speaking to tips, like everyone else was saying, I show every passenger that gets in the car a genuine interest in how their day is going before they even get into the car. It's silly, but just to prep myself up sometimes, especially if I'm not having the best day, I'll say, oh, I'm picking up, Jennifer. This is my best friend. This is Jennifer. I haven't seen her in a long time. She gets in the car. I'm like, hey, Jennifer, and I express a genuine interest in what they're up to today and things like that. Not everyone's talkative, which is fine, but they are going to remember that you showed a genuine interest in them as soon as they got in. And then I make it a point to absolutely turn around and make eye contact with the passenger when they get in. And also when I say goodbye to them. So they will remember that, and that does go a long way. Even if you're not feeling extremely talkative or they're not, that still goes a long way. As far as things besides tips, everyone's schedule is different, everybody's different, but for me personally, I make sure to choose the highest quest every weekend. I work all weekend. When people ask me like for tips on how to really make a living as a full-time Uber driver, because I'm full-time, I tell them you have to get it out of your head that you have the weekends off, which is fine for me because I enjoy working. I find it fun. So I make sure to hit those quests. Even if the quest isn't that great that week, an extra $40 is an extra $40. And then also, the obvious things like the new feature that Uber has in the app where it tells you what events and concerts are coming up and what sports games are coming up. Common sense, you want to work during those busy events.
A lot of great insight. Thank you, crew members. And if this is a topic that interests you, again, a reminder that it is one of the dedicated sessions we will be holding in the upcoming office hours. I know Angela specifically is going to be hosting office hours on that subject. And if you find any other crew members here or on the website that are hosting those sessions, definitely sign up. We want to hear all of your thoughts. For now, I'll move on to the next question. This was ranked number 2 in our poll. It comes from Nikisha from Miami, Florida. Sort of related to the previous office hour sessions that we've held. The question is, how can we get Uber to verify passenger identity before coming in our car to help with safety for drivers and prohibit minors from taking rides alone? So crew members who were involved maybe even in our safety office hour sessions in the last quarter and have had conversations with Uber employees and staff sort of related to minor riders as the topic of discussion. If you have any insight that you want to provide into how those conversations went and what you feel Uber was able to hear you on as it relates to this matter, I'll wait till I see some hands raised. Yeah, Jonathan, go ahead.
So let me make sure I understood correctly. We're talking about like fake names on the like fake writer's name on the app. So,
I think the names are a part of it, yeah. And in general, anything that provides a sense of insecurity as a driver when details may not match the person entering your vehicle, whether it's due to their name or any suspicion you may have that the rider is underage, for example, as well.
okay, so yes, definitely I hear it with the fake names, particularly. I usually, if I do get a request and it's a weird name, I will give the benefit of the doubt if it's just like an odd sounding name to me, because it may be, I don't know, someone from a different country or something like that. But if I just feel not 100% sure, then I may just cancel the trip. Having said that, as far as safety in general, when it comes to, for example, to minors, usually I will, if I have to, I will ask for ID, or I will ask them, you know, I will ask them, you are over 18, right? And then they will either confirm or not. If I do suspect that they are minors, then, you know, I will either cancel the trip, or if I notice it afterwards, after the trip, then I will report it accordingly. You know, I will say, okay, so I think this rider was minor and so forth. One thing I would like to mention is I try to avoid confrontation and friction. If there's the chance, the slightest chance of, you know, someone may get aggressive or something like that, I will wait until the end of the ride to make whatever report is necessary if needed. But I will avoid friction and confrontation. I think that's something that may help. I hope it does.
Thank you for that, Jonathan. And yeah, I think as a reminder for everyone, anything related to suspicious names on the account can be reported through the app. So that's definitely a tool you have at your resource. Angela, go ahead.
Yes. So the number one thing that's been discussed in recent safety sessions is, requiring riders to have a picture and their real name. So Uber is definitely hearing that and working on that. That's probably the number one thing we're talking about right now. In the meantime, like Connor said, if someone has a obviously fake name, just like Jonathan said, I do wait until the end of the ride if I have a real issue to report it, because I don't want that confrontation. It's going to set my vibe off for the rest of the day. But they do have that feature where you can report an account that has an obviously fake name, and then Uber will address that issue. I've seen a lot of questions in the Q&A about what is considered a minor rider. As of right now, you cannot have an Uber account or be a passenger under the age of 18. But Uber is also looking into that, because I personally have a 17-year-old daughter who I would like to be able to utilize Uber's services if she needs to. She does have a car, but you just never know if she rides with someone else and she gets stuck in an unsafe at a party or something and can't get a hold of me. I would love for her to be able to access those services. So they are also looking into something like that. But they are definitely working on the picture thing and the real names.
Thank you for that insight, Angela. We're always collecting more feedback about how you experience safety and not safe conditions as a driver. So always consider that on the table for any of our office hour sessions as well. Moving on to our third question. This is submitted by Jermaine from San Antonio, Texas. Thank you, Jermaine. And specifically, I think I'd like to hear from either Jim, Jacqueline, or James to get our other crew members represented in this Q&A as well. So I'll address this question to you three. And if any of you are interested in piping up, then just go ahead and unmute yourself in case you can't find the raised hand feature. So Jermaine asks, what percentage of feedbacks are actually heard by the higher up? So if you think back to our office hour sessions where street level strategy shares a very similar funnel that we shared in today's town hall, you can think about all the pieces of feedback and how we narrow down our priorities for those specific sessions. Would any of you mind speaking to the sort of concerns that do get addressed and how validated or how alike to the comments that you hear in office hours are? Jacqueline, I see you're eager. Go ahead.
So I don't mind speaking. I was just letting it go. So with this being said, I feel like every office hour session is recorded. So I know that it's all being documented. I do feel like SLS reports everything so sufficiently that I've seen so many different things from 2021 to now that I've seen almost more than 50% of my people that I've spoke to in office hours be addressed, from safety to map directions to different things. So I see plenty of things that I have, like people that come to office hours, their issues have been addressed. So I feel like it's being heard and the feedback's being related back to Uber product teams very efficiently.
And of course, for everyone else in the town hall, we do our best to close the loop by updating you all in events such as these. And so obviously the town hall is a great opportunity to not only allow crew members to update you on that, but for us to update you on that as well. And we'll be holding town halls biannually. Our next one will be at the end of the year, where we have even more updates to close the loop on with you as well. James, I see your hand is raised. Go ahead.
Yeah. I just want everyone to know that, part of the process with Uber Crew is that we come in and we sit on the Zoom, we talk about what we see within the app and how things can be enhanced. So that's part of the initial conversation. So out of the gate, SLS and us, so we're just sitting there, we're talking, and we bring in someone from engineering and they sit and they listen too. So we compile a list of things. Now, when they take that information, and engineering is there, and they start talking about some stuff. Then when we do our office hours, we take your feedback on what you're seeing in the field, right? Because essentially we are liaisons between you and Uber. So we take all that feedback and we give it to, and SLS is there. So we're working together, okay? And we give it to the engineering. Then when we're sitting in our meetings with engineering, we go back to some of the things we already talked about in our office hours that you have given us. And they go and they start putting that into action. So a lot of the things that even I talked about on my slide were things that I brought up in some of our meetings. And a lot of it came from the feedback from you guys. So just know that your feedback is important. and it is being introduced to the engineering teams, and there are actionable items, okay? Seriously actionable items. So the upgrade in the navigation and maps that came out of feedback from you guys, talking to the engineering teams, the communication itself, the messages that you're seeing is enhanced communication. Like you guys are in the loop of everything, almost everything. You know, you don't know how much everyone makes, but other than that, you guys are in the loop, right? Because it makes you a more informed driver is a better driver. That means you can offer an enhanced service to the rider, so everyone is happy. So just believe that your feedback, all that information is being shared with Uber, with the engineering teams, and we are talking. I mean, we have a lot of communications. There are a lot of meetings. There's a lot of testing. There's a lot of research. So you guys are being heard. I just want to make sure that you understand that you are being heard. And we have a lot of actionable items. So again, your feedback is key. Continue to do it. Sign up for office hours. Talk, let us know what you're seeing, how you feel about the different rollouts of the technology that you're going to see from here on out, so that we can take that information back. So just know that you heard. That's all I have.
Thank you for that, James. And Jonathan, I do see your hand is raised, but with just 4 minutes left, I think we have time for one last question, and it looks like a really great question to end on. And I actually want to give an opportunity for Jim Reynolds to provide the first response. And then if any of you feel so inclined, go ahead and raise your hand, and I'll go down the list until we actually run out of time. For our final question in 2023's inaugural town hall event, which I think is a great way to end on. This comes from Tiffany in Honolulu, Hawaii, but is very similar and very closely ranked to the question submitted by Tamra from Sugar Creek, Missouri, which is, Jim, what is the biggest benefit of being a crew member, and what helps other drivers the most? So would you help illuminate in your own eyes, what are some of the being a crew member?
I think one of the biggest advantages is we actually have an opportunity to talk to people who make the decisions. And when they make decisions as far as products or apps or whatever they're doing, they can't make those decisions if we don't give them some ideas that they need. And I look back to, it might be a simple one, but go back to when pit stops first came out. If you drove before pit stops were available, you know it was very difficult to try and make a pit stop, because you had to, but you couldn't stop the rides. It kept on coming. I've enjoyed, now that's the question, kind of going away from you there, but being able to talk to other people around the country. I live in a very small market, and it's great to hear things from people who live in other parts of the country that deal with similar or maybe not quite so similar. I look back to the airport here in Cheyenne was located in the wrong place, and the Uber SLS and Uber teams worked on that, and we finally got it back to where when somebody goes to the airport and they want to be picked up, we know where to go to get them. So just all of the faces I see up there, that's the reason for being a crew member. It's great.
That's excellent, Jim. Thank you. Jacqueline, and then James, I think we just have enough time for you to close us out after.
I'll make it short and sweet. Uber Crew is the best. Let me just say, being the first 15, like, I feel like I had a door open in my life, not just for Uber, but in my life. I feel like I get to speak to people all around the world about what I love to do, because I love Uber. I've made it a full-time job. So to support my family, Uber is at the top of my priority. This is how I make my income. So Uber Crew, just to speak to people about what I want bettered, to be better on the app, I feel like it's a whole new open door in my life. Like applying, I never thought I would be this far ever. So I'm so blessed and thankful for Uber Crew. If you have a chance to apply for Uber Crew, please do it. Take that video, like Angela said. Take that video. It only takes a second. It'll change your life, especially if Uber is important in your life. It will change your life. You get to speak, you get to see people, talk to people that you never thought you would ever meet or see or talk to.
So, I don't know. I know I don't have much time, so I concur with what Jacqueline said. Uber Crew has been amazing in being able to share your ideas with the engineering teams, making a difference, listening to you guys, being able to talk to you and understand your concerns, and taking that back and have that acted upon by Uber is one of the best things you can ever do, because we're making a difference for you guys. So I'm appreciative. I love Uber Crew. It's been fun. And I hope to see everyone in my office hours later this month. So not all of you, it's a lot of you, but some of you. That's it. Thank you, guys.
And thank you, everyone. Again, office hours are live right now, so you can go on our website and sign up for anything available. If it's not available, it just means it got booked up. So, navigate the survey that drops you into any of those calendars until you find available slots. Piggybacking off of James and Jacqueline, if you are interested in applying to become a crew member, California and select southern states will become eligible as of May this year, and then we'll actually open up applications once more in the fall of this year for the rest of the US. So there's always opportunities here to join the Uber Crew family, and we encourage you to participate. Thank you all for attending this year's first town hall event, and thank you to all of our crew members for hosting. Goodbye, everyone.